Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. The story of the American Revolution is one of those stories that seems to get simpler the more it gets retold. But the real version, the one where things nearly fell apart a dozen times, where the colonies could barely stand each other, where the whole enterprise trembled on the edge of collapse before it had even found its footing. That version is something else entirely. Let's go back, not to 1776, not to the Tea Party. Further back than that, about 150 years before anyone started throwing perfectly good tea into harbors. Because revolutions don't simply happen. They accumulate. They build in slow layers, like sediment at the bottom of a river, unremarkable year by year. And then one day you look down, and there's something solid there that wasn't before. Picture the American colonies in the early 1700s. These were not the united, flag-waving patriots of paintings and schoolbooks. These were 13 separate colonies spread along the Atlantic coast like awkward neighbors who share a fence but have never quite managed a proper conversation. Massachusetts thought Virginia was full of aristocratic snobs. Virginia thought Massachusetts was run by uptight religious fanatics. Pennsylvania was busy being tolerant of everyone, which somehow managed to annoy both sides. And New York was already doing its own thing, quietly convinced it was the center of the universe. Some things, apparently, do not change. But beneath all that bickering, something was happening. Over the course of 150 years, these disparate settlements were slowly, almost accidentally, becoming something new, something distinctly not British, not that anyone would have admitted it at the time. Ask a colonist in 1750 who he was, and he would have told you without hesitation that he was an Englishman. He drank English tea. He followed English law. He looked to London as the center of civilization. But he was an Englishman who had never seen England. An Englishman whose grandparents and great-grandparents had crossed an ocean and built lives in a wilderness that the actual English couldn't quite imagine from where they sat. The Atlantic Ocean was more than water. It was a 3,000-mile buffer zone that took anywhere from 6 weeks to 3 months to cross, depending on weather, the quality of the ship, and sheer luck. Directives from London arrived with all the urgency of a letter to a pen pal. By the time Parliament made a decision about colonial affairs, the colonists had usually already dealt with the problem themselves, forgotten about it, and moved on to arguing about something else entirely. This distance created something strange and important: practical independence without official independence. The British Crown technically owned these colonies, technically made the rules, technically appointed governors to enforce royal will. But practically speaking, the colonists had been running their own show for generations. They elected their own local assemblies. They made their own laws about property, trade, and daily life. They collected their own taxes and spent them on their own projects. They settled their own disputes in their own courts. For all intents and purposes, they were governing themselves, while paying lip service to a king most of them had never seen and never would. You are standing in Williamsburg, Virginia, sometime in the early 18th century. The air is warm and smells of sawdust and horses. Men in coats and wigs are walking in and out of a low, brick building with an unhurried purpose. Inside, they are arguing about roads, about taxes, about the price of tobacco. Nobody has asked London's opinion. Nobody particularly intends to. The Virginia House of Burgesses had been meeting since 1619. That is 1 full year before the Mayflower even landed at Plymouth Rock. It was the first representative assembly in the Americas, and it set a precedent that would echo through every colony that followed. The idea was simple, but with implications nobody had fully reckoned with yet. The people who actually lived in a place should have some say in how that place was governed. Similar institutions spread. Massachusetts had its general court. Pennsylvania had its provincial assembly. Each colony developed its own version of representative government, shaped by local conditions and local preferences. These were not democracies in the modern sense. You generally needed to be a white male property owner to vote, which excluded most of the population. But they were still more participatory than almost anything happening in Europe at the time. The average colonial farmer had more political voice than a British peasant could have dreamed of. Not a particularly high bar, perhaps, but still. This tradition of self-governance seeped into colonial identity like water into soil. By the mid-1700s, colonists had internalized a belief that felt, to them, as solid and obvious as the ground they walked on. They had the right to govern themselves through their elected representatives, not as a privilege granted by the crown, as an inherent right of Englishmen everywhere. They pointed to Magna Carta, to the glorious Revolution of 1688, to centuries of English constitutional tradition. Taxation without representation wasn't just unfair, it was unconstitutional, a violation of everything that made English liberty worth having. Meanwhile, the physical reality of colonial life was shaping people in ways that London bureaucrats had no framework to understand. Life on the American frontier was hard, genuinely, relentlessly hard. There were no established institutions to fall back on, no centuries-old systems to soften the edges of daily existence. If you wanted a road, you built a road. If you wanted a church, you built a church. If a bear wandered onto your property, you dealt with the bear. Nobody was coming to help you. The nearest representative of royal authority might be 100 miles away, assuming they could be bothered to make the journey. This bred a particular kind of person, self-reliant, practical, deeply suspicious of distant authority, and absolutely convinced that their own judgment was sufficient to handle whatever life threw at them. When your great-great-grandfather carved a farm out of pure wilderness with nothing but an axe and stubbornness, you do not take kindly to some official in London telling you what to do. Religion played its part as well, though perhaps not in the way you might expect. Many colonists, particularly in New England, came from dissenting Protestant traditions that had already clashed with the Church of England back home. They had crossed the ocean specifically to escape religious interference from the crown. The Puritans of Massachusetts had not sailed 3,000 miles through storms and scurvy just to have another king tell them how to worship. They had developed their own theological systems, their own church structures, their own ways of understanding the relationship between humanity and God and government. And conveniently, many of these frameworks emphasized individual conscience, covenant communities, and resistance to tyranny. When preachers began weaving political resistance into their sermons, they had centuries of theological tradition to draw upon. The Great Awakening of the 1730s and 1740s added fuel to all of this. This massive religious revival swept through the colonies, emphasizing personal spiritual experience over institutional authority. Ordinary farmers were suddenly being told that they could have a direct relationship with God, that they did not need priests or bishops or kings to mediate divine truth. The implications were not lost on anyone. If you could challenge religious hierarchy, could you not challenge political hierarchy too? If God spoke directly to your heart, did you really need London speaking to your assembly? But perhaps the most important factor in colonial identity was simpler than theology, simpler than political theory. It was time and distance. Generations of colonists were born, lived, and died having never set foot in Britain. Their loyalty to the crown was theoretical, abstract, like being a devoted fan of a sports team you have never actually watched play. They might toast the king's health at public celebrations, but their real affections lay with their home colony, their local community, their particular stretch of the New World. Boston was home, Philadelphia was home, the banks of the James River were home, England was just England, a nice idea, a distant mother country, but not the place where you buried your dead or planned your future. By the 1750s, what you had was a population that considered itself English in heritage but American in practice. English rights, English legal traditions, English constitutional principles applied to uniquely American circumstances. Their own economic systems, their own social hierarchies, their own cultural patterns. British subjects who had never felt the full weight of British authority. Englishmen who governed themselves and rather liked it that way. And then, as so often happens in history, a war changed everything. The 7 Years' War, known in America as the French and Indian War, wrapped up in 1763 with Britain achieving total victory over France. Canada was British now. The French threat that had loomed over the colonies for generations was gone. The colonists celebrated enthusiastically, proud to be part of the winning team, grateful for British military might. Empire fever was at an all-time high. Nobody was talking about independence. Why would they? Britain had just saved them from French domination. But wars are expensive, catastrophically, budget-destroyingly expensive. Britain had spent enormous sums defending its colonial possessions, and the bill was coming due. The national debt had nearly doubled during the conflict, and Parliament was staring at a financial crisis. Somebody had to pay, and increasingly British politicians were looking across the Atlantic with calculating eyes. From London's perspective, the logic seemed obvious. Britain had spent blood and treasure defending the American colonies from French aggression. The colonies had benefited from British military protection. Surely it was only fair that the colonists contribute to the costs of their own defense. The British taxpayer was already groaning under war debts. Why should American colonists, who were generally better off than their English counterparts, get a free ride? This reasoning made perfect sense in the halls of Westminster. It made absolutely no sense to the people actually living in the American colonies. The colonists had their own interpretation of the war. They had provided troops, supplies, and money to the British war effort. They had fought and died alongside British regulars. They had sacrificed for the cause of empire, and now Parliament wanted to tax them on top of all that. But the real issue, and this matters, was not the money. Colonists were not opposed to paying taxes in principle. They paid plenty of local taxes levied by their own assemblies. The issue was who had the authority to impose those taxes. For over a century, the unspoken understanding had been clear. Only colonial assemblies could levy direct taxes on colonial subjects. Parliament could regulate trade, could set tariff policies, could do all manner of things that affected colonial commerce. But direct taxation, that was a line that had never been crossed. This distinction might look like legalistic hair-splitting from a distance. To the colonists, it was everything. The whole concept of English liberty, the thing that supposedly made Englishmen special among the world's peoples, rested on the principle that free men could only be taxed by their own representatives. It was right there in the constitutional tradition, enshrined since at least the days of Magna Carta. No taxation without representation was not just a catchy slogan. It was the fundamental operating principle of English governance. And the colonists had no representatives in Parliament. They had never been asked if they wanted representatives in Parliament. Nobody had even considered the question until suddenly it mattered very much. In 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act. This was the first direct tax ever imposed on the American colonies by the British Parliament. The law required that virtually all printed materials in the colonies carry an official tax stamp purchased from the government. Newspapers, legal documents, playing cards, even dice. All of it. The revenue would go toward maintaining British troops in America, theoretically for colonial defense. In practice, it felt like something else. The colonists' reaction was immediate and volcanic. This was not just a tax. It was a constitutional crisis dressed up as revenue policy. If Parliament could tax colonists without their consent for defense, what was to stop them from taxing for anything else? Today stamps, tomorrow what? Direct taxation of property, of income. The thin end of the wedge was firmly inserted, and colonists could see exactly where it led. The protests that erupted across the colonies surprised everyone, including the colonists themselves. Previous grievances had produced grumbling. This produced organized resistance on a scale nobody had anticipated. Merchants agreed to boycott British goods. Lawyers refused to use stamped paper. Newspapers published without stamps in open defiance of the law. And in the streets, crowds gathered with intentions far less peaceful than boycotts. In Boston, a mob attacked the home of Andrew Oliver, the man appointed to distribute the hated stamps. They tore through his property, destroyed his furniture, and made their position on stamp distribution extremely clear. Oliver resigned the next day. But the violence did not stop there. Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson's mansion was ransacked so thoroughly that the mob spent 12 hours systematically destroying everything he owned. Windows, doors, furniture, books, the wine cellar, all of it demolished. Hutchinson was not even a stamp distributor. He had simply been associated with the colonial government. That was enough. Similar scenes played out in colony after colony. Stamp distributors resigned in droves, often before mobs could reach their houses. Nobody wanted to be the poor soul standing between angry colonists and their conviction that their rights were being trampled. The stamps themselves were practically impossible to distribute. Most never left the ships that brought them. And without stamps, technically no legal business could be conducted. Courts struggled to function. Commercial transactions entered a gray zone of questionable legality. The whole administrative apparatus of colonial life was grinding to a halt. But the colonists were not simply engaging in random violence. They were developing a sophisticated ideological framework to justify their resistance. Pamphlets spread from hand to hand, the 18th century's version of something going viral, explaining precisely why the Stamp Act was unconstitutional, why Parliament had overstepped, why the colonies were being treated as conquered subjects rather than free Englishmen. The argument went something like this. Yes, we acknowledge the sovereignty of the British Parliament in regulating the affairs of the empire as a whole. But internal taxation is different. Taxation requires consent, and consent can only be given through representation. We are not represented in Parliament. We have never been represented in Parliament. Therefore, Parliament cannot tax us. Our own assemblies, where we are represented, have the sole authority to levy taxes on our property. Any attempt by Parliament to bypass this constitutional arrangement is tyranny, plain and simple. This was a genuinely new political theory being worked out in real time. The colonists were distinguishing between external taxation, duties on trade, which Parliament could regulate, and internal taxation, direct levies on property, which only local assemblies could impose. British officials found this distinction utterly baffling. Parliament, they insisted, was supreme. It represented all British subjects everywhere, whether those subjects had directly voted or not. The idea of virtual representation meant that every member of Parliament theoretically represented the entire empire, including the colonies. The fact that no colonist had ever voted for a single MP was, from Westminster's perspective, beside the point. You can imagine how well that argument landed in Boston. The crisis forced the colonies into unprecedented cooperation. In October 1765, representatives from 9 colonies gathered in New York for what became known as the Stamp Act Congress. These colonies, which normally couldn't agree on what day of the week it was, were suddenly coordinating a unified response to British policy. They issued a declaration of rights and grievances, carefully laying out the constitutional case against parliamentary taxation. The tone was respectful. The substance was firm. We are loyal subjects of the Crown, they said, in effect. We simply have some concerns about your understanding of constitutional law." Back in London, the pressure was mounting from multiple directions. Colonial boycotts were hitting British merchants hard. Trade with America had dropped sharply, and the businessmen who made their living on that trade cared far less about constitutional principles than about their bottom lines. The stamps were generating almost no revenue. The whole exercise was becoming an expensive embarrassment. Parliament repealed the Stamp Act in early 1766, and the colonies erupted in celebration. Church bells rang. Bonfires lit the night. Toasts were raised to the king and to liberty and to the restoration of constitutional order. The crisis was over. Britain had backed down. The colonists had won. Except they hadn't. Not really. Because Parliament, while repealing the Stamp Act, had simultaneously passed something called the Declaratory Act. This seemingly quiet piece of legislation stated in plain terms that Parliament had the absolute authority to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. All cases whatsoever, including taxation. The actual power claim had not changed at all. Parliament had simply decided that this particular battle was not worth fighting at this particular moment. The colonists were celebrating a tactical victory, while the strategic situation remained exactly as it had been. The fundamental disagreement about authority, about representation, about who got to decide what, none of that had been resolved. It had simply been postponed. The brief peace that followed the Stamp Act repeal was exactly that. Brief. Parliament still needed money. The colonies still had money. The logic that had produced the Stamp Act had not disappeared. It had just taken a rest. By 1767, a new Chancellor of the Exchequer named Charles Townshend came up with what he believed was a clever solution. The colonists had complained about internal taxation, direct taxes on property and transactions. Fine. Townshend would give them external taxation instead. Duties on goods imported into the colonies. Tea, glass, lead, paper, paint. All would carry new import duties payable at colonial ports. But there was something else in the Townshend Acts that mattered even more than the duties themselves. The revenue would go toward paying the salaries of colonial governors and judges, which had previously been paid by colonial assemblies. This seemingly technical change was actually enormous. If royal officials no longer depended on colonial legislatures for their pay, they would be free from colonial influence entirely. The last significant check on royal authority in the colonies would be removed. The colonists saw through the distinction immediately. It did not matter whether you called it internal or external, direct or indirect. The principle was the same. Parliament was taxing them without their consent, and now using that money to make colonial officials independent of colonial control. The resistance this time was more organized, more coordinated, and more explicitly political. Non-importation agreements spread from colony to colony, as merchants pledged not to import British goods until the offensive duties were repealed. Women played a crucial role. They were the ones who actually purchased most household goods, and their participation in boycotts determined whether resistance would succeed or fail. Spinning bees became acts of political resistance, as colonists made their own cloth rather than buy British textiles. Buying American was not a slogan. It was a revolutionary act, performed in ordinary parlors and kitchens, one skein of homespun thread at a time. The rhetoric was escalating too. Writers and pamphleteers were framing the conflict less and less as a misunderstanding between loyal subjects and their government, and more as a deliberate conspiracy to enslave free Englishmen. The language of tyranny and liberty, of chains and freedom, filled the colonial press. John Dickinson's letters from a farmer in Pennsylvania argued that any taxation for revenue purposes, internal or external, violated colonial rights. Samuel Adams in Boston was organizing committees of correspondence to coordinate resistance across colonial boundaries. What had been a spontaneous protest was becoming something that looked, from certain angles, rather like a movement. And then there was the matter of the troops. In 1768, British soldiers landed in Boston to maintain order and enforce customs collection. British regulars, quartered in an American city, not to defend against foreign invasion, but to keep the king's own subjects in line. The sight of redcoats marching through Boston streets was a daily reminder that the relationship between colony and mother country had fundamentally changed. The colonists were not being treated as free Englishmen anymore. They were being treated like a conquered people. The tensions in occupied Boston were perhaps inevitable. Soldiers competed with locals for jobs. They caroused in taverns and got into fights. They represented, in their very presence, everything the colonists had come to fear about British intentions. And on a cold March evening in 1770, all that accumulated resentment came apart on King Street. A crowd had gathered around a British sentry, taunting him, throwing snowballs, daring him to respond. Reinforcements arrived. The crowd grew larger and angrier. Someone threw something, ice perhaps, or a rock. A soldier fired without orders, then others fired. When the smoke cleared, 5 Bostonians lay dead or dying in the snow, their blood dark against the pale street. The event was immediately and deliberately named the Boston Massacre, which was, in any strict historical sense, not accurate. It was a confused and chaotic moment of violence that left a handful of people dead. By the standards of actual massacres throughout history, it barely registered. But it didn't matter what it was. It mattered what it became. Paul Revere's famous engraving depicted disciplined British soldiers firing in formation on helpless civilians, which bore almost no resemblance to what had actually happened. Samuel Adams made sure the victims were buried with maximum public ceremony, turning a street brawl into a funeral for liberty. The word massacre was chosen with care, chosen to inflame, chosen to define the narrative before anyone else could. This was what British occupation looked like, the propagandists said. This was what happened when a tyrannical government sent armed soldiers to suppress free Englishmen. Remember this. Remember the blood in the snow. The trial that followed was actually a testament to something. John Adams, future revolutionary and second president of the United States, defended the British soldiers because he believed in the rule of law. Most of the soldiers were acquitted. Those convicted received only minor punishment, but the acquittals did not touch the propaganda. The image of British soldiers murdering innocent colonists was already seared into colonial memory, ready to be invoked whenever tensions rose again. And rise they would. The townshend duties were mostly repealed in 1770. Again, not because Parliament accepted the colonial position, but because the boycotts were hurting British merchants and the duties were not raising much revenue anyway. But Parliament kept one duty in place, one symbolic assertion of its right to tax the colonies. The duty on tea. It was a small amount of money, barely worth collecting from a revenue standpoint. But that was rather the point. It was not about the money. It was about the principle. Parliament would not surrender its authority. The colonies would pay something, anything, to acknowledge parliamentary supremacy. The colonists understood perfectly well what that one remaining duty represented. It was a test, a challenge, an assertion that the fundamental question remained unresolved. And so, for the next few years, politically conscious colonists refused to drink British tea. They drank coffee instead, or smuggled Dutch tea, or went without entirely. A small daily act of resistance, a quiet refusal to concede the point. The standoff might have continued indefinitely, had Parliament not decided to get clever again. In 1773, the Tea Act gave the struggling East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in America, and actually lowered the price of legal tea below the cost of smuggled alternatives. From Parliament's perspective, this was a generous gesture. Cheaper tea for the colonists, a bailout for a troubled company, everyone wins. The colonists would surely be grateful enough to accept the tea, pay the duty, and finally acknowledge parliamentary authority. They were not grateful, they were furious. The lower price was obviously a trap, designed to seduce colonists into accepting the principle of parliamentary taxation by making it financially attractive. And the monopoly granted to the East India Company threatened colonial merchants who had been doing well on the tea trade, legal and otherwise. This was not generosity. This was manipulation. This was a scheme by a distant government to control colonial affairs without colonial consent. In port after port, the tea ships met resistance. In Philadelphia and New York, they were turned away before they could unload. In Charleston, the tea was confiscated and stored in warehouses. But in Boston, the situation escalated into something far more dramatic. Governor Thomas Hutchinson, whose house had been ransacked during the Stamp Act protests, and who had personal reasons to stand firm against colonial resistance, refused to let the tea ships leave without unloading. The colonists refused to let the tea be unloaded. Stalemate. On the night of December 16, 1773, a group of colonists took matters into their own hands. Disguised rather unconvincingly as Mohawk Indians, not fooling anyone in any genuine sense, but maintaining a thin fiction of anonymity, they boarded the tea ships and systematically destroyed 342 chests of East India Company tea, dumping the whole lot into Boston Harbor. They were careful to damage nothing else, to harm no one, to make clear that this was targeted resistance, not mere destruction for its own sake. I think about that detail sometimes, the care they took. In the middle of an act of open defiance against the most powerful empire in the world, they paused to make sure they broke nothing they didn't intend to break. There's something in that. The story does not end here, of course. It is only just beginning. There are battles ahead, and desperate winters, and decisions made by men who understood that they were making history and were quietly terrified about it. But for now, let the harbor settle. Let the tea drift on the dark water. Let Boston be still and cold and electric with what it has just done. The world, though nobody knew it yet, had just changed. There are moments in history that seem like beginnings but are really endings. The December night when colonists appended 342 chests of tea into Boston Harbor was one of those moments. The gesture was deliberate, almost theatrical in its precision. No one was hurt. Nothing else was touched. But what was said, what was communicated without a single word spoken, could not be taken back. You are standing at the edge of the harbor. The night air is cold and smells of brine and something sweet, the tea beginning to dissolve into the dark water below. You can hear the sound of wood splintering, the low slap of waves against the dock, the careful movements of men who are destroying something slowly, methodically, as though the slowness itself is the message. The message was unmistakable. The colonists would not yield. They would not accept tea. They would not acknowledge parliamentary authority. They would destroy royal property rather than submit to what they believed was unconstitutional taxation. The Boston Tea Party, as it would come to be called, was an act of deliberate property destruction that shocked observers on both sides of the Atlantic. Many colonists, even those sympathetic to the cause, worried that the radicals had gone too far. Benjamin Franklin initially suggested that Boston should pay for the destroyed tea, a gesture meant to preserve the moral high ground. But events were moving too fast for moderation. Parliament's response was swift and severe. The coercive acts, known in the colonies as the Intolerable Acts, which tells you something about the difference between governing a people and understanding them, were designed to punish Massachusetts and make an example of Boston. The port of Boston was closed until the destroyed tea was paid for. The Massachusetts charter was effectively revoked, with appointed councils replacing elected ones. Royal officials accused of crimes could be tried in England rather than by colonial juries. And perhaps most ominously, a new quartering act allowed British troops to be housed in occupied private buildings. These weren't surgical measures designed to address a specific grievance. They were collective punishment. The purpose was to break colonial resistance through economic devastation and constitutional humiliation. Massachusetts was to be crushed, and the other colonies were to learn from its example. The options on offer from London were simple enough: submit or suffer. But Parliament had badly miscalculated colonial psychology. Instead of intimidating the other colonies into submission, the Intolerable Acts had exactly the opposite effect. The other colonies looked at what was happening to Massachusetts and saw their own future. If Parliament could revoke Massachusetts's charter for political disobedience, no colonial charter was safe. If Boston could be starved into submission, any colonial port could face the same fate. The threat wasn't to Massachusetts alone. It was to every colonist who believed in the constitutional principles that had defined colonial life for generations. Relief supplies poured into Massachusetts from sister colonies that had previously viewed Boston with suspicion or indifference. Rice came from South Carolina. Grain came from Virginia. Money came from everywhere. The other colonies weren't just sympathizing. They were actively supporting resistance to British authority. Whatever regional differences had divided them before, they were beginning to recognize a common cause. The stage was now set for something unprecedented. In September 1774, representatives from 12 colonies gathered in Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress. Georgia, distracted by conflicts with local indigenous nations and dependent on British military support, was the only colony not represented. But everyone else showed up, and the diversity of perspectives around that table was remarkable. Radicals like Samuel Adams sat alongside conservatives who still hoped for reconciliation. Merchants rubbed shoulders with planters. New Englanders debated with Southerners. These men didn't agree on much, but they agreed that something had to be done. The Congress declared the Intolerable Acts unconstitutional and organized a comprehensive boycott of British goods across all the participating colonies. It established mechanisms for enforcing that boycott, creating local committees that would monitor compliance and punish violators. And it sent one more petition to the king. One more plea for the redress of grievances, one more attempt to solve this crisis without breaking the bonds of empire. But even as they petitioned for peace, the delegates were preparing for the alternative. They recommended that the colonies begin organizing and training their militias. They established protocols for communication and coordination between colonial governments. They agreed to meet again in the spring to assess the situation. The Continental Congress wasn't yet a revolutionary body, but it was becoming something that had never existed before. A unified American political institution that could speak and act for the colonies as a whole. The winter of 1774 to 1775 was tense and uncertain. British troops remained stationed in Boston, reinforced now, and under orders to disarm colonial militias and arrest the leading troublemakers. Colonial militias drilled on village greens across Massachusetts, stockpiling weapons and gunpowder for a confrontation everyone could see coming. The petition to the king went unanswered. Or rather, it was answered by declarations that the colonies were in a state of rebellion and must submit unconditionally. Submission was not forthcoming. In colonial towns and villages, ordinary people were making extraordinary decisions. They were choosing sides, committing to courses of action that could get them hanged as traitors. Some remained loyal to the crown, convinced that the radicals were leading the colonies to disaster. Others threw in their lot with resistance, believing that their rights as Englishmen were worth fighting for. And many tried to stay neutral, hoping that somehow this would all blow over and they wouldn't have to choose. There is something quietly human about that last group, the ones who hoped to wait it out. History tends not to remember them because history is written around the choices that were made. But there must have been so many of them, standing in doorways, watching the road, not yet ready to decide. The economy that had bound the colonies to Britain was already beginning to fray. Trade disruptions caused by boycotts and port closures were hitting everyone. Goods that had been readily available became scarce or expensive. The commercial relationships that had made the empire function were breaking down. Victim to a political conflict neither side seemed able to resolve. Whatever happened next, the world the colonists had known was already changing. In Parliament, opinions hardened rather than softened. The colonists had been offered reasonable terms and had responded with destruction and defiance. They had rejected legitimate authority and organized armed resistance. They were in rebellion, and rebellion must be suppressed. King George III himself declared that blows must decide whether the colonies would remain part of the empire. The time for negotiation was over. What had started as a dispute over taxation had become something much larger. It was now a conflict over fundamental questions of governance, representation, and authority. Could Parliament legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever, as the Declaratory Act claimed? Or did the colonies have inherent rights that no Parliament could override, as the colonial assemblies insisted? These weren't questions that could be split down the middle or resolved through compromise. Someone was going to have to back down, and neither side was prepared to do so. The ideological transformation underway was remarkable in its speed and scope. In barely a decade, colonists had gone from proud British subjects celebrating victory over France to armed resistors, challenging the legitimacy of parliamentary rule. They had developed a sophisticated political philosophy that drew on English constitutional tradition while pushing it in radical new directions. They had created institutions of cooperation that crossed colonial boundaries. They had organized economic resistance that demonstrated their collective power. And they had begun, tentatively but unmistakably, to imagine themselves as something other than British subjects, as Americans with a distinct identity and distinct interests that might require a distinct government to protect. Not everyone was on board with this transformation, of course. Loyalists, those who remained faithful to the crown, made up perhaps a third of the colonial population, maybe more. They included royal officials and merchants with British connections, but also plenty of ordinary people who feared the chaos of revolution or simply believed the radicals were wrong. The conflict brewing wasn't just between colonies and empire. It was between neighbors, between families, between visions of what America should be. And still, as winter turned to spring in 1775, many hoped that war could be avoided. The Continental Congress had asked for reconciliation. The petition was still formally under consideration. Perhaps cooler heads would prevail. Perhaps some formula could be found that would preserve colonial rights while maintaining imperial unity. Perhaps this whole crisis would be remembered as a close call, a moment when tensions nearly boiled over but reason ultimately prevailed. Those hopes would die on a village green in Massachusetts in the early morning hours of April 19th, 1775. But before we reach that morning, it's worth sitting with the question of how the colonies arrived at that edge at all. How 150 years of self-governance created a population unwilling to accept external control. How a financial crisis in London led to a constitutional crisis in America. How taxes and stamps and tea became symbols of something much deeper, the eternal human struggle over who gets to decide. The American Revolution didn't start in 1775. It started the moment the first colonists began governing themselves and discovered they rather liked it. It grew every time a colonial assembly met without royal interference, every time a local court settled disputes according to local customs, every time colonists looked around and realized that London was very far away, and life went on just fine without constant oversight. The revolution was baked into colonial society long before anyone fired a shot or signed a declaration. Parliament's great mistake was assuming that constitutional arrangements that had been allowed to develop over generations could be suddenly overturned by legislative fiat. The colonists had been paying their own way, making their own decisions, running their own affairs for so long that they had forgotten, if they ever knew, that technically, legally, theoretically, Parliament had supreme authority over them. When London tried to assert that authority in practice, it felt like innovation rather than tradition. It felt like tyranny rather than governance. The colonists weren't revolutionaries by temperament. They were conservatives, defending arrangements they had inherited against what they saw as radical impositions from a distant government that didn't understand their circumstances. They quoted English law and English precedent. They appealed to English liberty and English rights. They were, in their own minds, the true Englishmen, defending the Constitution against a Parliament that had forgotten its own principles. But the logic of their arguments was carrying them somewhere new. If Parliament had no authority to tax without representation, did it have any authority at all? If colonial assemblies were the legitimate governors of colonial affairs, why did colonies need a connection to Britain at all? If English liberty was better protected in America than in England itself, perhaps Americans should stop trying to be Englishmen and start being something else entirely. These were dangerous thoughts, and most colonists weren't ready to think them yet. But the ground had shifted beneath the old assumptions. The shared identity that had bound colonies to empire was crumbling, replaced by a new identity that was still taking shape. The colonists standing on village greens in the spring of 1775 didn't yet know they were fighting for American independence. Many of them still hoped they were fighting to restore their rights as British subjects. They would learn otherwise soon enough. The shots that rang out at Lexington and Concord would change everything, transforming a political crisis into a war for survival. But even then, even as blood was spilled and armies marched, the fundamental questions raised in those years of protest and resistance would continue to shape the conflict. What did it mean to be free? Who had the right to govern? What were people willing to sacrifice to protect their liberty? These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles. They were matters of life and death, requiring ordinary people to make extraordinary choices. And the answers they gave would create a new nation or destroy them in the attempt. Consider, for a moment, the sheer improbability of what was about to happen. 13 colonies that couldn't agree on much of anything were about to attempt something that had never been done in human history. They were going to challenge the most powerful military force on Earth, and somehow survive. Not just survive. Win. Build a new nation from the wreckage of empire. Create a government based on principles that had existed only in philosophical treatises and coffee-house debates. The odds were absurd. The British Empire had the largest navy in the world, a professional army with centuries of experience, virtually unlimited financial resources, and the bureaucratic machinery to project power across oceans. The colonies had enthusiasm, local militias who had never faced regular troops in open combat, and an economy entirely dependent on trade with the very empire they were defying. The smart money was on Britain, and it wasn't even close. And yet, there was something in those colonial assemblies, something in those town meetings, something in that stubborn insistence on self-governance that the number crunchers in London couldn't quite quantify. The colonists had something to fight for that the British soldiers didn't fully understand. They were defending their homes, their communities, their way of life. They were fighting for principles they believed were worth dying for. That counts for something, even against superior firepower. The economic situation alone should have deterred any rational actor from resistance. The colonial economy was thoroughly integrated with the British imperial system. Colonial merchants sold raw materials to British manufacturers and bought finished goods in return. Colonial ships sailed under British protection. Colonial prosperity depended on access to British markets and British credit. Cutting those ties would mean economic disruption on a massive scale. Shortages, unemployment, inflation, all the accumulated miseries of economic warfare. but the colonists were willing to accept that disruption. They had proven it with their boycotts, accepting scarcity and hardship rather than submit to what they saw as unconstitutional taxation. They would prove it again when the shooting started, enduring years of economic chaos rather than return to imperial rule. Whatever else you might say about the American revolutionaries, you couldn't accuse them of not understanding the costs of their choices. They understood. They chose anyway. The social fabric of colonial life was already straining under the pressure of political division. Families split between patriot and loyalist factions. Business partnerships dissolved over political disagreements. Churches divided between ministers who preached resistance and those who urged submission. The tight-knit communities that had characterized colonial life were fracturing along lines that wouldn't fully heal for generations. In some ways, the coming war would be as much a civil war as a revolution. Neighbors would inform on neighbors. Former friends would face each other across battlefields. The violence wouldn't be confined to armies meeting in open combat. It would seep into every aspect of colonial society, turning personal grievances into political persecutions and political disagreements into personal vendettas. The Loyalists, those who remained faithful to the crown, weren't simply cowards or bootlickers, whatever the patriot propaganda might suggest. Many of them were thoughtful people who genuinely believed that the British constitutional system, however imperfect, provided better protection for liberty than whatever untested experiment the revolutionaries were proposing. They looked at the mobs that had destroyed Thomas Hutchinson's home, at the intimidation and violence that increasingly characterized patriot resistance, and they wondered whether this was really what English liberty looked like. Others among the Loyalists were simply realistic about power. Britain was going to win. How could it not? The colonies had no navy, no professional army, no foreign allies, no established government capable of coordinating a sustained military effort. Resistance was romantic but futile. The smart play was to remain loyal, ride out the storm, and be well positioned when order was inevitably restored. They would turn out to be wrong, but they weren't foolish for thinking what they thought. The American Revolution succeeded against overwhelming odds through a combination of strategic mistakes by the British, crucial foreign intervention, and sheer stubborn persistence by the American forces. None of that was predictable in advance. The Loyalists who expected British victory were being perfectly rational given the information available to them. The revolutionaries, meanwhile, were placing their bets on something harder to measure: the power of ideas to motivate sacrifice. They believed, or at least many of them believed, that they were fighting for principles that transcended immediate practical calculations. Liberty, self-governance, the rights of Englishmen, the dignity of free people. These abstractions were worth the concrete risks of rebellion. They might lose everything, including their lives. But some things were worse than death, and tyranny was one of them. This was the revolutionary generation at its most admirable and its most dangerous. Admirable because they were willing to sacrifice for something larger than themselves. Dangerous because people who believe they are fighting for transcendent principles can justify extraordinary violence and extraordinary intolerance toward those who disagree. The same conviction that powered revolutionary resistance could also power persecution of loyalists, suppression of dissent, and all the other dark tendencies that revolutions tend to unleash. The American Revolution was not a clean struggle between good and evil, freedom and tyranny. It was a messy, bloody, complicated conflict involving imperfect people on all sides. Patriots committed atrocities. Loyalists had legitimate grievances. The principles of liberty that the revolutionaries proclaimed would be applied selectively, excluding women, enslaved people, indigenous nations, and plenty of others from the benefits of the new order being created. But recognizing complexity shouldn't prevent us from recognizing significance. Something genuinely new was being attempted. A government based on popular sovereignty and individual rights. A nation defined not by blood or soil, but by shared commitment to political principles. An experiment in self-governance that would inspire revolutionary movements around the world for centuries to come. Whether that experiment would succeed, whether it would even survive its first decade, remained to be seen. The colonists standing on those village greens in the spring of 1775 had no guarantees. They had only their convictions, their communities, and their willingness to risk everything on a proposition that had never been tested. The philosophical foundations of their rebellion were deeper than most of them probably realized. They were drawing on Enlightenment ideas about natural rights, on Whig theories about the limitations of governmental power, on religious traditions that emphasized individual conscience and covenantal communities. The intellectual architecture of revolution had been constructed over generations by thinkers who never expected their theories to be put into practice so dramatically. John Locke, writing nearly a century earlier, had argued that legitimate government rested on the consent of the governed, and that people had the right to resist tyranny. These ideas, radical in Locke's time, had become common currency among educated colonists. They provided the intellectual justification for what the colonists were feeling instinctively. That something had gone wrong in their relationship with Britain, something that went beyond specific taxes and specific policies to the fundamental nature of legitimate authority. The colonies were also shaped by a specifically American form of Protestant Christianity that emphasized individual interpretation of Scripture and suspicion of hierarchical authority. The Puritan tradition in New England, the Quaker experiment in Pennsylvania, the Baptist and Methodist movements spreading through the southern colonies. All of these contributed to a religious culture that was skeptical of top-down control and supportive of local self-determination. When colonial preachers thundered against British tyranny from their pulpits, they weren't just making political arguments. They were framing the conflict in cosmic terms, as a struggle between godly liberty and satanic oppression. This religious dimension gave revolutionary sentiment an emotional intensity that purely secular arguments couldn't match. People will die for political principles. They will die even more readily for religious convictions. The practical experience of colonial life reinforced these theoretical commitments. Generation after generation of colonists had learned through daily experience that they could govern themselves, that they didn't need distant authorities to tell them what to do, that local communities could solve their own problems. This wasn't ideology. It was lived reality. The revolution was partly about defending what colonists already had against what they feared Britain wanted to take away. And now the moment of truth was approaching. All the arguments and ideologies, all the protests and boycotts, all the resolutions and petitions, none of it would matter if the colonists weren't willing to back their words with action. The British military was moving, preparing to seize colonial weapons and arrest colonial leaders. The choice was stark: submit or fight. They would fight, not all of them, but enough of them, enough to maintain an army in the field for 8 years, enough to endure defeats that would have broken lesser movements, enough to ultimately exhaust British will to continue the conflict. The revolution would succeed not because the colonists had better arguments, though they thought they did, but because they were willing to suffer for those arguments longer than Britain was willing to inflict suffering. But all of that lay ahead. In the spring of 1775, nothing was certain except that the old order was ending. The political and economic ties that had bound the colonies to Britain were fraying beyond repair. The shared identity as British subjects was giving way to something new, something that didn't yet have a name. The revolution was coming, whether anyone was ready for it or not. Revolutions don't organize themselves. They require infrastructure, networks of communication, chains of command, methods of coordination that can turn individual anger into collective action. The American colonies in the 1760s had plenty of anger floating around, but anger alone doesn't topple empires. You need organization. You need leadership. You need, frankly, people willing to do the dirty work that polite society prefers not to acknowledge. Enter the Sons of Liberty. The name sounds noble, doesn't it? It evokes images of principled patriots standing firm for constitutional rights, perhaps wearing tricorn hats and looking dignified against a gray sky. The reality was considerably messier. The Sons of Liberty were part political organization, part street gang, and part vigilante mob, depending on what the situation required. They emerged in the summer of 1765, rising from the chaos of the Stamp Act protests, and they would become the organizational backbone of colonial resistance for the next decade. The origins of the group were appropriately murky. In Boston, the nucleus formed around a social club called the Loyal Nine. Merchants, distillers, printers, and other middle-class men who had the resources and motivation to organize resistance. They weren't the rabble themselves, but they knew how to mobilize the rabble when necessary. Think of them as revolutionary middle management, too respectable to personally throw rocks through windows, but perfectly willing to suggest that windows might benefit from some rock-based attention. The name Sons of Liberty came from a debate in Parliament of all places. Isaac Barré, a member who opposed the Stamp Act, had referred to the colonists as Sons of Liberty during his speech against the legislation. The phrase caught on in the colonies with the speed that catchy slogans always do. Soon, groups calling themselves Sons of Liberty were sprouting in every major colonial city, loosely affiliated, but sharing tactics, correspondence, and a fundamental commitment to making life miserable for anyone who cooperated with British taxation. Their methods ranged from the civilized to the terrifying. On the civilized end, they organized boycotts, circulated petitions, and published pamphlets explaining why the Stamp Act was unconstitutional. They held public meetings where respectable citizens could voice their opposition through proper channels. They wrote letters to newspapers, engaged in public debates, and generally behaved like concerned citizens exercising their rights. On the terrifying end, they burned effigies, destroyed property, and threatened violence against anyone associated with the hated stamps. The line between protest and mob action was blurry at best, and the Sons of Liberty seemed perfectly comfortable operating on both sides of it. Their message to stamp distributors was simple: resign your position or face consequences that would make resignation seem like the attractive option. The stamp distributor for Massachusetts was a man named Andrew Oliver, and his experience illustrated the Sons' methods perfectly. In August 1765, an effigy of Oliver appeared hanging from a tree that would become known as the Liberty Tree, a large elm in Boston that served as the unofficial headquarters of Patriot activity. The effigy dangled there all day, drawing crowds who understood exactly what message was being sent. That evening, the crowd cut down the effigy and carried it through the streets to Oliver's home, where they proceeded to demolish a building he owned, and then moved on to his house, smashing windows and destroying his garden. Oliver got the message. He resigned the next day, publicly and dramatically, standing under the very tree where his effigy had hung. It was a humiliation designed to be witnessed, a public ritual of submission that demonstrated the power of organized resistance. Other stamp distributors across the colonies watched and learned. Many resigned preemptively, deciding that no government salary was worth facing similar treatment. The violence wasn't random, though it might have seemed that way to its victims. The Sons of Liberty understood the importance of targeted intimidation. They weren't trying to burn down cities or murder officials. That would have turned public opinion against them and given the British an excuse for harsh repression. Instead, they aimed for calibrated terror, enough violence to make cooperation with British policy personally costly, not enough to seem like an eruption of pure chaos. It was a delicate balance, and they mostly managed to maintain it. Property destruction was their preferred method. Homes were ransacked but rarely burned. Furniture was smashed, windows broken, wine cellars emptied, but families were typically allowed to flee before the mob arrived. The message was clear: Your possessions are not safe if you cooperate with tyranny. Your life probably is. Probably. The uncertainty was part of the point. Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson learned this lesson in spectacular fashion. His Boston mansion was systematically destroyed by a mob that spent an entire night dismantling his life. They took axes to his furniture, scattered his papers, drank his wine, and stripped the building down to its structural frame. Hutchinson's collection of historical documents, irreplaceable records of early Massachusetts history, was thrown into the street. His family barely escaped ahead of the destruction. Hutchinson wasn't even a stamp distributor. He had simply been associated with the colonial establishment, had expressed moderate views that could be interpreted as sympathy for British authority. That was enough. The attack on his home sent a message that extended far beyond the immediate controversy over stamps. Choose your side carefully, because neutrality might not protect you. The class dynamics of these mobs were complicated. The leadership of the Sons of Liberty tended to be middle class. Merchants, lawyers, printers, craftsmen with some education and property. But the muscle came from below. Sailors, laborers, apprentices, the working poor who had their own grievances against the colonial order and found in political protest an outlet for broader frustrations. When a mob gathered to protest the Stamp Act, the composition was decidedly mixed. Respectable citizens rubbed shoulders with dock workers, and everyone pretended that the property destruction was spontaneous rather than carefully orchestrated. This arrangement suited the leadership perfectly. They could mobilize popular anger when needed while maintaining plausible deniability about the whole affair, a pattern that would repeat itself throughout the Revolutionary period, and probably throughout history, whenever respectable people have needed things done that they would prefer not to have done in their name. There is something almost restful about the middle of a story. The beginning has already happened. The ending is not yet visible. You are in the long middle, where people are making choices, building things, not quite knowing what they are building toward. That's where we find ourselves now, in the long middle of the colonial resistance. The decade before the shooting started was not empty time. It was the time when everything that would matter later was assembled, piece by piece, in plain sight. Samuel Adams was probably the most skilled organizer the Sons of Liberty ever produced. And what he produced, more than anything else, was distance. Distance between himself and the things he caused to happen. He wrote inflammatory articles for newspapers. He coordinated resistance across colonial boundaries. He had a way of being nearby when mobs gathered, and somehow never quite at the front of the crowd. When critics accused him of inciting violence, Adams expressed shock that anyone would suggest such a thing. The crowds acted on their own initiative, surely. He was just a humble citizen expressing his constitutional concerns. You can almost hear the studied innocence in that response, the slight wounded tone, the careful blankness. The propaganda operation that accompanied this street-level organizing was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Colonial printers, many of them Sons of Liberty themselves, turned out pamphlets, broadsides, and newspaper articles explaining why resistance was necessary and justified. They developed a shared vocabulary: liberty and tyranny, slavery and freedom. That would frame the entire conflict for years to come. This language was deliberately dramatic. The Stamp Act wasn't just unfair taxation. It was an attempt to enslave free Englishmen. British policies weren't just misguided. They were part of a deliberate conspiracy to destroy colonial liberty. Parliamentary ministers weren't just mistaken. They were corrupt tools of despotism. The rhetoric was heated, apocalyptic, designed to convince colonists that they faced an existential threat requiring extraordinary measures. Modern readers might find this language overblown. An attack on paper products hardly seems like slavery. But the colonists weren't being irrational. They were thinking in terms of precedent and trajectory, not immediate impact. If Parliament could tax them without their consent once, it could tax them forever. If their property could be taken without representation, they had no real property rights at all. The Stamp Act itself was a minor inconvenience. What it represented was a fundamental transformation in the relationship between colony and empire. The pamphleteers made this argument over and over, in every possible variation. Some appealed to English constitutional history. Some invoked natural rights philosophy. Some used religious language about divine liberty. Some simply described the practical consequences of submitting to unconstitutional taxation. Whatever angle they took, the conclusion was always the same. Resistance was not just permissible, but obligatory. A free people who accepted tyranny deserved whatever followed. The Sons of Liberty understood that controlling the narrative was as important as controlling the streets. They gave names to events, and those names shaped how people understood them for generations. When British soldiers shot into a Boston crowd in 1770, it became the Boston Massacre. Not a riot, not a confrontation, not even an incident, a massacre. The word was chosen deliberately, emotionally, designed to evoke maximum outrage. Never mind that only 5 people died. Never mind that the soldiers had been provoked. Never mind that a Boston jury eventually acquitted most of them. Massacre stuck, and massacre it would remain. Paul Revere's famous engraving of the event was propaganda of the highest order. It showed disciplined British soldiers firing in formation on unarmed civilians, with an officer clearly giving the command to shoot. None of this was accurate. The actual event was chaotic, confusing, with both sides contributing to the escalation. But Revere's image told a story that served the patriot cause. And that story spread through the colonies, reproduced and redistributed, until it became the truth that everyone knew. The committees of correspondence that developed after 1772 took the propaganda operation to another level. Samuel Adams proposed the idea in Boston, a permanent committee that would communicate with similar committees in other towns about threats to colonial liberty. The innovation spread rapidly. Soon, every colony had its network of correspondence committees, sharing news, coordinating responses, and maintaining the sense of unified resistance that had first emerged during the Stamp Act crisis. These committees were, in effect, a parallel government. They operated outside official channels, accountable to no royal authority, united by shared ideology rather than legal mandate. The infrastructure of revolution was being constructed in plain sight, and British authorities seemed unable or unwilling to stop it. Not everyone was pleased with this development. Colonial society was fracturing along political lines, and the fractures ran deep. Those who supported resistance increasingly called themselves patriots, a term that conveniently implied their opponents were something other than patriotic. Those who remained loyal to the crown were loyalists or Tories, terms that carried increasingly negative weight as the conflict intensified. The division didn't follow any simple pattern. You couldn't predict someone's political allegiance just by knowing their occupation, religion, or social class. Wealthy merchants could be patriots or loyalists, depending on whether their business interests aligned with boycotts or British trade. Ministers might preach resistance or submission, depending on their theological convictions. Farmers might support either side, depending on local circumstances, personal relationships, and individual temperament. But some patterns did emerge. Royal officials, and those dependent on royal patronage, tended toward loyalty. Their livelihoods depended on continued British rule. Recent immigrants from Britain often remained loyal as well, having not yet developed the distinctive colonial identity that older families had acquired over generations. Anglican clergy, whose church was headed by the king, frequently supported the crown, while Congregationalist and Presbyterian ministers were more likely to favor resistance. In certain regions, loyalty to the crown reflected ethnic and religious tensions that long predated the imperial crisis. In the back country of the Carolinas, Scots-Irish settlers who had clashed with the Eastern colonial establishment saw little reason to support a revolution led by their local rivals. In New York, tenant farmers who had long struggled against powerful landlords, many of whom became patriots, sometimes supported the British simply because their landlords did not. The social pressure to choose sides was intense and growing. Neutrality became increasingly difficult to maintain as both patriots and loyalists demanded declarations of allegiance. Committees of safety, local bodies established to enforce resistance measures, investigated suspected loyalists, published their names, and organized boycotts against their businesses. Refusing to sign a non-importation agreement or continuing to drink British tea could mark you as an enemy of liberty, with all the social and economic consequences that entailed. You are standing outside a Boston shop in the autumn of 1770. The air is cold and sharp, smelling of wood smoke and salt. A printed sheet has been nailed to a post across the street. You don't need to read it to know what it says. You can tell by the way your neighbor walked past it without looking at it. By the way the man who runs the shop next door looked at you just now, then looked away. Everyone already knows. It's only a matter of what you do next. The tactics used against loyalists escalated along with the broader conflict. Early measures were primarily economic and social: shunning, boycotts, public shaming. Suspected loyalists found their names printed in newspapers, their businesses abandoned by former customers, their social standing destroyed. In a society where reputation was everything, this was serious punishment. But as tensions rose, so did the violence. Tar and feathering, that iconic image of revolutionary justice, was neither symbolic nor gentle. The tar used was pine tar, heated until liquid, then poured over the victim's body before feathers were applied. The process caused serious burns. It was excruciatingly painful to reverse. It was public humiliation combined with physical torture, designed to terrorize not just the individual victim, but anyone who might be tempted towards similar disloyalty. The Sons of Liberty and their affiliated groups didn't tar and feather randomly. The practice was reserved for people who had committed specific offenses against the patriot cause. Customs informers who helped British authorities catch smugglers, merchants who broke non-importation agreements, individuals who had spoken too loudly in favor of British policy. The punishment was meant to fit the crime, at least in the logic of revolutionary justice. You had betrayed the community. Now the community would mark you as a traitor. Some historians have argued that this violence was counterproductive, that it alienated potential supporters and gave loyalists legitimate grievances. There's something to this view. People who might have remained neutral were pushed toward loyalty by patriot intimidation. The heavy-handed tactics of local committees created enemies who might otherwise have simply stayed out of the conflict. But the Sons of Liberty and their allies weren't primarily concerned with winning hearts and minds through gentle persuasion. They were trying to make resistance effective, and effectiveness required solidarity. If merchants could break boycotts without consequence, the boycotts would fail. If loyalists could organize openly, they might provide crucial support to British authority. The violence wasn't random brutality. It was strategic enforcement of collective action. The propaganda justifying this violence drew on a long tradition of popular justice. Crowds enforcing community standards had a history in England stretching back centuries. Rough music, charivari, skimmington rides, various forms of mob action against those who violated social norms. The Sons of Liberty could present themselves as continuing that tradition, defending community values against outside threats. They weren't lawless mobs. They were the authentic voice of the people, exercising legitimate authority when official institutions had failed. This ideology of popular sovereignty was genuinely radical, even if those articulating it didn't always recognize how radical it was. The idea that legitimate authority came from the people rather than from the crown, that communities could constitute themselves and enforce their own standards without royal sanction. These were revolutionary principles with implications that extended far beyond the immediate conflict with Britain. Not all patriots were comfortable with where this logic led. Elite leaders like John Adams worried about mob rule, about the breakdown of social order, about what would happen when the violence they had helped unleash could no longer be controlled. They wanted resistance to British tyranny, not anarchy. They wanted to replace one form of constitutional government with another, not to destroy the very concept of government. This tension between elite leadership and popular mobilization would run through the entire revolutionary period. The wealthy merchants and lawyers who drafted resolutions and organized committees needed the crowds who enforced boycotts and intimidated loyalists. But they also feared those crowds. They tried to channel popular energy toward British authority while protecting their own position in colonial society. It was a careful balance, and it wasn't always kept. The role of women in this resistance movement deserves particular attention, partly because it is so often overlooked. Women couldn't vote, couldn't hold office, couldn't participate in the formal political structures of colonial life, but they could participate in boycotts, and their participation was essential to making those boycotts work. The non-importation agreements targeted consumer goods that women typically purchased: tea, cloth, household items. If women continued buying British products, the boycotts would fail regardless of what men decided in their meetings. Patriot leaders understood this. They explicitly appealed to women's political role as consumers. Daughters of Liberty organized spinning bees, producing homespun cloth to replace British textiles. They signed public pledges to abstain from tea. They pressured their families and neighbors to maintain solidarity. A woman who chose to serve coffee instead of tea was making a political statement. A woman who wore homespun instead of imported fabric was declaring her allegiance. The domestic sphere became a site of political contestation, and women's choices became matters of public significance. The propaganda of the period explicitly celebrated female patriots. Newspaper articles praised women who maintained the boycotts, held up spinning bees as examples of patriotic virtue, and shamed those who continued consuming British goods. This recognition of women's political agency was limited. Nobody was suggesting women should vote or hold office, but it was real. The revolution needed women's participation, and it acknowledged that need publicly. Young people, too, were drawn into the conflict in ways that shaped their identities for life. Children grew up hearing their parents debate politics, watching mobs gather in the streets, learning that the world was divided between liberty and tyranny. Apprentices and young workers provided much of the muscle for patriot crowds, finding in political action an outlet for energies that colonial society otherwise constrained. The ideological education of this generation happened through lived experience as much as through formal instruction. They learned that organized resistance could challenge powerful authorities. They learned that collective action could achieve what individual complaint could not. They learned that violence, carefully applied, could be an effective political tool. These lessons would shape how they understood politics for the rest of their lives. The British authorities, meanwhile, seemed consistently unable to develop an effective response to the growing resistance movement. They had the military power to suppress open rebellion. But the resistance wasn't quite open rebellion. It was something more ambiguous, harder to address with bayonets and warships. When mobs destroyed property, who exactly should be arrested? The participants disguised themselves or enjoyed the protection of communities that refused to identify them. When newspapers printed seditious material, should the printers be prosecuted? Colonial juries repeatedly refused to convict. When royal officials tried to enforce customs laws, they found themselves surrounded by hostile crowds with no military backup nearby. The structural problem was this: British authority in the colonies had always depended on colonial cooperation. There weren't enough royal officials or soldiers to govern 13 colonies by force. The system worked because colonists generally accepted its legitimacy, obeyed its laws, and participated in its institutions. Once that acceptance wavered, the whole apparatus began to crumble. Governor Thomas Hutchinson of Massachusetts was perhaps the most capable and dedicated royal official in the colonies, and even he couldn't stem the tide. He understood colonial society better than most. He was himself a colonial, from a family that had been in Massachusetts for generations. He tried to enforce the law while showing sympathy for colonial concerns. It didn't matter. To the Patriots, he was a tool of tyranny. To the British ministry, he was too soft on rebellion. He was caught between two irreconcilable positions, and his home paid the price. The failure of British policy in this period stemmed partly from a fundamental misunderstanding of what was happening in the colonies. Parliament and the ministry saw resistance as the work of a radical minority, agitators who had somehow deceived the basically loyal colonial population. Suppress the agitators, enforce the law firmly, and the trouble would end. This analysis wasn't entirely wrong. There were radical leaders who organized resistance and shaped its direction, but it missed the depth of popular sentiment that made that organizing possible. The Sons of Liberty didn't create opposition to British policy. They channeled and organized opposition that already existed. Samuel Adams didn't invent colonial anger about taxation without representation. He gave that anger effective expression. The crowds that gathered in colonial streets weren't rented mobs paid to make trouble. They were communities expressing genuine grievances through traditional forms of popular action. By the early 1770s, the organizational infrastructure of resistance was firmly established. The Sons of Liberty had networks in every major city. Committees of correspondence linked the colonies together. Non-importation agreements provided a template for collective action. Propaganda organs churned out pamphlets and newspaper articles. And perhaps most importantly, a generation of leaders had emerged who knew how to mobilize popular anger into effective political action. The Loyalists were organizing too, of course. They had their own newspapers, their own networks, their own arguments about why resistance was foolish and dangerous. But they were fighting at a disadvantage. The Patriots controlled the streets in most major cities. Patriot committees enforced conformity while Loyalist organizing was suppressed. The momentum was with resistance, and those who opposed it found themselves increasingly marginalized. The propaganda war increasingly favored the Patriot side. They had better slogans. No taxation without representation was impossible to argue against directly. They had more compelling narratives, fighting for ancient English liberties against ministerial corruption. They had moral clarity. Who could be against freedom? The Loyalists were stuck defending complexity, arguing that the constitutional situation was more nuanced than the Patriots admitted, that British authority had a legitimate basis, that the costs of resistance outweighed the benefits. Nuance doesn't make good propaganda. The acknowledgement that the constitutional situation is more complicated than you've been led to believe doesn't fit on a broadside or inspire a crowd. The Patriots understood this, perhaps instinctively. They simplified. They dramatized. They told a story of good against evil that everyone could follow. The truth was messier, but messier truths rarely win political conflicts. The most effective Patriot propaganda appealed to fears that went beyond the immediate taxation disputes. The colonists were being told there was a deliberate conspiracy to enslave them, that corrupt ministers in London were systematically planning to destroy American liberty. This conspiracy theory, and it was a conspiracy theory, even if the colonists believed it sincerely, gave coherence to disparate grievances. Every British policy became evidence of the conspiracy. Every royal official was a potential agent of enslavement. Resistance wasn't just about taxes, it was about survival. Modern historians have debated how seriously to take this conspiratorial worldview. The colonists clearly believed it. Their private letters and diaries show the same fears they expressed publicly. But was there actually a conspiracy to enslave them? The evidence suggests not. British policy was inconsistent, reactive, driven more by short-term financial pressures than by any coherent plan. The ministry wasn't trying to destroy colonial liberty. It was trying to balance the imperial budget. But the perception of conspiracy was as important as the reality. If colonists believed they faced an existential threat, they would act accordingly. The propaganda that convinced them of this threat was perhaps the most consequential political communication of the entire revolutionary period. As 1773 turned to 1774, and the Boston Tea Party brought the crisis to a new peak, all of these organizational and ideological developments came together. The committees of correspondence coordinated the colonial response to the Intolerable Acts. The propaganda machinery framed British retaliation as proof of the conspiracy they had long warned about. The networks of Sons of Liberty prepared for resistance that might now require more than boycotts and mob action. The Continental Congress that assembled in Philadelphia in September 1774 was the culmination of a decade of organizational development. It brought together leaders who had been corresponding for years, who had coordinated resistance across colonial boundaries, who had developed a shared understanding of their situation and their options. They weren't strangers meeting for the first time. They were colleagues in a movement that had been building since 1765. The delegates who gathered in Philadelphia represented the elite leadership of colonial resistance: lawyers, merchants, planters, men of property and education. But behind them stood the broader movement, the Sons of Liberty who had organized the streets, the committees that had enforced the boycotts, the printers who had spread the word, the women who had made the economic resistance effective, the crowds who had made cooperation with British authority personally dangerous. This movement had achieved something genuinely remarkable. It had created unified colonial resistance when none had existed before. It had developed effective tactics of protest and coercion. It had built communications networks that crossed colonial boundaries. It had articulated an ideology that justified resistance and predicted its necessity. It had identified leadership and developed their skills through years of practice. What it had not yet done was fight a war. That would come soon enough. The skills that served for organizing boycotts and coordinating protests would prove less directly applicable to military campaigns. But the movement would adapt, as movements do. The organizational capacity that had made peaceful resistance possible would be redirected toward armed struggle. The Sons of Liberty and their allies had prepared the ground. They had convinced enough colonists that resistance was necessary and justified. They had made loyalty to the crown socially costly and dangerous. They had created the conditions in which ordinary people would be willing to take up arms against the mightiest empire on earth. Whether that had been wise, whether the coming war would be worth its costs, would be debated for generations. Before we leave this chapter of organizational development, it is worth pausing on just how unprecedented this achievement was. In an age without telephones, without the internet, without any of the communication technologies we now take for granted, a loosely connected network of activists had managed to coordinate resistance across 13 colonies spread over 1,000 miles of coastline. Messages traveled by horse and ship, taking days or weeks to arrive. And yet somehow, when Parliament passed the Stamp Act, protests erupted almost simultaneously in cities that had no way of coordinating in real time. The secret was preparation. The committees of correspondence didn't just react to events, they anticipated them. They had pre-established protocols for how to respond to various British actions. They had identified local leaders in each town who could mobilize their communities. They had developed a shared vocabulary and shared arguments that could be deployed instantly when needed. When crisis came, everyone already knew their role. This organizational sophistication reflected years of experience with colonial institutions. These weren't uneducated people fumbling toward revolution. Many of the leaders were lawyers who understood how to draft resolutions and navigate procedural complexities. Many were merchants who understood logistics and supply chains. Many were printers who understood how to manufacture and distribute persuasive content. They brought professional skills to the revolutionary enterprise. The funding of resistance activities remained somewhat murky. Revolutionary movements rarely keep transparent financial records, but the Sons of Liberty clearly had resources: money to print pamphlets, to organize events, to support activists who dedicated themselves full-time to the cause. Some of this came from wealthy merchants who saw British taxation as a threat to their business interests. Some came from collections at taverns and town meetings. Some came from smuggling operations that had both financial and political motivations. The tavern, incidentally, deserves recognition as a crucial institution of colonial resistance. Taverns were where men gathered after work, where news was shared and discussed, where political opinions were formed and expressed. They were the social media of their time, platforms for the rapid spread of information and the formation of public opinion. The Sons of Liberty understood this. They made sure their message dominated tavern conversations. Certain taverns became known as Patriot headquarters. Boston's Green Dragon Tavern was sometimes called the headquarters of the Revolution. A place where Samuel Adams held court, where plans were hatched, where the Boston Tea Party was allegedly organized. Similar establishments existed in every colonial city. If you wanted to know what the Patriots were thinking, you went to the right tavern and listened. The British authorities were naturally aware that taverns served as centers of sedition. But what could they do? Close them? That would only confirm Patriot claims about tyranny while depriving communities of essential social infrastructure. Arrest the patrons? On what charge? Having strong opinions while drinking. The informality of tavern politics made it almost impossible to suppress. The role of alcohol in revolutionary mobilization is one of those topics that historians discuss with careful academic neutrality. But the honest observation is this: a great deal of revolutionary fervor was lubricated by rum. The crowds that gathered for protests were frequently crowds that had been drinking. The courage to face down British authority was sometimes liquid courage. This doesn't delegitimize the revolutionary cause. People throughout history have used alcohol as social glue. But it does complicate the image of sober, principled patriots making calm, rational decisions about constitutional principles. The street theater of resistance was carefully choreographed. When effigies were burned, the timing and location were chosen for maximum visibility. When mobs gathered, there were often marshals directing the action, making sure the violence stayed within acceptable bounds, making sure the right messages were communicated. This wasn't spontaneous popular uprising. It was political theater with a script. The symbolism mattered enormously. The Liberty Tree in Boston became a sacred space, a gathering point where patriots could demonstrate their commitment to the cause. Other colonies adopted their own Liberty Trees, creating a shared symbolic vocabulary across colonial boundaries. Liberty poles, tall masts raised in public squares, served similar functions, becoming focal points for patriot activity and targets for loyalist opposition. When British soldiers cut down Liberty poles, patriots raised them again. When loyalists attacked patriot symbols, it only reinforced the narrative of tyranny against liberty. The British authorities never quite understood that they were fighting a symbolic war as much as a political one, that every act of repression became material for patriot propaganda. The postal system, controlled by the Crown, was viewed with suspicion by patriot organizers. They assumed, probably correctly, that their mail might be intercepted and read. This led to the development of alternative communication networks. Trusted writers who carried messages outside official channels, coded language that concealed the true meaning of correspondence, face-to-face meetings to discuss matters too sensitive for writing. This culture of secrecy contributed to the conspiratorial mindset that characterized patriot thinking. If you assume your communications are being monitored, you start thinking like a conspirator. And if you're thinking like a conspirator, it becomes easy to assume your opponents are conspirators too. The practical necessities of organizing resistance reinforced the ideological conviction that British authorities were engaged in a secret plot against colonial liberty. The Loyalist experience during this period deserves more attention than it usually receives. These were people trying to live their lives while their communities transformed around them. Imagine being a shopkeeper in Boston in 1770, trying to maintain neutrality while your customers demanded political declarations. Imagine being a royal official, appointed to serve the king, watching your authority evaporate as patriot committees assumed functions that had belonged to the crown. Some loyalists were genuinely principled. They believed that the rule of law required respect for established authority, even when that authority made mistakes. They looked at the mob violence of the patriot movement and saw not liberty but chaos, not principled resistance but lawless thuggery. They worried about what kind of society would emerge if every grievance justified popular uprising. Others were simply practical. They had businesses that depended on British trade, positions that depended on royal appointment, social networks that connected them to the imperial system. Revolution threatened everything they had built. Even if they had theoretical sympathy for colonial complaints, they couldn't afford to join a movement that might destroy their livelihood. The social pressure on loyalists was relentless and cumulative. It started with pointed questions from neighbors. Where do you stand? Are you with us or against us? Then came economic pressure. Patriot customers taking their business elsewhere, patriot suppliers refusing to deal with suspected Tories. Then came the public shaming, names published in newspapers, reputations destroyed in communities where reputation was everything. And for those who persisted, the story continues. But that is a thread we will follow in time. For now, let this much settle. The movement was built. The networks were laid. The arguments were made and remade and distributed on horseback across 1,000 miles of coastline. The taverns were loud. The committees were meeting. The Liberty trees were standing in their town squares, and something that had never quite existed before was taking shape in the air of the colonies. Whether anyone fully understood what they were building, that is the question that stays with you, quiet and unresolved, the way the best historical questions always do. Rather than for good behavior. The colony that had been the center of resistance would have resistance made structurally impossible, or so Parliament hoped. The Administration of Justice Act addressed the problem that colonial courts had proven impossible to control. Officials accused of crimes committed, while enforcing royal authority, could be transferred to British courts for trial. This meant that soldiers who shot colonists, customs officers who violated colonial rights, any representative of the crown who faced colonial justice could escape that justice by having their case moved beyond colonial reach. The Patriots called it the Murder Act. The name stuck. The Quartering Act was updated as well, giving military commanders greater authority to house troops in occupied buildings, no longer dependent on colonial cooperation that was never going to materialize anyway. And then there was the Quebec Act, which Parliament did not intend as a punitive measure, but which the colonists received as one. The Quebec Act extended the boundaries of the province of Quebec southward into the Ohio Valley, the very territory that American colonists had assumed would be open to settlement after the French and Indian War. It also gave official recognition to the Catholic Church in Quebec, allowing French Canadian Catholics to practice their religion and hold public office. In Parliament's view, this was sensible governance of a recently acquired population with different traditions. In colonial eyes, it was a Catholic conspiracy, a papal plot, a deliberate attempt to surround Protestant colonies with Catholic authority while blocking westward expansion. The religious dimension is easy to underestimate from a secular modern perspective, but in 1774, anti-Catholic sentiment in Protestant New England ran very deep indeed. The idea that Parliament would extend tolerance to Catholicism while simultaneously crushing Protestant colonial liberties seemed to confirm every fear about tyrannical conspiracy. Parliament had miscalculated. Rather than isolating Boston and punishing Massachusetts into submission, the coercive acts united the colonies in common cause. The other colonies looked at what was being done to Massachusetts and understood that they could be next. If Parliament could close Boston's port, restrict Massachusetts' self-governance, transfer colonial trials to British courts, it could do the same to any colony that showed insufficient obedience. The threat was not just to Massachusetts, but to the entire colonial system of self-governance. The response was the First Continental Congress, which met in Philadelphia in September 1774. Delegates from 12 colonies gathered, Georgia being the exception, to coordinate a colonial response to the coercive acts. It was the most significant act of intercolonial cooperation yet undertaken, bringing together men who had previously met only in correspondence, putting faces to names, creating the personal relationships that would prove essential in the years ahead. The Congress was not a revolutionary body, or at least it did not present itself as one. Most delegates still hoped for reconciliation with Britain on acceptable terms. They wanted recognition of their constitutional rights, not independence. But the machinery of cooperation they created, the agreements they reached, the precedents they set, all of these moved the colonies closer to something that looked very much like a government. The Continental Association that the Congress established created a comprehensive system of economic pressure. Non-importation of British goods would begin in December 1774. Non-exportation to Britain would follow in September 1775 if grievances remained unaddressed. The enforcement mechanism was the local committees of observation and inspection, which would monitor compliance and deal with violators. This was not merely a trade policy. It was a parallel governmental structure, operating outside royal authority, with the power to enforce its decisions through social and economic pressure. The king's government existed in the colonies in theory. The Continental Association's committees were becoming the government in practice. The Congress also sent an address to the king, petitions to Parliament, an address to the people of Britain, and an address to the people of Quebec, attempting to explain the colonial position and appeal for support or at minimum understanding. The Quebec Address, appealing to French-Canadian Catholics to join the resistance against British tyranny, had a certain ironic quality given the simultaneous colonial hysteria about the Quebec Act and Catholicism. Human consistency has never been history's strong suit. The delegates returned to their home colonies to implement the association's provisions and prepare for the next Congress that would meet in May 1775. The assumption was that things might get worse before they got better, that Britain might respond to the association with further coercive measures. The colonial military preparations that had been ongoing quietly accelerated. Militia companies drilled more seriously. Weapons and powder were stockpiled. The Minuteman system was developed in Massachusetts, companies of militia designated to be ready to march at a minute's notice. The language was defensive. We are merely prepared to defend our rights, but the preparations themselves were becoming something more than defensive. The British military commander in Boston, General Thomas Gage, watched these preparations with professional concern. Gage had served in America before, he knew the country, and he harbored no illusions about the difficulty of military operations against a hostile rural population. He needed more troops, more resources, clearer authority. What he got was orders to seize colonial military supplies and arrest the ringleaders of resistance. In April 1775, intelligence reported that colonial militias had been stockpiling cannon, muskets, and powder at Concord. about 20 miles from Boston. Gage ordered a force of about 700 men to march to Concord, destroy the supplies, and perhaps seize Samuel Adams and John Hancock, who were believed to be in the area. The mission was meant to be secret. It was not secret. The colonial intelligence network that had been developed over years of resistance was functioning. Paul Revere and William Dawes rode out on the night of April 18, 1775, to warn the countryside. By the time the British column reached Lexington in the early morning of April 19th, the local militia was waiting. What happened on Lexington Green in the gray dawn of April 19, 1775, is disputed in the same way that many first shots are disputed. 77 militiamen faced hundreds of British regulars. The militia commander, Captain John Parker, told his men to stand their ground but not to fire unless fired upon. The British officers demanded the militia disperse. There was shouting, confusion, the kind of chaotic moment that contains all the potential for catastrophe. Someone fired. Both sides blamed the other, and the truth is probably lost in the noise and smoke of that morning. The militia dispersed, leaving 8 men dead on the green. The British column marched on to Concord, where they found that most of the supplies had already been removed or hidden. The militias had had warning enough to move the most important materials. The British destroyed what they found, a modest haul, then began the march back to Boston. That march back was a disaster. The countryside had been alerted. Militia companies converged from every direction. From behind stone walls and trees and barns, colonial marksmen fired into the British column. The redcoats who had marched out that morning in disciplined military order were, by afternoon, running for their lives. Reinforcements met them partway back, without which the column might not have made it to Boston at all. By the time they reached safety, 73 British soldiers were dead, 174 wounded, 26 missing. Colonial casualties were 49 dead, 39 wounded, 5 missing. The numbers are modest by the standards of what was to come, but the meaning was not modest at all. The colonists had stood and fought against professional British soldiers and had inflicted serious damage. The professional military wisdom that said colonial militia could not stand against regulars had been tested and found questionable. The siege of Boston began almost immediately, as colonial militia from across New England converged on the town, surrounding the British garrison. Within weeks, thousands of colonists had formed a besieging army of sorts. It wasn't a proper army, not yet. It lacked professional officers, standardized equipment, supply chains, and the 100 other things that make a military force functional. But it was there, and it was numerous, and it was angry. The Second Continental Congress met as scheduled in May 1775, now dealing with a crisis that had moved beyond political petition. There was a war on, at least in Massachusetts, and the Congress had to decide what to do about it. The delegates were not unanimous. There were still men in that room who believed reconciliation was possible, who thought the fighting in Massachusetts was a terrible mistake that should be stopped before it went further. There were others who had come to believe that independence was necessary, though few said so publicly yet. What they needed immediately was an army. Not just Massachusetts militias besieging Boston, but a continental force that could represent all the colonies, that could claim legitimacy as the military expression of united American resistance. The man they chose to command it was a Virginia planter and former militia officer named George Washington. The choice was partly military. Washington had relevant experience and carried himself with the authority that command requires, and partly political. A Virginian leading what had been largely a New England conflict transformed it into something continental. It bound the southern colonies to the cause in ways that a Massachusetts general commanding a Massachusetts army could not. Washington accepted the command with what he described as personal reluctance and genuine uncertainty about whether he was equal to the task. He said he didn't think he was qualified. He may have been right to worry. What he was about to face would challenge abilities far beyond anything his previous experience had prepared him for. The war that now began in earnest was not the war most people imagine when they think of the American Revolution. It was not a series of glorious battles ending in triumphant independence. It was years of grinding difficulty, near disaster, desperate improvisation, and survival against odds that often seemed overwhelming. But that is a story for the next part of our journey. For now, it is enough to rest in this moment, April 1775, when a decade of political conflict had just ignited into something no one could fully control. End source material. You are outputting part 4 of 12. Do not write an introduction or conclusion for the overall series. Begin mid-narrative, as if continuing from part 3. There is something particular about the way power unravels. Not all at once, not with a single crack, but slowly, the way ice gives way beneath a boot. Each small surrender of ground matters less than the accumulation of them. And by the winter of 1774, that accumulation had become very heavy indeed. The whole structure of representative government that Massachusetts had spent a century and a half building was being dismantled, piece by parliamentary decree. The Administration of Justice Act allowed royal officials accused of crimes in Massachusetts to be tried in England or in another colony, removing them from the jurisdiction of local juries. Critics called it the Murder Act. The argument was not subtle. What Massachusetts jury would convict a soldier for shooting a patriot? And what witness, even a willing one, could afford to travel to England to testify? The law had not simply changed the rules. It had quietly removed the consequences. The Quartering Act expanded what had come before, allowing governors to house troops not merely in empty buildings, but in occupied private homes if necessary. Soldiers could be placed in your house, eating at your table, sleeping under your roof, and there was nothing to be done about it. The privacy of the household, one of the most fundamental rights any Englishman had ever claimed for himself, was now subject to military convenience. You wake before dawn, and for a moment the house feels as it always did. Then you hear the sound of boots on the floor below, the clatter of someone else's belongings, voices in a language that is yours, but belongs to people who are not. There is a smell of damp wool and pipe smoke that isn't your own. You lie still and stare at the ceiling. Together, these acts represented something genuinely different from what had come before. Previous policies had been objectionable, a duty here, a tax there, specific grievances that could at least theoretically be addressed through negotiation. The Intolerable Acts were not specific grievances. They targeted the fundamental structures of colonial self-governance. They criminalized resistance itself. They announced, as clearly as any declaration could, that Parliament claimed unlimited power over colonial affairs and was prepared to use that power destructively. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, added a different kind of anxiety to the existing political outrage. It extended the boundaries of Quebec southward and granted religious toleration to Catholics in the province. From Parliament's perspective, this was sensible administration of a newly acquired territory whose population was predominantly Catholic and French. From the perspective of Protestant New England, it was something closer to a nightmare. Catholic power expanding on their borders, a possible precedent for what might come next. The conspiratorial worldview that already saw ministerial plots in every policy directive now had what felt like evidence of religious tyranny layered on top of political tyranny. The colonial response to the Intolerable Acts was swift in a way that must have surprised the ministry in London. Boston's suffering was not allowed to remain Boston's alone. The other colonies understood, with a clarity that transcended argument, that what happened to Massachusetts today could happen to them tomorrow. If Parliament could revoke one colony's charter for political defiance, no charter was safe. If collective punishment could close a harbor and starve a city into submission, any city could face the same. Relief supplies began arriving almost immediately. rice from South Carolina, grain from Virginia and Maryland, cash from merchants in every colony. The support was not a gesture. It was sustained and serious. Boston would not starve. The British effort to isolate and crush a single colony had produced precisely the opposite of its intended effect. It was unifying all the colonies against British authority. The committees of correspondence that had been developing for years now proved their worth. News moved through established channels. Within weeks, every colony knew what had happened and was organizing a response. The calls for a Continental Congress, a gathering of representatives from all the colonies to coordinate resistance, became impossible to ignore. In Massachusetts itself, royal authority was dissolving from the inside. The newly appointed council members faced social ostracism, economic boycott, and physical intimidation so intense that many refused to take their seats or quickly resigned. Town meetings continued despite the new restrictions, communities simply ignoring the Massachusetts Government Act as if it had no legitimacy, which, in their view, it did not. Courts could not function because jurors refused to serve under royally appointed judges. The elaborate machinery of royal government existed on paper. On the ground, it had stopped working. General Thomas Gage found himself in a position that no amount of military training fully prepares a man for. He had troops, but not enough to enforce law across an entire hostile province. He had authority, but authority that no one acknowledged is not really authority at all. He wrote to London requesting massive reinforcements and warning that the situation was far worse than ministers had understood. His advice was blunt: suppress this rebellion with sufficient force, or accept that the colonies were already exercising a de facto independence. The middle ground, he told them, had collapsed. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress, an entirely extra-legal body, began meeting in October of 1774, essentially constituting itself as a parallel government to replace the royal one that had ceased to function. It organized militia units. It collected taxes. It made preparations for armed conflict that everyone could see approaching. John Hancock served as its president. Samuel Adams was its guiding spirit. Royal government had not been overthrown by force. It had simply been made irrelevant. The Continental Congress that assembled in Philadelphia in September of 1774 brought together delegates from 12 colonies. Georgia, occupied with its own frontier conflicts, was the only absence. The gathering was unprecedented. The closest thing to a unified colonial government that had ever existed, meeting in Carpenter's Hall to address a crisis that threatened all of them together. The delegates who assembled there were not a unified bloc. They represented different colonies, different economic interests, different visions of where this crisis ought to lead. Conservative members hoped for some formula of reconciliation that would restore harmony with Britain while preserving colonial rights. Radicals like Samuel Adams had other destinations in mind, though the word independence was still too dangerous to use in open session. Most delegates fell somewhere between these positions, uncertain how far to go and uncertain what the consequences of going too far might be. What they agreed on was that the Intolerable Acts were unconstitutional and that colonial rights required defense. They issued a declaration of rights and grievances, setting out the colonial position in careful legal language. They organized the Continental Association, a comprehensive boycott of British goods to be enforced by local committees throughout the colonies. They petitioned the king for redress, still holding to the hope that the monarch himself might intervene against his ministers. But they also took steps that looked beyond petitions. They recommended that the colonies organize and train their militias. They established mechanisms for continued coordination after the Congress adjourned. They agreed to meet again in the spring. The Continental Congress was not yet a revolutionary government, but it was becoming the institutional framework through which revolution would eventually be organized. The winter of 1774 to 1775 was a season of preparation, quiet on its surface and busy underneath. In Massachusetts, militia companies drilled on village greens in the cold, practicing maneuvers they hoped never to need but were preparing for nonetheless. Weapons and gunpowder were stockpiled and hidden away from British reach. The Provincial Congress collected intelligence on British troop movements and planned responses to scenarios that grew less hypothetical with every passing week. Everyone understood that violence was coming. The only questions remaining were when, and where, and how. General Gage was conducting his own planning. His intelligence suggested that significant military supplies were being accumulated in Concord, about 20 miles from Boston. If he could confiscate those stores, he might cripple colonial military capacity before it fully developed. If he could arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock, he might remove the two figures most responsible for organizing resistance. The plan was intended to be secret. It was not. The Patriots had sources inside the British garrison, inside the governor's household, among the civilian population that watched and noted every movement of the troops. When Gage ordered his soldiers to prepare for an expedition on April the 18th, 1775, the Patriots knew almost immediately. Word went out. The British were coming. The events that followed, the midnight rides, the confrontation at Lexington, the battle at Concord, the long and bloody retreat to Boston, would transform what had been a political conflict into open military war. But those events grew directly from everything that had accumulated across the preceding decade. The taxation disputes, the organization of resistance, the occupation of Boston, the massacre on King Street, the tea and the harbor, and the Acts of Parliament. Each step had made the next one more likely. Each escalation had raised what was at stake. Each confrontation had hardened positions on both sides until the positions had calcified into something that could not be negotiated away. By April of 1775, reconciliation was still theoretically possible. Practically, it had become implausible. Too much had happened. Too many principles had been declared non-negotiable. The colonists would not accept parliamentary supremacy over their internal affairs. Parliament would not surrender that supremacy. Someone was going to have to give way, and neither side was willing. The shots at Lexington on April the 19th, 1775, ended the debate. After that morning, constitutional arguments and peaceful resistance had no more room to operate. There was only war, with everything war contains. The struggle that had begun over stamps and tea would now be decided by musket and cannon, on battlefields rather than in assemblies. Before we reach those battlefields, though, there is something worth pausing on. Because the grand narrative tends to move quickly toward the fighting, and in doing so it leaves behind a great deal of what actually happened to actual people. Consider the British soldiers stationed in Boston during those years. It is easy, and perhaps natural, to think of them as the anonymous redcoats of the Patriot story, instruments of oppression, the antagonists in someone else's founding myth. But they were individuals. Private Hugh White, the sentry whose altercation with a young man named Edward Garrick on King Street helped set off the Boston Massacre, was far from home, cold and resentful, surrounded by civilians who openly despised him. When he struck Garrick, he was not implementing imperial policy. He was reacting to an insult the way young men with weapons have always reacted to insults, not wisely, but humanly. The soldiers who fired that night spent months in jail afterward, waiting to learn whether they would hang for it. They had families in England who did not know if they would ever see them again. They had enlisted for regular pay and modest adventure, not for this particular nightmare of hostile occupation and legal uncertainty. When John Adams agreed to defend them, he was insisting on something that cost him politically among fellow patriots. He was insisting that even soldiers serving an authority you despise are owed fair treatment. It was, by most measures, one of his finest moments. Samuel Adams presents his own complications. He was not a simple hero. He was a gifted organizer and a skilled political operator who understood that movements require martyrs, and who was willing, when necessary, to ensure that martyrs were created. He genuinely believed in the cause of colonial liberty. He was also manipulative and comfortable using violence when it served his purposes, and expert at presenting carefully orchestrated mob action as spontaneous popular expression. Crispus Attucks, killed on King Street, has become a symbol. The first casualty of the American Revolution, as the history books tend to put it. He was also a man of about 47 who had escaped slavery decades earlier and made his life since as a sailor and rope maker. His presence in that crowd that night reminds us that colonial society was considerably more complicated than the clean categories of patriot and loyalist suggest. The cause of liberty meant different things to different people, and it was already clear, to those willing to look, that not everyone would benefit equally from whatever new order might emerge. The tea that ended up on the floor of Boston Harbor was itself the product of suffering that the Patriots were not thinking about when they tipped the chests overboard. It had been grown in India and China by laborers working under conditions that made colonial complaints about parliamentary tyranny seem, to put it gently, rather relative in scale. The East India Company had built its fortune on exploitation that dwarfed anything Parliament was attempting in America. The men dumping tea into the harbor were thinking about their own rights and their own grievances and their own constitutional principles. History is full of these ironies. Revolutions built on selective applications of noble ideals. The women of Massachusetts experienced the occupation in ways that the political narratives largely pass over. When soldiers were quartered in private homes, it was women who managed the daily intrusions, the demands on household resources, the constant and unignorable presence of armed men in domestic space. When boycotts required replacing British goods with homemade alternatives, it was women who took up spinning and weaving, transforming the labor of the household into a form of political action. When men drilled with the militia, women managed the farms and businesses left behind. Mercy Otis Warren, sister of the Patriot leader James Otis, was among the rare women whose political contributions were publicly acknowledged. She wrote satirical plays lampooning British officials and loyalists, contributing to the propaganda effort with real wit and intelligence. But for every Mercy Otis Warren whose name survived, there were thousands of unnamed women whose contributions were essential and unrecorded. The revolution could not have happened without them. But the liberties being defended did not extend to political participation for women. They were asked to sacrifice for a cause that would not, when it was over, fully include them. Children growing up in occupied Boston received a particular kind of education. They watched parents argue politics over dinner. They saw crowds gather in the streets. They learned early that the world divided itself into friends of liberty and enemies of freedom. Boys ran errands for the Sons of Liberty, carried messages, kept watch for British movements. Girls absorbed the political consciousness of their mothers, understanding that even small domestic choices, what to drink, what fabric to wear, carried meaning. The education these children received would shape American political culture for generations. They learned that authority could be challenged, that collective action achieved things, that ordinary people had real power to change their circumstances. They also learned that violence was sometimes necessary, that enemies deserved no quarter, and that political disagreement could justify the destruction of lives and property. The revolutionary generation transmitted both its idealism and its ruthlessness to everything that came after. The physical consequences of the intolerable acts deserve more attention than abstract arguments about constitutional principles generally provide. When the port of Boston closed, real people lost real work. Sailors, dock workers, merchants, shopkeepers, the whole economic network that depended on maritime trade, suddenly had no trade to sustain it. Families that had lived comfortably found themselves uncertain about food. The price of goods that had arrived by ship cloth and hardware and foodstuffs, rose sharply. Daily life became harder for everyone. The relief supplies from other colonies helped. They were not sufficient to replace a functioning economy. Boston's poor suffered most acutely, as the poor tend to do in economic crises. The wealthy patriots who organized resistance could absorb the disruption. The laborers and artisans who provided the resistance with its muscle often could not. The revolution required sacrifices that fell most heavily on those least able to bear them. This economic distress contributed to the radicalization of colonial opinion in ways that ideological argument alone might never have accomplished. It is one thing to oppose taxation without representation as an abstract constitutional principle. It is another thing to watch your family go without because Parliament decided to punish your city. The Intolerable Acts made the conflict personal for thousands of Bostonians who might otherwise have remained on the political margins. British policy was creating revolutionaries at a rate that patriot propaganda, however effective, could not have matched on its own. The countryside around Boston was changing too. Farmers who had spent their lives focused on crops and livestock were now spending time away from their fields to drill as militia. Agricultural rhythms were being disrupted by political necessity. Weapons and gunpowder were being purchased and stockpiled at real cost, diverting resources from productive use. The whole society was gearing itself toward war, even as most people held onto the hope that war might still somehow be avoided. The intelligence networks that both sides were developing deserve their own recognition. The Patriots had watchers everywhere in Boston, in taverns, in shops, among the servants and laborers who observed the British garrison's movements and reported to Patriot committees. The famous rides of Paul Revere and William Dawes on the night of April the 18th were possible because Patriot observers had been studying British patterns for months, learning to read the signs that indicated military action was being prepared. The British had their own intelligence operation. Gage received reports from loyalists and informants about Patriot activities, but the information was frequently incomplete or inaccurate. The Patriots had better community support, and community support makes for better intelligence. When the British marched toward Concord believing they were conducting a surprise raid, the countryside had in fact been alerted for hours. The Patriots had time to move their most valuable military stores to safety before the soldiers arrived. The religious dimension of the crisis had intensified throughout this period. New England ministers had been preaching resistance to tyranny for years, drawing on Protestant traditions and interpreting the conflict through biblical frameworks. Now, with occupation and the Intolerable Acts providing concrete evidence of the persecution they had warned about, sermons were becoming more apocalyptic. The struggle was framed as a cosmic contest between liberty and slavery, between light and darkness, between God's people and their oppressors. Fast days and days of Thanksgiving became occasions for political mobilization, shaped as religious observance. When the Continental Congress recommended a Continental fast day in July of 1774, it was explicitly binding political resistance to spiritual devotion. Communities gathered in churches to pray for deliverance from tyranny, to confess whatever sins might have brought this trial upon them, and to commit themselves to the cause. The revolution was becoming a religious crusade, as well as a political movement. The legal profession played a role that history often underestimates. Lawyers had been trained to think in terms of constitutional principle, precedent, and legitimate authority. They provided the intellectual framework that gave the resistance its public face, drafting the resolutions and declarations that shaped how the movement understood itself. When courts stopped functioning because jurors refused to serve under royally appointed judges, lawyers understood better than most what was being both lost and gained in that breakdown. The closing of the courts also created practical problems for ordinary people. How do you settle a property dispute without a court? How do you enforce a contract? How do you handle criminal matters? The Patriot committees that assumed governmental functions had to answer these questions in real time, improvising a parallel legal system to replace the royal one they had rejected. It was not always graceful, but it functioned well enough to maintain social order. The experience of building new institutions from scratch would prove useful when the time came to construct an independent nation. The Patriots were not only dismantling British authority, they were building the alternatives that would take its place. Town meetings, committees of safety, provincial congresses, the Continental Congress itself. All of these were experiments in self-governance, and each one informed what came after. The Loyalist experience during 1774 and 1775 was becoming increasingly difficult. Those who remained faithful to the crown faced social ostracism, economic boycott, and the threat of violence. Committees of safety summoned suspected loyalists for interrogation, demanding explanations of their political views and requiring public declarations of allegiance. Those who refused faced consequences, ranging from the publication of their names to confiscation of their property to physical assault. Some loyalists organized their own committees and petitions, arguing that the Patriots were the real threat to liberty. But they were outnumbered and outorganized. Many simply went quiet, hoping to survive until British authority was restored. Some left. The refugee flow that would eventually number in the tens of thousands was already beginning, as loyalists with the means to relocate moved to Britain or Canada or elsewhere in the Empire. The question of what to do about loyalists would trouble the revolutionary movement throughout the war and long after. They were neighbors, sometimes relatives, people whose only genuine offense was disagreeing about politics. The treatment of loyalists revealed a tension within revolutionary ideology that was never quite resolved. How far did liberty extend? Did it include the liberty to hold the wrong opinion? The answers were not always consistent, and they were not always pretty. The international dimensions of the crisis were coming into sharper focus by 1775. France and Spain, both still carrying grievances from the 7 Years' War, were watching the colonial conflict with careful attention. A British Empire weakened by colonial rebellion might offer opportunities for territorial gain or simple revenge. The colonists were not yet seeking foreign alliances; that would come later. But they were aware that their struggle had implications that extended well beyond their own borders. Without domestic capacity to manufacture gunpowder and weapons in sufficient quantity, colonial forces would eventually exhaust what they had stockpiled. Supplies would need to come from Europe. The seeds of the Franco-American alliance that would eventually prove decisive were already germinating, even if the relationship would not formalize for years. The native nations on the colonial frontiers were watching all of this and calculating their own positions. For generations, they had navigated between competing European powers, playing French and British interests against each other to preserve their autonomy. Now a new dynamic was emerging. Colonists against the very empire that had, at least in theory, constrained colonial expansion into native territories. Many native leaders understood that colonial independence might mean accelerated encroachment on their lands. When the time came to choose sides, most would choose Britain. Not out of any particular affection for the king, but out of a clear-eyed assessment of where their interests lay. The enslaved population of the colonies faced its own set of calculations. The rhetoric of liberty that patriots deployed so freely carried obvious implications that white colonists preferred not to examine too closely. When the British eventually offered freedom to enslaved people who joined the royal cause, the contradiction between patriot words and patriot practice would become impossible to ignore. But already, in 1775, enslaved people were watching and waiting and calculating their own chances in whatever upheaval was approaching. The merchant class that had funded and organized much of the resistance faced dilemmas of its own. Boycotts were intended to hurt British trade. They also hurt the colonial merchants whose livelihoods depended on that trade. Non-importation agreements required sacrifice from the very people responsible for enforcing them. Some merchants honored the agreements scrupulously. Others imported goods covertly and sold them at premium prices. The committees of safety found themselves policing their own members, which created resentments that solidarity could not always overcome. The printed word continued to shape events in ways that are difficult to overstate. Every significant development generated pamphlets and newspaper articles explaining its meaning, mobilizing opinion, reinforcing the patriot narrative. The printers who produced this material were themselves political actors, choosing what to publish and how to frame it. They faced pressure from patriots to maintain the party line, and occasional pressure from loyalists and British authorities to exercise restraint. Most chose to side with the resistance. The colonial press was almost uniformly patriot by 1775. The intellectual foundations of revolution were being refined throughout this period as well. What had begun as arguments about specific taxes had evolved into comprehensive theories of political legitimacy. The right of revolution, the idea that people could legitimately overthrow governments that violated their rights, was being claimed and defended with increasing confidence. This was dangerous doctrine. It threatened not just British authority, but any established order. The patriots were careful to frame their resistance as conservative, defending ancient rights against novel innovations. But the logic of their arguments pointed somewhere genuinely new. As April of 1775 approached, all of these threads were drawing together. The organizational infrastructure built across a decade of resistance, the ideological framework that justified armed opposition, the military preparations that had stockpiled weapons and trained militia companies, the economic disruption that had radicalized opinion across every class, the breakdown of royal authority that had created space for patriot alternatives, the polarization of colonial society into patriots and loyalists, with less and less room remaining for the people who simply wanted to be left alone. The revolution was ready. It had been prepared by countless decisions made over years, by countless small acts of courage and calculation, by people who mostly did not think of themselves as making history and were simply trying to respond to circumstances that kept changing around them. What remained was for someone to fire a shot, and then to discover whether all that preparation had been enough. The answer would come on a village green in Lexington at dawn on April the 19th, 1775. Though that date sometimes appears in the sources as 1765, a slip worth noting, the morning itself was April the 19th, 1775, and what happened there had been shaped by everything that came before it. The taxes and the protests, the organizations and the pamphlets, the occupation and the massacre, the tea and the harbor and the Acts of Parliament. History does not have clean beginnings. The revolution that would begin at Lexington had actually been beginning for years, in the decisions of ordinary people to resist what they understood as tyranny. Those decisions had brought them here. What came next would depend on decisions not yet made, on battlefields not yet named, in years of war that no one fully anticipated. The night of April the 18th, 1775 was not a night for sleeping, not in the countryside around Boston. British soldiers were rowing across the Charles River in the darkness, beginning a march that would change everything. In dozens of villages along their route, church bells were ringing. Signal fires were burning on hillsides. Riders were moving through the darkness at speed, carrying a message that would echo forward through centuries. The regulars are coming. And somewhere in a farmhouse, or a tavern, or a cold bed in an occupied city, someone who had no idea what was about to happen was trying, in spite of everything, to get some rest. There are real people in every line of this story, not monuments, not names on marble, just people who woke up one morning and found themselves standing in the middle of history, whether they wanted to be there or not. You are standing on a road in the dark. The air is cold and damp, the way April air in Massachusetts always is, and somewhere behind you a city is waking up to something it doesn't quite have a name for yet. You can hear hoofbeats, fading now, having already passed through. Whoever was riding, they were in a hurry. Something is coming. You just don't know what yet. The midnight ride of Paul Revere has been told so many times that the actual events have almost disappeared inside the telling. Revere was not alone that night. William Dawes set out by a different route, carrying the same message. And it was Samuel Prescott who actually completed the ride to Concord, because Revere and Dawes were both intercepted by British patrols on the road and never made it. The rides were not spontaneous acts of individual heroism. They were part of an organized alarm system that the Patriots had prepared carefully, designed for exactly this kind of night. When the British moved, the countryside would know. That was the idea. And on the night of April 18th, 1775, the idea worked. The intelligence that set everything in motion came from multiple sources. Dr. Joseph Warren, one of the Patriot leaders still remaining in Boston, received word that British troops were preparing to move out. The destination wasn't certain. Concord, where military supplies had been stockpiled, was the most likely target, but there were other possibilities. Warren sent Revere across the harbor to Charlestown, where Revere mounted a borrowed horse and began his ride through Middlesex County. The signal in the steeple of the Old North Church was part of this system. One lantern if the British were leaving by land through Boston Neck, two if they were crossing by water. But the lanterns were more backup communication than primary signal. Revere had already departed by the time they were hung. They've become the iconic image of that night. Two lights in a church tower calling a nation to arms. There is something quietly satisfying about that, how the image that survived is not the mud and the cold and the borrowed horse, but two small flames in a high window. Simpler, cleaner, easier to carry through the centuries. Revere's route took him through Medford, where he roused the captain of the Minutemen, then on to Lexington, where he arrived around midnight. His primary mission was to warn Samuel Adams and John Hancock, both of whom were staying in Lexington and both of whom would certainly have been arrested had the British reached them first. The warning delivered, Revere continued toward Concord with Dawes and the newly joined Prescott. They didn't make it. A British patrol intercepted them on the road. Prescott, who knew the local terrain, escaped through the fields and continued on to Concord. Dawes also got away, but lost his horse and could not continue. Revere was detained for several hours before being released without his horse and had to return to Lexington on foot. The legendary ride ended rather anticlimactically. Though the essential mission had been accomplished, the alarm was out. In Lexington, about 70 militia members gathered on the village green as dawn approached, responding to what they had heard in the night. They were farmers, craftsmen, shopkeepers, not professional soldiers, though some of them had military experience from the French and Indian War. Their captain, John Parker, had served in that earlier conflict. He knew something about combat. He also knew, with clear eyes, that his small force could not possibly stop the several hundred British regulars marching toward them. Parker's orders to his men have come down to us in various forms, but the essence was this: stand your ground, don't fire unless fired upon, but if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. It was a declaration of defiance rather than a tactical plan. The militia were there to make a statement, to demonstrate that Massachusetts would resist. Not to win a battle they couldn't possibly win. I think about that sometimes. The particular kind of courage it takes to stand somewhere not because you expect to prevail, but because you believe someone should be standing there. The British column arrived at Lexington around dawn, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith, with Major John Pitcairn leading the advance party. They found the militia drawn up on the green, an obvious challenge to their march. Pitcairn ordered the colonists to disperse. Parker, recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, apparently gave orders for his men to fall back. What was supposed to happen was a tense standoff resolved by colonial withdrawal. Nobody wanted a battle there. Not really. But somebody fired a shot. Whether it came from a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a bystander somewhere nearby with a gun. Whether it was deliberate or accidental, whether it came from the green or from a building at the edge of it, nobody knows. Nobody will ever know. That single, unattributed moment has been debated for 2.5 centuries, and it will probably never be resolved. What everyone knows is what followed. Once that shot was fired, others followed. The British regulars, probably without orders, opened fire on the dispersing militia. The volley lasted only moments. When it ended, 8 Americans lay dead and 10 more were wounded. 1 British soldier was slightly injured. The militia scattered. The British officers restored order, fired a victory volley, gave 3 cheers, and continued their march toward Concord. The engagement at Lexington was not a battle in any meaningful military sense. It was closer to a massacre. Armed men firing on a smaller group already in retreat. But it was the shot heard round the world. The moment when political conflict became armed warfare, when the theoretical possibility of violence became bloody reality. 8 men died on Lexington Green, and their deaths made reconciliation virtually impossible. The British reached Concord around 8 in the morning, several hours behind schedule. Those hours had mattered. The delays had given the colonists time to hide or remove much of the military supplies that had been the expedition's target. The British searched the town, found and destroyed some weapons and stores, but missed the bulk of what had been stockpiled. Meanwhile, militia companies from the surrounding towns were converging on Concord, their numbers growing with every passing hour. At the North Bridge outside the town, several hundred militia faced a small British detachment guarding the crossing. The militia advanced. The British fired. The militia fired back. This time the colonists were not caught off guard, were not dispersing, were not outnumbered. They returned fire effectively, killing several British soldiers and wounding more. The detachment retreated toward Concord Center in disorder. The British command now faced a serious problem. They were miles from Boston, surrounded by an increasingly hostile countryside, with militia forces gathering at every crossroads. Their mission had largely failed. Most of the supplies they had come to seize had already been moved, and now they had to get back through territory that was rapidly becoming a war zone. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a running battle that lasted most of the day. Militia from dozens of towns lined the road, firing from behind walls and trees and buildings. The British marched in formation, taking casualties with every mile. Their discipline held, but just barely. By the time they reached Lexington, where a relief column under Lord Percy met them with artillery and reinforcements, the original column was on the verge of collapse. Percy's arrival probably saved the expedition from complete disaster. His artillery cleared the road. His fresh troops provided cover for the exhausted soldiers of Smith's column. But even with reinforcements, the retreat continued under constant fire. The militia had learned to stay out of range of the artillery while maintaining pressure on the infantry. It wasn't conventional warfare. It was guerrilla tactics, improvised by farmers who knew the terrain better than any European regular could. By the time the British finally reached the safety of Charlestown, across the harbor from Boston, they had lost 73 killed, 174 wounded, and 26 missing. American casualties were 93 in total, 49 killed, 39 wounded, 5 missing. The numbers weren't enormous by the standards of European warfare, but they meant something. The colonial militia had stood and fought against British regulars and had inflicted more casualties than they suffered. The comfortable assumption of British invincibility had developed a crack. The news spread through the colonies with remarkable speed. Express riders carried accounts of Lexington and Concord to every major city within days. The propaganda value was immense. British soldiers had fired on colonists, had killed Americans on American soil, had demonstrated that the ministry's talk of force was not mere bluster. Whatever ambivalence remained about armed resistance evaporated in the heat of that outrage. The war had begun, and now everyone would have to choose a side. The siege of Boston began almost immediately. Thousands of militia from Massachusetts and neighboring colonies converged on the area, surrounding the city from the landward side. General Gage, who had sent the expedition to Concord in the first place, suddenly found himself trapped in a city he had occupied. The hunter had become the prey, besieged by an army that seemed to materialize from the New England countryside itself. The siege would last for nearly a year, from April 1775 to March 1776, and it established patterns that would characterize the war to come. The American forces were numerous but poorly organized, adequately motivated but inadequately supplied, willing to fight, but uncertain how to translate that willingness into military effectiveness. They could surround Boston, but they couldn't take it. They could prevent British operations outside the city, but they couldn't force a decisive engagement. The British, for their part, controlled the harbor and could be supplied by sea, but they couldn't break out without risking catastrophic losses. They had professional soldiers, but not enough of them to defeat the swarm of militia surrounding them. They had the discipline of European warfare, but that discipline had been designed for open battlefields, not for the endless skirmishing that siege warfare involved. The standoff gave both sides time to organize. The Americans needed that time desperately. The militia companies that had spontaneously gathered after Lexington and Concord were not an army. They were individual units from different towns, with different equipment, different officers, different ideas about how military service should work. Many of them had enlisted for short terms and expected to go home when their time was up, regardless of whether the siege had been resolved. Turning this collection of enthusiastic amateurs into something resembling a fighting force would require organization, leadership, and time. The Battle of Bunker Hill, actually fought mostly on Breed's Hill because colonial commanders apparently weren't especially skilled at reading maps, demonstrated both the potential and the limitations of colonial resistance. In June 1775, American forces fortified the heights overlooking Boston, threatening British positions in the city. General Gage decided to dislodge them with a frontal assault, confident that professional soldiers would easily sweep away amateur militia. The assault succeeded eventually, but at horrific cost. The Americans, dug in behind earthworks, repelled 2 British charges before running low on ammunition and being overrun on the third attempt. British casualties were staggering, over 1,000 killed and wounded, nearly half the attacking force. American losses were significant but much lighter, about 400 in total. The British won the hill, and lost something more important, the comfortable assumption that this rebellion would be easily crushed. General Gage's assessment after Bunker Hill was sobering. The Americans had fought with a determination that surprised him, and breaking their resistance would require far more troops than he currently had. He was recalled to London shortly after, replaced by General William Howe. The war would clearly not be the quick suppression that Parliament had imagined. It would be a real war, requiring real resources, real strategy, real commitment. 50 miles away in Philadelphia, something equally important was taking shape. The Second Continental Congress had convened in May 1775, gathering delegates from all 13 colonies to address the crisis that Lexington and Concord had created. They had assembled to coordinate resistance, to organize for war, to figure out how 13 separate colonies could function as something like a unified nation. The challenges were immense. The colonies had never worked together on anything like this scale. They had different economies, different social structures, different religious traditions, different ideas about government. New England was dominated by small farmers and merchants with a Puritan heritage. The southern colonies were ruled by planter aristocracies built on slave labor. The Middle Colonies combined elements of both with significant ethnic and religious diversity. Getting these disparate societies to cooperate on anything was difficult enough. Getting them to cooperate on fighting a war against the world's most powerful empire seemed very nearly impossible. Regional suspicions ran deep. New Englanders, with their town meetings and congregational churches, seemed like radical Democrats to Virginia gentlemen accustomed to deferential politics and Anglican worship. Southerners, with their vast plantations and enslaved workforces, seemed like hypocrites to New Englanders who talked about liberty while keeping human beings in bondage. Each region viewed the others through lenses shaped by generations of separation and mutual incomprehension. The Congress had to navigate all of this while making decisions that could get everyone hanged for treason. Every delegate knew that what they were doing was legally rebellion against the crown. The penalty for rebellion was death. Benjamin Franklin's famous remark about hanging together or hanging separately wasn't really a joke. It was a genuine fear, expressed in the only way that fear could sometimes be expressed. Yet somehow they managed to work together. The shared crisis created bonds that peacetime commerce never had. When Massachusetts was under attack, delegates from South Carolina felt the threat to their own liberty. When the Continental Congress issued statements, they spoke for all the colonies, not just the ones whose delegates drafted the language. A continental identity was being forged in the crucible of common danger. One of the Congress's most important early decisions was creating a Continental Army. The militia forces besieging Boston were theoretically Massachusetts troops, operating under Massachusetts authority. But the war was a continental concern, not a regional one. If New England fell, the other colonies would face the full force of British military power without allies, supporting the siege, funding the resistance, organizing for prolonged warfare. These required resources beyond what any single colony could provide. The army needed a commander, and the choice of that commander would send powerful signals about the nature of the revolution. New England had generals available. Artemas Ward was already commanding the siege forces, and other Massachusetts officers had military experience. But choosing a New Englander would reinforce the impression that this was a regional rebellion, not a continental one. The southern and middle colonies needed to see themselves in the Army's leadership. The obvious choice was George Washington, delegate from Virginia, veteran of the French and Indian War, wealthy planter whose participation signaled that the revolution wasn't just a New England enthusiasm. Washington had been attending Congress in his military uniform, a not entirely subtle reminder that he was available for command. He was tall, dignified, impressive in appearance. He looked like a commander, even if his actual military record was, to be honest, mixed at best. John Adams of Massachusetts nominated Washington, a strategic move that demonstrated New England's willingness to share leadership with the South. The Congress appointed him unanimously, giving him command of what would now be called the Continental Army. Washington accepted with characteristic humility, disclaiming any special fitness for the position while accepting the duty that Congress placed before him. He refused a salary, asking only that his expenses be covered. A gesture that cost him nothing financially, but generated considerable goodwill. Washington arrived at Cambridge in early July 1775 to take command of the siege forces. What he found appalled him. The men were brave enough, but discipline was non-existent by European standards. Officers had been elected by their own troops, which meant they could not enforce orders that might make them unpopular. Different units had different rules, different equipment, different ideas about how things should work. Supplies were short. Sanitation was terrible. The whole operation looked less like an army than like a heavily armed camping trip. The new commander set about imposing order with the tools available to him. He established regular drill, required proper salutes and military courtesy, punished infractions that had previously been overlooked. He tried to create proper distinctions between officers and enlisted men in an army, where such distinctions seemed unnatural and vaguely undemocratic. He struggled with enlistments that expired every few months, requiring constant recruitment just to maintain strength. The transformation was incomplete and frustrating, but gradually, something that resembled an army began to emerge. Washington's personal presence mattered in ways that are hard to measure precisely. He embodied the Continental cause in ways that transcended regional loyalties. When soldiers from Connecticut served alongside soldiers from Virginia under a Virginia commander, they were participating in something larger than their individual colonies. They were becoming, however imperfectly, Americans. The siege continued through the summer and fall and winter of 1775 and into 1776, with neither side able to break the stalemate. The Americans couldn't assault Boston without suffering catastrophic casualties. The British couldn't break out without similar risk. Both sides waited for something to change the equation. That something arrived in the form of artillery. Henry Knox, a Boston bookseller turned military officer, conceived and executed one of the war's most audacious logistics operations. Hauling captured British cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, 300 miles away, across frozen rivers and snowy mountains, to the siege lines around Boston. The guns had been captured by American forces in May 1775. Getting them to where they were needed meant moving 60 tons of metal through wilderness in winter. Knox succeeded. He arrived at Cambridge in late January 1776 with over 50 cannon. Washington finally had the firepower to threaten British positions in Boston. In early March, American forces secretly fortified Dorchester Heights, the high ground overlooking the harbor. When dawn revealed the new fortifications bristling with Knox's artillery, General Howe faced an impossible choice: assault the heights and suffer another Bunker Hill, or evacuate the city. He chose evacuation. On March 17, 1776, the British fleet sailed out of Boston Harbor, carrying the army and over 1,000 Loyalist refugees to Halifax. The siege was over. The British had been driven from their oldest and most important colonial city. For the first time, the Continental Army had achieved a clear strategic victory. The victory at Boston was cause for celebration, but it also created new questions. Where would the British strike next? They had been pushed out of New England, but they retained naval supremacy and could land wherever they chose. New York, with its magnificent harbor and central location, was the obvious target. Whoever controlled New York controlled the Hudson River, and whoever controlled the Hudson could divide the colonies in two. Washington moved his army to New York in anticipation of the British attack that everyone knew was coming. But the formation of continental identity wasn't only about military organization. It was about creating the political institutions that could sustain a prolonged war. The Continental Congress had to do everything: raise money, procure supplies, conduct diplomacy, make military decisions, and somehow maintain the cooperation of 13 jealous colonies that had never worked together on anything this ambitious. The financial challenges alone were staggering. The Congress had no power to tax. That was, in a sense, the whole point of the Revolution. Taxation without representation and all that. So how do you fund a war without taxes? The Congress printed money, which worked for a while, until inflation made continental currency very nearly worthless. It borrowed from foreign governments and from wealthy individuals willing to bet on American success. It requisitioned supplies from the states, which sometimes provided them and sometimes did not. The diplomatic challenges were equally daunting. The colonies needed foreign support, military supplies, financial assistance, and eventually military alliance. But they were legally in rebellion against their sovereign. No European power would openly support them without some confidence that the rebellion might actually succeed. And success was far from certain in 1775 and 1776, when British military power remained overwhelming and American capacity remained very much in doubt. Secret channels of communication opened with France, which had obvious reasons to support anything that weakened Britain. French merchants began supplying American forces through front companies designed to maintain plausible deniability. The foundations for the Franco-American alliance were being laid quietly, though formal alliance would require more evidence of American military viability before it could be made official. The Congress also had to manage internal politics that threatened to tear the revolutionary coalition apart. Not everyone agreed on goals or methods. Some delegates still hoped for reconciliation with Britain, for some formula that would restore colonial rights while maintaining the imperial connection. Others had moved toward independence, convinced that the breach was permanent and that half measures would only prolong the suffering. The debate over independence intensified through the late months of 1775 and into 1776. In January of 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense, a pamphlet arguing for complete separation from Britain in language that ordinary people could understand and follow. Paine dismissed the idea of hereditary monarchy as absurd. He attacked George III personally as a tyrant and a brute. He painted a vision of American independence that was both practical and inspiring. Common Sense sold over 100,000 copies in its first months, an extraordinary number for a population of about 2.5 million. It was read aloud in taverns, discussed in churches, debated in households throughout the colonies. The arguments weren't entirely new, but Paine presented them with a force and clarity that made them seem fresh and unanswerable. After Common Sense, independence stopped seeming radical and started seeming inevitable. The Continental Congress moved cautiously toward the break that Paine had advocated so forcefully. In May 1776, they recommended that colonies replace their royal governments with new governments deriving authority from the people. In June, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia introduced a resolution declaring that the United Colonies were, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. A committee was appointed to draft a formal declaration. The committee included John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston, and a relatively young Virginia delegate named Thomas Jefferson. The actual drafting fell largely to Jefferson, whose elegant prose would give the Revolution its defining statement of principles. The debates in Congress were intense. The outcome was uncertain until nearly the last moment. Many delegates had genuine reservations about independence, fearing that the colonies couldn't survive without British protection, worrying about the chaos that might follow so radical a step. Some colonies had instructed their delegates to oppose independence, others to support it. On July 2, 1776, the Congress voted for independence. 12 colonies in favor, New York abstaining, though New York would approve later. 2 days after that, on the 4th, they approved the Declaration of Independence that Jefferson had drafted, announcing to the world that a new nation had been born. The United States of America existed, at least on paper. Whether it would survive in reality remained entirely to be seen. The Declaration was a propaganda document as much as a legal one, designed to explain and justify the break with Britain to domestic and foreign audiences alike. It articulated principles: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with unalienable rights, that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That would resonate far beyond the immediate crisis. It also contained a long list of grievances against King George III, designed to demonstrate that the colonists had been patient and reasonable, while the king had been tyrannical and unjust. The signing of the Declaration was itself an act of courage. Every man who put his name to that document was committing treason under British law. If the Revolution failed, they would face execution. When Benjamin Franklin remarked that they must all hang together, or they would most assuredly hang separately, He was expressing a genuine fear dressed in the clothes of humor. The signers were betting their lives on American success. The continental identity that emerged from these events was something genuinely new. Before 1775, colonists thought of themselves primarily as Virginians or Massachusetts men, as members of particular communities and particular colonies. After independence, they were also Americans, citizens of a nation that hadn't existed a year earlier. The transformation wasn't complete or universal, but it was real. Something had changed in how people understood themselves and their relationship to one another. The institutions created during this period, the Continental Congress, the Continental Army, the networks of correspondence and coordination, would evolve into the permanent structures of American government. The patterns established in 1775 and 1776 would shape the Constitution written a decade later. The debates about federalism, about the balance between central authority and state sovereignty, about the proper scope of governmental power. All of these began in the crisis that Lexington and Concord created. The human costs of this transformation deserve acknowledgement too. The war that began on Lexington Green would last 8 years and claim tens of thousands of lives. Communities would be divided, families torn apart, property destroyed on a massive scale. The revolution created the United States, but it also created suffering that the celebratory telling sometimes forgets. The soldiers who fought at Lexington and Concord, who endured the siege of Boston, who would go on to fight at New York and Trenton and Saratoga and Yorktown, they didn't know they were founding a nation. They knew they were fighting for something they believed in, something about liberty and representation and the right to govern themselves. Whether that something would survive, whether their sacrifices would be rewarded with success or punished with failure, remained entirely uncertain. What they had accomplished by the middle of 1776 was survival. The revolution hadn't been crushed in its infancy. The Continental Army existed and had driven the British from Boston. The Continental Congress had declared independence and was functioning as something like a national government. Foreign powers were beginning to take American prospects seriously. The worst-case scenario, quick British victory and exemplary punishment of rebel leaders, had been avoided. But the real test was just beginning. The British were preparing the largest military expedition in their history, assembling an armada that would carry 30,000 troops to American shores. They intended to crush the rebellion once and for all, to demonstrate that defiance of imperial authority had consequences that no colonial enthusiasm could overcome. The battles that followed would determine whether the United States was a real nation or a brief historical curiosity. The continental identity forged in 1775 and tested in 1776 would be pushed further still, through years of defeat and desperation. The institutions hastily created to coordinate resistance would prove more durable than anyone had reason to expect. The army that Washington struggled to organize would survive disasters that should have destroyed it. But all of that lay ahead. In the summer of 1776, what mattered was that the revolution had survived its first year. The point of no return had been passed at Lexington, and there was no going back. The colonies were now states, united in a common cause, facing a common enemy, building a common future. Whether that future would be glorious or catastrophic remained to be seen. The story was far from over. In many ways, it was just beginning. And behind every name in it, behind every date and every battle and every vote cast in a Philadelphia hall, there were real people making real choices in real uncertainty, with no idea how it would end. You are standing on the road before dawn. The air has that particular quality of early spring nights, still cold, smelling of mud and horse, and something else you can't quite name. Somewhere ahead, a man on a borrowed horse is riding very fast, and the darkness seems to press in around the sound of hooves. That man was Paul Revere, a silversmith by trade, a craftsman who made his living creating beautiful objects for the comfortable households of Boston's middle and upper classes. He had a wife. He had children. He had a business, a life that the demands of revolutionary activity had been quietly pulling apart for months. When he mounted that horse in April, he was risking all of it. Capture meant prison, or worse. Failure might mean the resistance collapsed before it had properly found its feet. The ride itself was less glamorous than the poems suggest. Revere navigated around British patrols through a combination of local knowledge and plain luck, coming close to capture more than once. When he was finally caught, it was at gunpoint. He was questioned aggressively, held for a time, and only released when distant gunfire suggested that the British soldiers had larger problems than one captured rider. He walked back to Lexington and arrived in time to see the aftermath of what had happened on the green. The militiamen who had gathered at Lexington that morning were not looking for martyrdom. Most of them probably expected the situation to resolve without violence. A tense standoff, perhaps some shouting, then everyone going home when dawn made the Colonial position impossible to sustain. Captain Parker's famous instruction, not to fire unless fired upon, suggests a man hoping to make a point rather than start a war. When the shooting began, it came as a shock even to men who had prepared for exactly this possibility. 8 Americans died at Lexington that morning. They left behind families who would never see them again. Jonas Parker, the captain's cousin, was bayoneted on the ground after being wounded in the initial volley. Isaac Muzzy was shot while trying to reload. Their names survive in local histories, but their individual stories, their hopes, their particular fears, what they believed they were fighting for, those are mostly lost. They became symbols before anyone had the chance to remember them as people. There's something quietly painful about that, the way a moment consumes the people inside it. The British soldiers who fired on Lexington Green were not monsters. They were young men, mostly, far from home, following orders in a situation that had spiraled beyond anyone's control. The officer who may or may not have given the command to fire, Major Pitcairn, claimed afterward that he never gave such an order. The evidence remains contradictory. What the accounts do suggest is that when his men opened fire, Pitcairn reportedly tried to stop them, riding among them and knocking their muskets upward with his sword. Too late. The retreat from Concord back to Boston must have been a particular kind of terror. Mile after mile of hostile countryside, with enemies behind every wall and every stand of trees, casualties mounting, ammunition running low. The discipline that kept those soldiers marching in formation rather than breaking and scattering was the product of brutal training. That discipline was tested severely on that road. When they finally reached Charlestown, those men had seen things that would stay with them for years. And then there were the women of Lexington and Concord, who experienced that day in ways military histories rarely pause to consider. They watched husbands and sons walk toward the green, not knowing whether they would come back. They heard the shots. They saw the smoke. They waited in agonizing uncertainty for news. And while they waited, they prepared bandages for the wounded and shrouds for the dead, and kept households running while the world outside descended into chaos. Hannah Adams, watching from a window in Lexington, saw British soldiers fire on her neighbors, then watched as those same soldiers came inside to search her house for hidden militiamen. Elizabeth Clark, in Concord, helped conceal military supplies from British search parties. The legend holds that she sat calmly on a barrel of gunpowder while soldiers searched the room around her. These were not passive observers. They were participants, using whatever tools were available to them. The days after Lexington and Concord saw something extraordinary happen across New England. The alarm system worked almost perfectly. Within 48 hours, thousands of militia had converged on the Boston area, surrounding the city and trapping the British garrison inside it. Men left farms with the spring planting only half done. They left workshops with orders unfilled, left families with inadequate explanations for why they had to go. They came because they felt they had to. because their neighbors were going, and they could not stay behind. The camps that grew up around Boston were chaotic, unsanitary, and poorly supplied. Thousands of men with minimal coordination, living in tents and improvised shelters with inadequate food and practically no medical care. Disease spread quickly through those encampments. Camp fever, dysentery, smallpox. These killed more men than British bullets did. The romantic image of patriot soldiers standing firm against tyranny doesn't quite reach into the reality of men suffering from dysentery in muddy fields, wondering whether they would ever see their families again. The officers commanding these early forces were amateurs learning as they went. Artemas Ward, who commanded the Massachusetts forces before Washington's arrival, was a farmer and local politician with some military experience from the French and Indian War, but nothing that had prepared him for managing a siege of this scale. He did his best with inadequate resources, maintaining some semblance of order while waiting for the Continental Congress to take charge. The soldiers themselves came and went with bewildering frequency. Enlistments were short, often just weeks or a few months, and when they expired, men went home regardless of what the military situation required. One day, a regiment was at full strength. The next, half its men had simply departed because their terms were up. Washington would spend years fighting this particular problem, trying to build something like a professional army from men who thought of military service as a temporary civic duty rather than a vocation. The economic disruption caused by the siege reached into every corner of life in the region. Farmers couldn't get their products to Boston markets. Merchants couldn't conduct normal trade. Craftsmen couldn't obtain materials or find customers. The whole economic life of eastern Massachusetts was thrown into disorder, and the effects rippled outward into neighboring colonies that depended on trade with Boston. The Loyalists trapped inside Boston during the siege faced their own particular kind of suffering. They had chosen the Crown's side, or at least refused to join the rebellion, and now they were isolated from the countryside, dependent on British military protection, watching their world disassemble itself around them. When the British eventually evacuated, more than 1,000 Loyalists left with them, abandoning homes and businesses they would never see again. They sailed to Halifax carrying whatever they could, refugees from a revolution that had turned their neighbors into enemies. The psychological transformation occurring through this period is difficult to overstate. Before Lexington, most colonists still thought of themselves as British subjects with specific grievances against specific policies. After the shooting started, after blood had been spilled on a village green, the emotional break became permanent for many people. You cannot easily reconcile with those who shot your neighbors. The violence created its own momentum, pushing people toward positions they might not have reached through argument alone. The propaganda that followed Lexington exploited this transformation with considerable skill. The accounts that spread through the colonies emphasized British atrocity, soldiers shooting unarmed farmers, the wounded bayoneted where they fell, houses burned. Some of these accounts were exaggerated, some were invented, others were accurate enough, but accuracy was not really the point. The point was to make neutrality impossible, to ensure that what happened on Lexington Green would lead to war rather than negotiation. The response in London to news of Lexington and Concord was divided. Some ministers saw confirmation that force was necessary. The colonists had proven themselves rebels who needed to be suppressed. Others saw evidence that force wouldn't work. If a simple expedition to seize supplies could turn into a running disaster, how could Britain possibly pacify 13 colonies spread across 1,000 miles of coastline? King George III had no doubts. The colonies were in rebellion, and rebellion must be crushed. He rejected any suggestion of compromise or negotiation, insisting that the authority of Parliament must be vindicated. This rigidity would prove costly. There were moments when different leadership might have found paths to reconciliation. George was not interested in those paths. The Continental Congress that assembled in May 1775 faced the challenge of organizing a war that had already started without its authorization. Massachusetts was fighting. The other colonies were watching to see what would happen. Congress had to decide whether this was New England's problem or everyone's problem, whether to commit all the colonies to armed resistance or to seek some other resolution. The decision to create a Continental Army was itself a revolutionary act. It transformed what had been a regional conflict into a continental one, committing all the colonies to support a resistance that had begun in Massachusetts. When Washington rode north to take command, he carried with him the hopes and fears of people who had never seen him, from colonies that had previously had little connection to New England. The army he commanded was supposed to represent all Americans, not just Yankees. Washington's journey to Cambridge was an education in continental politics. He was received in every town along the way, greeted by local dignitaries and cheering crowds. The attention served multiple purposes. It demonstrated public support for the war effort. It introduced Washington to communities he would be defending. And it gave him some sense of the remarkable diversity of the colonial population he was riding toward. The New England he was entering was very different from the Virginia he had left. The camp at Cambridge shocked him. Washington was a Virginia gentleman with firm ideas about hierarchy and discipline. The New England militia he found operated on very different principles. Officers were elected. Discipline was informal. The distinction between ranks was minimal. Washington saw chaos where others saw democratic virtue. He would spend months trying to impose order with only partial success. The relationship between Washington and his New England troops remained complicated throughout the war. He respected their courage, but deplored their lack of discipline. They resented his aristocratic manner, but recognized his commitment to the cause. The tension never entirely disappeared, but somehow, against the odds, the army held together through crises that should have destroyed it. The siege of Boston was a waiting game that tested everyone's patience. The soldiers were bored, poorly fed, often sick. The officers struggled to maintain morale and discipline. The civilians in the surrounding towns lived under the shadow of possible British attack. Everyone waited for something to happen. For the British to break out, or the Americans to attack, or foreign intervention, or some resolution to the stalemate. The decision to fortify Dorchester Heights, which would eventually break the siege, was made possible by what can only be called Henry Knox's artillery miracle. Knox was 25 years old. He was a bookseller. His military experience consisted almost entirely of reading about it. His proposal to haul 60 tons of cannon 300 miles through winter wilderness struck many as absurd. Washington authorized it anyway. Knox delivered. The expedition to Fort Ticonderoga and back took nearly 2 months, from December 1775 to late January 1776. Knox's men dragged cannon over frozen lakes, through snow-covered forests, across rivers and mountains. They built special sledges. They recruited oxen. They improvised solutions to problems no one had anticipated. When the convoy finally arrived at Cambridge, it represented not just artillery, but something else. Proof that American determination could accomplish things that looked, from the outside, impossible. The fortification of Dorchester Heights was accomplished in a single night. Thousands of men worked through the darkness, building earthworks that appeared as if by magic when dawn broke. The British woke to find their positions suddenly untenable, their fleet threatened by guns they had not known existed. General Howe's decision to evacuate was militarily rational. Strategically, it was a British disaster. The British departure from Boston on March 17, 1776 ended the first phase of the war. The Americans had won a significant victory through patience, organization, and ultimately superior positioning. But the celebration was tempered by awareness that harder tests lay ahead. The British hadn't been defeated. They had simply relocated. The real war, The war for the whole continent was just beginning. The continental identity that emerged from these events would be tested repeatedly in the years to come. Regional suspicions didn't disappear. They would resurface in every dispute over military strategy, over resource allocation, over the shape of a post-war government. The unity achieved in crisis was always fragile, always requiring cultivation and maintenance. But something real had been created. The men who had fought at Lexington and Concord, who had endured the siege of Boston, who had watched Washington take command of a Continental army, knew they were part of something larger than their individual colonies. They had bled together, suffered together, waited together through months of uncertainty. They had created institutions that would outlast the immediate crisis. The Declaration of Independence, still months away as the British sailed out of Boston Harbor, would give formal expression to what was already becoming reality. The United States existed in practice before it existed on paper. The continental identity that Congress would proclaim in July 1776 had been forged in the confusion of Lexington Green, in the bloodshed at Concord's North Bridge, in the mud and boredom of the siege camps around Boston. It was an imperfect identity, riddled with contradictions that would trouble American history for centuries to come. The liberty being fought for did not extend to enslaved people, to Native Americans, to women, to many others excluded from the promise of equality. The continental unity being celebrated masked deep divisions that would eventually produce civil war. The institutions being created would struggle, for generations, to balance freedom and order, state and federal authority, majority rule and minority rights. But for now, in the spring of 1776, what mattered was that the revolution had survived. The point of no return had been passed. The British were coming, not to Boston this time, but to New York, and the battles that awaited would make the siege of Boston look like a training exercise. The transformation from colonial subjects to American citizens was still incomplete as the summer of 1776 approached. Many people remained uncertain, uncommitted, waiting to see which way things fell before declaring their allegiances. The committed patriots and the committed loyalists were both clear minorities. Most colonists occupied a middle ground of ambivalence, hoping the conflict would resolve itself without requiring their direct participation. The Continental Congress understood this, which is why they invested so much effort in propaganda and public persuasion. Independence did not become popular because it was obviously right. It became popular because skilled advocates made the case, again and again, in pamphlets and newspapers and sermons. The consensus that emerged by July 1776 was manufactured in a sense, not dishonestly, but deliberately, through sustained political effort. And then, in January 1776, something happened that changed the terms of the argument entirely. Sometimes a single document does change everything. Sometimes the right words at the right moment crystallize ideas that have been floating around unformed and turn them into convictions people are willing to die for. In January 1776, a 47-page pamphlet did exactly that, transforming the American resistance from a dispute about taxes into a revolution against monarchy itself. The pamphlet was called Common Sense. Its author was Thomas Paine, a recently arrived English immigrant who had failed at nearly everything he had tried in life, until he discovered he had a gift for political writing. Paine had been in America for barely a year when he produced the most influential piece of political writing in American history. Sometimes fresh eyes see things that those who have grown up inside a situation have long since stopped noticing. Paine's background was anything but aristocratic. He had been a corset maker, a tax collector, a teacher, a grocer, each venture ending in failure or dismissal. His first marriage ended when his wife died in childbirth. His second ended in separation. He had been fired from his tax collection job after agitating for better pay for his fellow officers. By the time he arrived in Philadelphia in late 1774, carrying a letter of introduction from Benjamin Franklin. He was essentially a middle-aged man in search of a fresh start. What Paine brought to America was not success, but perspective. He had seen British society from the bottom. He had experienced its inequalities and hypocrisies at first hand. He had no sentimental attachment to the monarchy, no inherited reverence for institutions that had never done anything for him. When he looked at the conflict between Britain and the colonies, he saw it with the clarity of someone who owed nothing to the old order. Common Sense appeared in Philadelphia bookshops on January 10, 1776, and immediately caused a sensation. Within 3 months, it had sold over 100,000 copies, an extraordinary number for a colonial population of around 2.5 million. Adjusted for population, that would be the equivalent of a book selling 15 million copies in 3 months today. People bought it and read it and discussed it in taverns and churches. They read it aloud to those who couldn't read themselves. It became the talk of the colonies. The argument Paine made was simple but devastating. The colonies did not need reform within the British system. They needed complete independence from it. The problem wasn't this ministry or that tax. The problem was monarchy itself. Kings were not divine appointees deserving reverence. They were, in Paine's telling, parasites who had seized power through violence and maintained it through fraud. The whole system was rotten, and no amount of tinkering could repair it. This was radical. Most colonial resistance up to this point had been framed as a defense of traditional English liberties against ministerial innovation. The colonists were the true Englishmen, defending their constitutional rights against corrupt politicians who had forgotten English principles. They were loyal subjects of the crown who simply wanted their grievances addressed. Nobody was talking about abolishing monarchy. That was the kind of thinking that got people into serious trouble. Paine made that thinking seem like common sense. He attacked hereditary monarchy with a viciousness that shocked readers accustomed to more reverent political discourse. How absurd, he argued, that the accident of birth should determine who rules over millions. How ridiculous that one family should claim perpetual authority over a nation. The very idea was an insult to reason, a relic of barbarism that enlightened people ought to be embarrassed to maintain. The biblical arguments were particularly effective in a society saturated with Protestant Christianity. Paine pointed to the Book of Samuel, where the Israelites' demand for a king was presented as a rejection of God's direct rule. Monarchy, he suggested, was not just politically foolish. It was spiritually suspect. God had never intended people to be governed by hereditary monarchs. That was a human corruption of divine intention. King George III received special attention. Previous colonial criticism had carefully blamed Parliament and ministers while preserving the fiction that the king himself was benevolent. Paine demolished this fiction with savage eloquence. George was, in Paine's words, the royal brute of Britain, personally responsible for the oppression of the colonies. Not a misled monarch who might yet be brought to reason, a tyrant who deserved nothing but contempt. The timing was perfect. After Lexington and Concord, after the siege of Boston, after months of actual warfare, the colonists were psychologically ready for what Paine was offering. They had already taken up arms against British authority. Paine told them why that was not only justified but noble. They had already crossed the Rubicon. Paine explained that there was no going back, and that this was not a cause for grief but for clarity. The pamphlet offered not just criticism, but vision. Paine painted a picture of what an independent America could become, a republic governed by laws rather than kings, a beacon of liberty for the oppressed people of all nations, a society where merit rather than birth determined a person's standing. It was utopian, probably naive, but it was inspiring in ways that legal arguments about taxation never quite managed to be. The impact on public opinion was immediate and profound. Before Common Sense, independence was a fringe position held by radicals. After it, independence became the mainstream demand of the resistance movement. Delegates to the Continental Congress reported dramatic shifts in sentiment among their constituents. What had been unthinkable in December was becoming, by March, almost inevitable. Not everyone was convinced. Loyalists produced responses attacking Paine's arguments and defending the British Constitution. Some patriots worried that Paine was moving too fast, that independence would mean chaos and foreign entanglement. John Adams, who agreed with independence, disliked Paine's democratic implications. Adams wanted a republic of gentlemen, not the leveling society that Paine seemed to envision. But the critics could not match Paine's reach or his rhetorical power. Common sense had been written in plain language that ordinary people could understand, unlike the learned treatises that educated gentlemen produced for one another. Paine used short sentences and vivid images and emotional appeals. He wrote like a journalist rather than a philosopher, which made his arguments accessible to people who would never have read a word of John Locke. The transformation in colonial thinking that common sense accelerated went beyond independence from Britain. It was about reimagining what government itself could be. The old assumption that society needed hereditary hierarchies, that common people needed to be ruled by their betters, that stability required deference to established authority, all of this was being questioned openly. The revolution was becoming not just political but intellectual. The philosophical foundations being laid in 1776 drew on multiple traditions. Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke had argued that government derived from the consent of the governed, that people possessed natural rights that no legitimate government could violate. Classical republicanism, drawn from ancient Rome and Renaissance Italy, emphasized civic virtue and the constant dangers of corruption. Protestant theology contributed ideas about individual conscience and the right to resist unjust authority. These ideas had been circulating for generations, but they had remained largely theoretical. Now they were being applied to an actual political situation by people who had the power to implement them. The American Revolution was becoming an experiment in Enlightenment political philosophy, a test of whether ideas that had existed mainly in books could actually function in the real world. The concept of natural rights was central to this emerging philosophy. The idea that human beings possessed certain rights simply by virtue of being human, rights that existed prior to any government, and that no government could legitimately take away, was revolutionary in its implications. If rights came from nature or from God rather than from kings, then kings had no special authority to violate them. Political legitimacy depended not on tradition or force, but on respect for these inherent human dignities. This natural rights framework would find its most famous expression in the Declaration of Independence, but it was already shaping how colonists thought about their situation in the months before that document was written. The social contract theory that underpinned this thinking imagined government as an agreement among free individuals to pool their power for mutual protection. Government existed to serve the people, not the other way around. When government failed to serve its proper purposes, when it became, as the Declaration would later put it, destructive of the ends for which it was established, the people had the right to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government more likely to affect their safety and happiness. This was dynamite in political theory. It meant that revolution was not merely permissible under extreme circumstances. It was a right. The people were the ultimate source of political authority, and they could withdraw that authority when it was abused. No king, no parliament, no established institution had any claim to obedience beyond what the people chose to give. Legitimacy came from below, not from above. The Continental Congress, meeting in Philadelphia through the spring of 1776, was moving steadily toward the conclusion that these ideas demanded. The pressure from public opinion, inflamed by common sense and by the ongoing war, was becoming irresistible. Colony after colony was instructing its delegates to support independence. In May 1776, Congress recommended that the colonies replace their royal governments with new ones based on popular authority. This was a significant step. Colonial governments would no longer derive their legitimacy from royal charters, but from the consent of the governed. In many places, this was already the practical reality, where royal authority had collapsed and patriot committees were exercising governmental functions. Congress was now giving formal sanction to what was already happening on the ground. On June 7th, Richard Henry Lee of Virginia introduced a resolution declaring that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. The resolution also called for forming foreign alliances and preparing a plan of confederation. Independence was finally on the table officially, not just in pamphlets and tavern debates. The debate that followed was intense but surprisingly brief. Everyone knew the arguments by now. They had been rehearsed for months in print and conversation. Some delegates still hoped for reconciliation. Others worried that independence was premature, that the colonies weren't ready. But the current was running strong, and it was running in one direction. The soldiers who had fought at Lexington and Concord, who had endured the siege, who would go on to face the British at Long Island and Manhattan, were not fighting for abstract principles. They were fighting for their homes, their families, their communities. The ideology that justified their fight mattered, but it was always grounded in concrete attachments to particular places and particular people. Continental identity was built from local loyalties, not substituted for them. The institutions that emerged from this crisis, the Continental Congress, the Continental Army, the networks of correspondence and cooperation, were experiments in governance that nobody had attempted before at this scale. They were imperfect, often inefficient, sometimes contradictory, but they worked well enough to sustain a war and eventually to win one. The road ahead would be long. The Continental Army would face defeats that seemed catastrophic, losses that should, by any reasonable measure, have ended the revolution. It would survive through a combination of luck and determination and enemy mistakes. The institutions created in 1775 and 1776 would bend under pressure, but somehow not break. The Continental identity, forged in crisis, would prove durable enough to build a nation upon. All of that remained to be discovered. For now, what mattered was that the revolution had begun and it had not been crushed. The rest would follow. There is a particular quality to the air in Philadelphia in July. Thick, warm, heavy with the smell of the river and horses and wood smoke from the kitchens along the narrow streets. The city in the summer of 1776 was full of men who had been arguing for weeks about a single question, and the question was finally about to be answered. The vote was called on July 2nd. 12 colonies voted in favor. New York abstained, still waiting for instructions from home. And just like that, quietly in the middle of summer, the legal break with Britain was made. John Adams believed that July 2nd would be the date future generations would celebrate as the birthday of American independence. He was wrong about the date. He was entirely right about everything else. Something momentous had occurred, and he knew it in the way that people sometimes know things before the world has caught up. But Congress wanted more than a simple declaration of separation. They wanted a statement of principles, an explanation to the world of why they were doing what they were doing, in language that would resonate with audiences both at home and abroad. For this, they appointed a committee. 5 men: Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston, and Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, who was 33 years old and the youngest of the group, but who had already developed a reputation for elegant writing and had recently drafted Virginia's instructions to its own congressional delegates. The actual writing fell largely to Jefferson, with input from Adams and Franklin. He worked quickly. A draft appeared in roughly 2 weeks. He drew on the philosophical traditions that had shaped colonial thinking for a generation. Locke's natural rights theory, the radical Whig tradition of English political thought, the classical Republican heritage. But he wasn't simply transcribing those sources. He synthesized them into something distinctively his own, something that had a rhythm and a cadence that would echo through the centuries in a way that textbooks never quite managed to convey. The opening is, of course, the most famous passage in American political writing. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In 2 sentences, Jefferson had encapsulated the philosophical foundations of a nation: natural equality, natural rights, the divine source of human dignity. Think for a moment about what it meant to write the phrase, "All men are created equal," in a world still organized around hereditary privilege. A world where kings ruled by divine right and aristocrats claimed superiority by blood. Where you were born into your station, and remaining there was considered both natural and godly. That phrase was a quiet detonation. Jefferson and his contemporaries may not have fully recognized the force of what they had set down. Others, in the years ahead, would understand it very clearly. The concept of unalienable rights carried its own weight. These were not privileges granted by government that could be withdrawn at governmental pleasure. They were inherent to human beings, part of what it meant to be human. Government didn't create them. Government at best recognized and protected them. And when government violated them, government forfeited its claim to obedience. The Declaration went on to articulate the social contract theory of government. Governments are instituted among men to secure these rights, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. When government becomes destructive of these ends, the people have the right to alter or abolish it. Revolution, in this framework, was not an act of lawlessness. It was the exercise of a fundamental human right. The bulk of the document consisted of a long list of grievances against King George III. It documented, point by point, the ways in which he had violated colonial rights and forfeited colonial allegiance. Taxation without representation, the dissolution of representative assemblies, the maintenance of standing armies without consent. More recent offenses, too, declaring the colonies out of his protection, burning towns, exciting domestic insurrections. The cumulative effect was to paint George III as a tyrant whose repeated injuries had established an absolute tyranny over the colonies. This was propaganda as much as philosophy, and the founders knew it. They were trying to persuade a skeptical world that the colonists had legitimate complaints, that they had tried peaceful remedies, that revolution was truly a last resort. Congress debated the draft for several days. They made revisions that Jefferson found painful. Some of them, in truth, improved the document. They tightened language in various places, and they removed a passage condemning the slave trade. More on that in a moment. On July 4th, 1776, Congress approved the final text. The Declaration of Independence entered history. You are standing in a public square somewhere in the colonies. The air is warm and smells of summer dust and candle wax from the window of the building behind you. Someone is reading the words aloud. The crowd around you is very still at first. Then it isn't. Bonfires will burn tonight. Bells will ring. Somewhere a statue of King George is being pulled from its pedestal. The document was read aloud in public squares throughout the colonies, celebrated with bonfires and bell ringing. Statues of the king were pulled down and melted for bullets. The old order was symbolically destroyed as the new one was proclaimed. The Declaration gave the Revolution a statement of principles that transcended the immediate conflict. A vision of what America was fighting for that would outlast the war itself. It became, in time, the closest thing America has to a sacred text. A touchstone for arguments about the meaning of the nation and the rights of its citizens. And then we arrive at the place where the story becomes harder to tell simply. All men are created equal. Thomas Jefferson wrote those words while owning over 100 enslaved human beings. The Continental Congress that approved the Declaration represented colonies where slavery was legal and where hundreds of thousands of people were held in bondage. The liberty being proclaimed so eloquently did not extend to everyone. This wasn't an oversight. It wasn't a failure of imagination. The founders knew exactly what they were doing. They understood the contradiction between their principles and their practices. Jefferson himself had included a passage in his original draft denouncing the slave trade as, in his own words, a cruel war against human nature itself, blaming King George for forcing slavery on unwilling colonists. Congress removed this passage, partly because it was historically dishonest, since many colonists had enthusiastically participated in the slave trade, and partly because delegates from South Carolina and Georgia would not accept any criticism of the institution their economies depended upon. That removal tells you something important about the document. It was a compromise designed to hold together a coalition that included both committed abolitionists and committed slaveholders. To achieve independence, the colonies needed unity, and unity required avoiding the things that would tear them apart. Slavery was exactly such a thing. Jefferson's personal relationship with slavery resists easy judgment, and yet it demands judgment. He wrote eloquently about the evils of slavery, describing it as a moral and political catastrophe that corrupted both enslaver and enslaved. He proposed schemes for gradual emancipation, recognizing that the institution was incompatible with the principles he professed. Yet he never freed his own slaves. He continued to buy and sell human beings. And he almost certainly fathered children with Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman who had no power to refuse his advances. Hypocrisy is the right word, and it was not unique to Jefferson. It was endemic to the revolutionary generation. They proclaimed universal principles while practicing particular exclusions. They fought for liberty while denying it to others. They created a nation conceived in liberty that was also conceived in bondage. Some historians have tried to soften this by pointing to the context of the times. Slavery existed throughout the Western world in the 18th century. Racial hierarchy was taken for granted by most white people. The founders were products of their era, limited by the assumptions they inherited. There is something to this argument, but it goes too far. The founders were not ignorant of the contradiction. They were acutely aware of it. Critics pointed it out at the time, including British critics who found American complaints about liberty rather rich coming from slaveholders. Samuel Johnson's famous sneer, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes?" stung precisely because it was unanswerable. Moreover, there were people in 1776 who did oppose slavery on principle, and who recognized that the Revolution's ideals demanded abolition. Quakers had been agitating against slavery for decades. Some northern colonies had already begun the process of gradual emancipation. The revolutionary moment created opportunities for challenging the institution. The founders chose not to take them. They could have done better. They chose not to. The enslaved people themselves certainly understood the contradiction. The people working Jefferson's fields could have told him a few things about how that equality was working out in practice. Some enslaved people would eventually use the Declaration's own language to argue for their freedom, turning the founders' words against the founders' practices. The document that justified American independence would become a weapon in the struggle against American slavery. In 1777, a petition from Massachusetts made the logic plain. A great number of blacks held in slavery, it read, have in common with all other men a natural and unalienable right to that freedom which the great parent of the universe hath bestowed equally on all mankind. The spelling was irregular. The reasoning was impeccable. The petitioners were simply applying the Declaration's logic consistently, more consistently than its author had applied it. The broader point is that the American founding was shot through with contradictions that would haunt the nation for centuries. The principles were genuinely revolutionary. But the application of those principles was radically incomplete. The all men of the Declaration didn't really mean all men, let alone all people. It meant white men, and even then, primarily white men with property. Women were excluded from political participation as thoroughly as they had been under British rule. The Declaration said nothing about women's rights. The new state governments that followed independence generally restricted voting and office holding to men. Abigail Adams's famous request that her husband remember the ladies when establishing new governments was treated as a joke. Her letter to John Adams during this period is worth sitting with for a moment. If particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, she warned, we are determined to foment a rebellion and will not hold ourselves bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. John's response was dismissive. He treated her argument as a joke, even though it used the exact same logic that justified the revolution against Britain. The contradiction didn't trouble him. Or rather, he acknowledged it and shrugged it off. Women were different. Children were different. Men without property were different. The equality proclaimed in the Declaration had all sorts of fine print. She understood and supported the revolutionary cause. She also recognized its limitations. Half serious, half joking, she made her argument to a man who was not listening, in a way that would be remembered long after he had moved on. Native Americans had even less reason to celebrate independence. The British government had at least attempted, with limited success, to restrain colonial expansion into native territories. An independent America would face no such restraint. The revolution, from native perspectives, was the removal of the one check on colonial land hunger. Native leaders who understood this reality mostly sided with the British during the war, recognizing that American victory would mean accelerated dispossession. They were right. The post-revolutionary period would see massive land transfers from native nations to American settlers, justified by ideologies that did not recognize native peoples as having rights that white Americans were bound to respect. The liberty that Americans celebrated often meant the liberty to take native land. The British understood the contradiction perfectly and would eventually exploit it. When they offered freedom to enslaved people who joined the royal cause, they were making a logical argument as well as a strategic one. If Americans were fighting for liberty, why were they keeping people in chains? Imperfect and self-interested though it was, the British promise attracted thousands of enslaved people who recognized that their interests lay with the crown rather than with their patriot masters. The free black population, small but significant, faced agonizing choices. Some supported the revolution, hoping that its principles would eventually extend to them and their enslaved brethren. Some supported the British, calculating that imperial authority was more likely to protect their precarious status than revolutionary enthusiasm. Most tried to navigate a situation where neither side was particularly interested in their welfare. Crispus Attucks, the first casualty of the Boston Massacre, became a symbol that both celebrated and obscured black participation in the Revolution. His death was commemorated by patriots who wanted to demonstrate that Americans of all backgrounds were willing to sacrifice for liberty. The same patriots who honored Attucks showed no urgency about extending liberty to people who looked like him. His martyrdom was useful. Actual equality was not on the agenda. The psychological transformation that accompanied all of this was real, and it affected people in ways that are easy to overlook. For generations, colonists had been taught to think of themselves as parts of a hierarchical order. The king at the top, aristocrats below him, gentlemen below them, common people at the bottom. This wasn't merely a political arrangement. It was supposedly the natural order of things, ordained by God and confirmed by tradition. You were born into your station. Challenging that station was both impractical and sinful. Common sense and the Declaration shattered that worldview. If all men were created equal, then the whole hierarchy was a fraud. The king wasn't a divine representative. He was just another human being with no special claim to authority. The aristocrats weren't natural superiors. They were merely people whose ancestors had been better at acquiring power through violence. The entire system of inherited privilege was, as Paine himself might have put it, a con game that had fooled humanity for centuries. There are accounts of men who said that after reading Common Sense or hearing the Declaration read aloud, they felt as though they were standing taller, that a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The civility they had been taught to feel toward their betters was revealed as a lie, and rejecting that lie was exhilarating. The religious implications were particularly complicated. Most colonists were devout Christians who believed in divinely ordained order. The Bible seemed to support monarchy and hierarchy in various passages. Kings had been anointed since Samuel poured oil on Saul. Render unto Caesar seemed to require political obedience. How could revolution be reconciled with religious duty? The ministers who supported the revolution worked hard on this problem. They pointed to passages where biblical figures had resisted tyranny. Moses against Pharaoh, Daniel against Nebuchadnezzar. They argued that the obligation to obey authority applied only to legitimate authority, not to tyrants who violated their trust. They developed elaborate theological justifications for resistance that satisfied believers who needed to know they weren't damning themselves by taking up arms against the king. The Puritan heritage in New England was particularly useful here. The Puritans had always emphasized individual conscience and the duty to resist ungodly authority. They had executed a king themselves, back in 1649. Their theological descendants could draw on that tradition. When New England ministers thundered against British tyranny from their pulpits, they were continuing arguments that had been developing for more than a century. The ideological transformation, then, was not only political. It was a psychological revolution that changed how people understood themselves and their place in the world. The shift from subjects to citizens was a change that happened inside people, not only in documents. Ideas, once released into the world, take on lives of their own. The Declaration was a dangerous document, more radical in its implications than its authors fully recognized. French revolutionaries would invoke it. Latin American liberators overthrowing Spanish rule would invoke it. Enslaved people demanding their freedom would invoke it. Women demanding the vote would invoke it. Many of the founders would have been horrified by the uses to which their words were put. But that is how revolutionary ideas work. You cannot precisely control the consequences of saying something true. The language of natural rights and human equality, once articulated so powerfully, could not be contained. It would continue to challenge entrenched power and inherited privilege wherever it reached. The Declaration also had an international dimension that shaped its language from the beginning. Congress was appealing to the opinions of mankind, trying to justify the revolution to a watching world. They needed foreign support, military supplies, loans, eventually alliances. They needed to present their cause as legitimate rather than lawless. The natural rights philosophy served this purpose well, grounding American claims in principles that transcended any particular political system. France and Spain, Britain's great rivals, were the obvious targets for American diplomacy. These were absolute monarchies with no interest in republican ideology for its own sake, but they had every interest in weakening Britain. The Declaration, with its universal language, provided a framework for supporting the colonists without endorsing their specific political arrangements. You could help America fight Britain without committing to democracy. The philosophical sophistication of the document served domestic purposes too. It established that the revolution was not mere rebellion, but principled resistance to tyranny. The extensive list of grievances demonstrated that the colonists had legitimate complaints. The theoretical framework explained why those complaints justified such extreme action. The Declaration was a legal brief as much as a political manifesto. The signers of the Declaration knew they were taking an enormous risk. Signing the document was tantamount to signing a confession of treason. If the revolution failed, every name on that parchment would be a target for British justice. Think about that for a moment. The famous signatures, Hancock's oversized flourish, Adams's neat script, Franklin's careful hand, were acts of courage as much as acts of politics. These were not men signing a petition. They were men placing their lives on a piece of paper and hoping history would be kind. The commitment those signatures represented would be tested in the months and years ahead. Many signers would see their property destroyed, their families scattered, their fortunes ruined. Some would die in the war or from privations caused by it. They had pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to a cause that, in the summer of 1776, seemed more likely to fail than to succeed. The British military was about to land the largest expeditionary force in history on American shores. But on July 4th, 1776, those trials lay in the future. What mattered in that moment was that a new nation had been declared, that principles had been articulated that would shape American identity for centuries, that the Revolution had acquired a philosophical foundation that elevated it above mere rebellion. The United States of America existed, in words at least. Whether it would exist in fact remained to be determined by the fortunes of war. Thomas Paine, whose pamphlet Common Sense had done so much to make this moment possible, would continue to serve the Revolution with his pen. Later in 1776, as the Continental Army faced disaster in New York and New Jersey, he would write the American Crisis, beginning with words that have never quite lost their force. These are the times that try men's souls. His gift for capturing the moment in language that people could hold on to would remain valuable throughout the war. Jefferson would go on to serve as governor of Virginia, minister to France, secretary of state, vice president, and president. But the Declaration would remain his most enduring achievement. He asked that his tombstone identify him as the author of the Declaration of Independence, the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and the founder of the University of Virginia. He notably excluded his political offices from the list. It's a quietly telling choice. The offices of power were not, in his own accounting, what he most wished to be remembered for. The contradictions Jefferson embodied, the philosopher of liberty who owned slaves, the champion of equality who lived in aristocratic splendor, the advocate of limited government who expanded presidential power, would become the contradictions of America itself. The nation would struggle with these tensions from its founding to the present day, never fully resolving them, always living in the gap between its principles and its practices. Frederick Douglass would capture this dynamic with devastating precision in his 1852 speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July?" He didn't reject the Declaration or dismiss its principles as mere hypocrisy. Instead, he called on Americans to live up to those principles, to recognize that the document they celebrated condemned the system they maintained. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism as a sham, your humanity as a base pretense, he thundered. And yet he also called the Constitution a glorious liberty document and expressed faith that its principles would eventually triumph. Abraham Lincoln would describe the Declaration's principles as a standard maxim for free society, which should be familiar to all and revered by all, constantly looked to, constantly labored for, and even though never perfectly attained, constantly approximated. The founders, Lincoln understood, had planted seeds they didn't fully water. Others would tend the garden. The Declaration of Independence, for all its limitations and contradictions, remains a remarkable document. It articulated ideals that the founders didn't live up to, but that would inspire others to demand that America live up to them. It provided a language of rights and equality that would be deployed by abolitionists, suffragists, civil rights activists, and reformers of every kind. It set a standard against which American reality could be measured and found wanting. The philosophical transformation that Common Sense initiated and the Declaration expressed changed how Americans understood their revolution and themselves. They weren't just fighting for lower taxes or better representation within the British system. They were fighting for human liberty, for natural rights, for a new kind of society based on equality and consent. The stakes had been raised from policy to principle. Whether America would ever fully realize those principles remained an open question in 1776, as, in some ways, it remains an open question today. Other colonies had resisted imperial control. None had articulated a universal philosophy of human rights as their justification. Other nations had achieved independence. None had declared that achievement in terms that applied to all humanity. The American Revolution became a model and inspiration for revolutionary movements around the world. This was probably more than the founders intended. They were trying to justify their own independence, not to launch a global movement for human liberation. The promise of equality and liberty has never been perfectly fulfilled, but the promise was made, publicly and irrevocably, in language that could not be unsaid. The Declaration created expectations that America has struggled to meet for nearly 250 years. For one brief shining moment in the summer of 1776, everything seemed possible. Church bells rang, cannon fired, bonfires blazed. The Declaration was read aloud to cheering crowds in Philadelphia, New York, Boston, and towns throughout the colonies. The ideological revolution would mean nothing if the military revolution failed. The story was about to take a darker turn. The victories at Boston and the triumph of independence would soon give way to disasters in New York that would push the Continental Army to the brink of destruction. The principles so eloquently stated in the Declaration would be tested in conditions of defeat, desperation, and despair. But that is for another night. For now, the dream was enough. The experiment begun that summer had been, in ways no one fully understood yet, just getting started. Every generation of Americans since has had to wrestle with the gap between the nation's founding principles and its actual practices. Every expansion of rights, to formerly enslaved people, to women, to immigrants, to those seeking simply to live without the threat of erasure, has drawn on the language and logic of the Declaration. The document that justified independence has also, again and again, justified demands that the independence be extended. Thomas Paine, who did so much to launch this process, would have been pleased by some of what followed, and troubled by other parts. He was genuinely radical in ways many of his contemporaries were not. He opposed slavery. He supported women's rights. He criticized organized religion. He advocated for the poor. These were not fashionable positions. They cost him friends and, in the end, much of his reputation. But even Paine had his limitations, his blind spots, his failures of imagination. The same could be said of Jefferson, of Adams, of Franklin, of Washington, of all of them. They were human beings, products of their time, capable of remarkable vision and remarkable blindness simultaneously, often in the same breath, sometimes in the same sentence. They articulated principles more generous than their practices. They planted seeds more fruitful than they knew. The nation they created would spend centuries trying to become what they said it was. There is something quietly strange about that. To write down your highest aspirations and then fall short of them, and then have those words outlast you, and then watch future generations pick them up and use them against the very structures you built. That is not the kind of legacy most people plan for. The intellectual history of the founding is worth sitting with because it shows how ideas actually work in the real world, how they emerge from particular circumstances, how they get shaped by political pressures, how they take on meanings their authors never intended, how they produce consequences that ripple outward through time in ways no one at the time could have traced. Common Sense and the Declaration were not just documents. They were events, interventions in an ongoing conversation that changed what was possible to say and possible to think. The printing press was crucial to all of this. Before Gutenberg, revolutionary ideas spread slowly and reached limited audiences. Paine's pamphlet achieved its impact because it could be mass-produced and mass-distributed, reaching ordinary people who had never encountered elite political philosophy, who had perhaps never been invited to have opinions about such things at all. The Declaration was read aloud to crowds partly because many people couldn't read. But the printed copies that circulated ensured that the words would persist beyond any particular reading, beyond any particular crowd gathered in any particular square. The spread of literacy in the colonies meant that more people could engage with political ideas directly, rather than having them mediated by authorities. This democratization of knowledge was itself revolutionary. It challenged the monopoly on information that elites had traditionally maintained. You are standing in a tavern somewhere in western Massachusetts. The candles are low. The air smells of pipe smoke and damp wool and the particular warmth of too many people in a small room. Someone across the table is reading aloud from a pamphlet. His voice is not polished. But the words land anyway, and the room goes quiet in a way that rooms don't usually go quiet. When a farmer in western Massachusetts could read common sense for himself and form his own opinions about monarchy, something fundamental had changed in how political discourse worked. The tavern and the coffee house served as physical spaces where ideas were discussed and debated and turned over in hands unaccustomed to turning such things over. Men gathered after work to talk about the news, to argue about pamphlets they had read, to work out together, around a table, what they thought about the great questions of the day. These conversations were as important to the spread of revolutionary ideology as the printed materials that sparked them. The role of the clergy in this transformation deserves particular attention. In an era when most people attended church regularly and looked to their ministers for guidance on moral questions, the position of religious leaders mattered enormously. When ministers endorsed the revolution from their pulpits, they gave it a legitimacy that purely secular arguments couldn't provide. When they framed the conflict as a struggle between godly liberty and satanic tyranny, they raised the stakes beyond mere politics. Not all ministers supported the revolution. Anglican clergy, whose church was headed by the king, often remained loyal. Some ministers in all denominations questioned whether Christians should engage in violent resistance regardless of the cause. But enough clergy supported the revolution to give it religious sanction in the eyes of most colonists. The long-term influence of the founding ideology on American political culture can hardly be overstated. The language of the Declaration, equality, natural rights, consent of the governed, became the vocabulary of American politics. Every subsequent political movement has had to position itself relative to these founding principles, either claiming to fulfill them more perfectly or arguing that they need to be revised or supplemented or abandoned. Conservatives have invoked the founders to resist change. Progressives have invoked them to demand change. Both can find support in the founding documents, which are capacious enough to accommodate multiple interpretations. The founders themselves disagreed about what their principles meant. Their descendants have continued the argument. The international influence of the founding ideology was also significant. The French Revolution, which began 13 years after American independence, drew explicitly on American precedent and American language. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen borrowed directly from Jefferson's Declaration. Revolutionary movements in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa would all invoke the American example at various points. This global impact was probably not what the founders intended. They were focused on their own independence, not on launching a worldwide revolution. But ideas, once released, cannot be controlled. The principles that justified American independence proved useful to people seeking independence from all sorts of authority, including, sometimes, American authority. The Declaration's logic has been used against American imperialism as well as British imperialism. That is a consequence no one in Philadelphia in 1776 would have anticipated, or perhaps entirely welcomed. The 4th of July celebrations that began in 1777 and have continued every year since mark the anniversary of this ideological as well as political achievement. When Americans gather for fireworks and barbecues, they are commemorating not just a declaration of independence, but a declaration of principles. Whether they think about those principles consciously or not, they are participating in a ritual that connects them to the founding moment and its aspirations. The contradictions of the founding remain visible in those celebrations. The same holiday is commemorated by descendants of enslaved people who were explicitly excluded from the liberty being celebrated. Native Americans mark the anniversary of a document that would facilitate their dispossession. The 4th of July is both a celebration and a reminder of unfinished business. This complexity is part of what makes the American founding so endlessly contested. There are no simple stories here, no unmixed heroes, no unmixed villains. The founders were capable of remarkable achievements and remarkable failures, sometimes in the same documents, sometimes in the same sentences. Understanding them requires holding contradiction without resolving it, appreciating both the vision and the blindness, and not flinching from either. The ideological revolution of 1776 created a nation defined by ideas rather than by blood or soil. Unlike most nations, which are based on shared ethnicity or ancient territory, America was founded on propositions. Propositions that anyone, in theory, could embrace regardless of origin. This made American identity both more inclusive and more contested than most national identities. The question of what it means to be American has never had a stable answer, because the answer depends on how you interpret the founding principles. Some have argued for narrow interpretations that restrict American identity to particular groups. Others have argued for expansive interpretations that welcome all who embrace the founding ideals. This argument began in 1776 and shows no signs of ending. The summer of 1776 was a moment of both creation and ambiguity. Something new had been brought into the world, a nation founded on principles of equality and natural rights. But what that something would become, how those principles would be interpreted and applied, who would be included in the promise and who excluded, all of that remained to be determined. The war that would decide whether this new nation survived was about to enter its most desperate phase. The ideological foundations had been laid. Now they would be tested by fire. The words of the Declaration, so stirring and hopeful, would soon echo over battlefields where American dreams seemed to be dying. The celebration of independence in July of 1776 was still echoing through American streets when reality arrived. It arrived in the form of the largest amphibious invasion force the world had ever seen. The British weren't just coming to suppress a rebellion. They were coming to crush it so completely that no colony would ever again dream of defying imperial authority. The armada that appeared in New York Harbor that summer was meant to end the revolution in a single devastating campaign. General William Howe, commanding British forces in North America, had assembled an army of over 30,000 professional soldiers. British regulars, Hessian mercenaries, Loyalist auxiliaries. His brother, Admiral Richard Howe, commanded a fleet of over 400 ships that dominated the waters around New York. Together, they represented military power on a scale the Americans couldn't begin to match. The Continental Army, by comparison, numbered perhaps 19,000 men, most of them poorly trained militia who had never faced disciplined European troops in open battle. If you try to hold those two images side by side for a moment, 400 ships against a ragged army that had never really been tested. The wonder is not that things went badly. The wonder is that they went on at all. The strategic importance of New York was obvious to everyone. The city sat at the mouth of the Hudson River, which flowed north all the way to Canada. Whoever controlled the Hudson controlled the communication and supply lines between New England and the rest of the colonies. If the British could seize New York and the Hudson Valley, they could split the rebellion in two, isolating the radical New England colonies from their more moderate southern neighbors. Washington understood the strategic importance. He also understood the tactical nightmare that defending New York presented. The city occupied the southern tip of Manhattan Island, surrounded by water on three sides. Long Island lay across the East River to the east. Staten Island sat in the harbor to the south. New Jersey was across the Hudson to the west. The British, with their naval superiority, could land troops almost anywhere they chose, threatening to cut off and trap any American force that tried to hold the city. The sensible military decision would have been to abandon New York without a fight, preserving the army for a more defensible position. But political considerations made that impossible. Congress wanted New York defended. The public expected New York to be defended. To give up the city without a battle would have been devastating for morale, potentially fatal for the revolution's credibility. Washington was trapped between military logic and political necessity. It was a situation he would face repeatedly throughout the war. So he tried to defend everything. He spread his inadequate forces across multiple positions that couldn't support each other. Troops were stationed on Manhattan, on Long Island, on the New Jersey shore. Each position was too weak to resist a serious British attack. None could easily reinforce the others. It was, in the language of military textbooks, an example of how not to defend against an enemy with overwhelming force and naval mobility. The British landed on Staten Island in early July, using it as a staging area while they assembled their forces. For weeks, more ships kept arriving. More troops kept disembarking. More artillery kept being unloaded. The American soldiers watching from across the harbor could see the enemy buildup growing day by day. The psychological effect was crushing. This was what they were supposed to fight. The soldiers who had celebrated the Declaration of Independence just weeks earlier were now standing on shore watching what intended to kill them take shape across the water. There is something quietly terrible about that. The distance between the words and the reality, between the principle and the bayonet. On August 22nd, the British made their move, landing over 15,000 troops on Long Island in what remains the largest amphibious operation in history until the Second World War. The landing was unopposed. The Americans didn't have the forces to contest it. The British quickly consolidated their beachhead and began advancing toward the American positions on the heights of Guam, a ridge of hills that commanded the western end of Long Island. Washington had about 10,000 troops on Long Island, positioned behind fortifications on Brooklyn Heights and along the ridge line. The terrain seemed defensible. The passes through the hills could theoretically be held against superior numbers. But the American dispositions left a critical pass, the Jamaica Pass on the far left, almost unguarded. Washington either didn't know about this pass or assumed it was too far away to be threatened. He was wrong on both counts. The Battle of Long Island, on August 27, 1776, was a masterpiece of British tactical execution and an American disaster. While Hessian troops pinned the American center with frontal attacks, General Henry Clinton led a flanking column through the Jamaica Pass, emerging behind the American lines and rolling up their defenses from the rear. What should have been a defensive battle became a rout. The American forces on the ridge were trapped between the British force that had flanked them and the Hessians pressing from the front. Some units fought bravely. The Maryland and Delaware troops in particular conducted a sacrificial rearguard action that allowed others to escape. But the battle was lost almost before it began. By afternoon, the surviving Americans had retreated into their fortifications on Brooklyn Heights, having lost over 1,000 men killed, wounded, or captured. British losses were fewer than 400. Washington now faced something close to the worst possible situation. His army was penned up in Brooklyn, with the British in front of them and the East River behind them. If Howe pressed the attack immediately, the Continental Army might be destroyed entirely, captured or killed, with nothing left to continue the war. The revolution could have ended right there, on Long Island, less than 2 months after independence was declared. But Howe didn't press the attack. He chose to conduct a formal siege instead, methodically advancing his lines rather than risking an assault. This decision has puzzled historians ever since. Some think Howe was haunted by the casualties at Bunker Hill and couldn't stomach another frontal assault on fortified positions. Some think he was trying to preserve his army for a longer war. Some think he hoped to negotiate rather than destroy, offering the rebels a chance to surrender with dignity. Whatever his reasoning, the delay gave Washington an opportunity. On the night of August 29th to the 30th, Washington executed one of the most successful retreats in military history. Under cover of darkness and a providential fog, the entire American army, about 9,000 men with all their equipment and artillery, crossed the East River to Manhattan. The operation required coordination, discipline, and luck in roughly equal measure. Fishermen from Marblehead, Massachusetts manned the boats. Strict silence was maintained despite the obvious temptation to panic. The British noticed nothing until morning, when they found the Brooklyn fortifications empty. The escape from Long Island saved the army, but it didn't solve the underlying problem. The Americans were still in New York, still vulnerable to British naval power, still outnumbered and outgunned. Washington held a council of war that debated whether to abandon the city or try to defend it. The generals were divided. Washington was uncertain. Eventually, they decided to hold Manhattan while the army was still too disorganized to attempt another evacuation. This proved to be a mistake. On September 15th, the British landed at Kips Bay on the east side of Manhattan, and the American troops defending that position simply ran. These weren't green militiamen. They included some Continental regiments that had performed adequately elsewhere. But the sight of British warships bombarding the shore, boats full of redcoats rowing toward them, professional soldiers advancing with bayonets fixed, it was too much. They broke and fled without firing a shot. Washington, riding toward the sound of the guns, encountered his fleeing soldiers and reportedly flew into a rage. He struck at officers and men with the flat of his sword, screaming at them to stand and fight. According to some accounts, he was so beside himself that he had to be physically restrained from riding toward the British lines alone. It was the closest Washington came to a complete breakdown during the entire war. The flight at Kips Bay could have been catastrophic. There were still American troops in lower Manhattan who could have been cut off and captured. But again, the British advance was slower than it might have been, and the Americans managed to escape northward to Harlem Heights. A successful skirmish there the next day restored some morale, but it couldn't change the strategic reality. New York was lost. The British occupied the city on September 15th, and they would hold it for the rest of the war. 7 years of occupation that made New York the center of British power in North America. A massive fire broke out on September 21st, destroying about a quarter of the city. Both sides blamed each other. The actual cause was probably accidental, though some patriot arsonists may have been involved. Washington reportedly regretted that more hadn't burned. The campaign continued through the fall, with the British methodically pushing the Americans out of Manhattan and then pursuing them into Westchester and New Jersey. Fort Washington, on the northern tip of Manhattan, fell on November 16th, after Washington made the disastrous decision to try to hold it despite his officers' advice. Nearly 3,000 Americans were killed or captured. It was the worst single-day loss of the entire war. Fort Lee, across the Hudson in New Jersey, was abandoned days later as the British crossed the river. The Continental Army was disintegrating. Men whose enlistments were expiring simply went home, regardless of the military situation. Those who remained were exhausted, demoralized, poorly clothed, and poorly fed. The army that had numbered nearly 20,000 in August was down to perhaps 5,000 effective soldiers by December. The retreat through New Jersey became a race to stay ahead of the pursuing British, who seemed to be everywhere. Washington's leadership was being questioned openly now. The disasters of the New York campaign were his responsibility. He had made the decisions that led to them. His choice to defend New York when withdrawal was the sensible option. His dispositions on Long Island that left the Jamaica Pass unguarded. His insistence on holding Fort Washington when evacuation was still possible. These were serious mistakes that had cost thousands of lives and nearly destroyed the army. The criticism came from multiple directions. Some members of Congress muttered about replacing Washington with someone more capable. Some officers wrote letters questioning his judgment. The public, which had celebrated him as the savior of the cause just months earlier, was now wondering whether he was up to it. And then there was Charles Lee. General Charles Lee was, on paper, the most experienced military officer in the Continental Army. He had served as a British officer in the 7 Years' War, had fought in Portugal and in Poland, had studied military science in ways that most American officers hadn't. When he defected to the Patriot cause, he brought credentials that Washington lacked. Some thought Lee should have been commanding the army all along. Lee thought so too. He had a high opinion of his own abilities and a low opinion of Washington's. He wasn't entirely wrong. Washington had made serious mistakes, and Lee's professional experience was genuine. But Lee's criticisms increasingly shaded into insubordination and eventually into something worse. During the retreat through New Jersey, Washington repeatedly ordered Lee to bring his forces, about 7,000 men who had remained in Westchester, across the Hudson to join the main army. Lee delayed, made excuses, moved slowly. His letters to Washington were barely civil. His letters to others were openly contemptuous. He seemed to be angling for independent command, perhaps hoping that Washington's continuing failures would create an opportunity for his own advancement. Some historians have speculated that Lee was already contemplating the betrayal that would eventually disgrace him. Whether that's true or not, his behavior during the crisis of late 1776 was insubordinate at best. He prioritized his own ambitions over the survival of the cause he had supposedly joined. The army desperately needed his troops. Lee made sure those troops arrived too late to matter. On December 13th, Lee was captured by British cavalry at a tavern in Basking Ridge, New Jersey, where he had spent the night away from his troops, apparently visiting a woman, because even revolutionary crisis couldn't interrupt certain priorities. The British were delighted. They thought they had captured the real military brain of the rebellion. Lee would spend the next year as a prisoner, during which time he would provide the British with advice on how to defeat the Americans. His later exchange and return to American service would end in disgrace at the Battle of Monmouth. The capture of Lee, ironically, may have helped the revolution by removing a divisive figure at a critical moment. The troops he had commanded finally joined Washington, bringing the army's strength up to about 6,000. Still pathetically small, but better than nothing. And Washington no longer had to manage Lee's intrigues while simultaneously trying to save the cause. But the immediate situation remained desperate. The army was camped on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River, having crossed just ahead of the British pursuit. The British controlled New Jersey, had established outposts throughout the state, and seemed poised to cross the Delaware themselves as soon as the river froze. Philadelphia, seat of the Continental Congress, lay just miles away, apparently defenseless. Congress fled Philadelphia on December 12th, relocating to Baltimore. The delegates who had boldly declared independence just 5 months earlier were now refugees from British power. The government of the United States, such as it was, had abandoned its capital before an enemy that seemed unstoppable. The psychological collapse, was as dangerous as the military one. People who had supported the revolution were having second thoughts. The British were offering amnesty to anyone who took an oath of loyalty, and thousands were accepting. In New Jersey, which had been Patriot territory just months before, the population was visibly shifting toward accommodation with British rule. Why risk everything for a cause that was obviously losing? The Howe brothers, General William and Admiral Richard, were conducting a campaign of conciliation alongside their military operations. They believed the rebellion could be ended through a combination of military pressure and generous terms. Crush the Continental Army, demonstrate the futility of resistance, offer forgiveness to those who submitted, and the colonies would return to imperial loyalty without the expense and bloodshed of a prolonged war. The Amnesty Proclamation of November 30th, 1776 offered pardons to anyone who would swear allegiance to the crown within 60 days. The response was significant. Over 3,000 New Jersey residents took the oath in the first few weeks. Many were probably hedging their bets, waiting to see how events developed. But others were genuinely abandoning the revolution, convinced it had failed. The Army's own morale was crumbling. Desertions were constant. Men simply walked away, heading home to families that needed them, to farms that needed tending, to lives that seemed more real than this endless losing campaign. The soldiers who remained were hungry, cold, increasingly sick. They hadn't been paid in months. Their shoes were worn through. Their clothing was inadequate for winter campaigning. Many were literally barefoot in the snow. The enlistment terms of most Continental soldiers expired on December 31st, 1776. Unless they could be persuaded to re-enlist, or unless new recruits could be found, the Army would simply cease to exist at midnight on New Year's Eve. Washington would be a general without soldiers, commanding nothing but his own determination. Thomas Paine, the pamphleteer who had done so much to inspire the revolution, was traveling with the Army during this desperate retreat. What he saw moved him to write again. In December of 1776, he produced The American Crisis. The opening lines captured the moment with a plainness that somehow made them more, not less, powerful. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Paine's words were read aloud to the troops. They probably helped, but words alone couldn't save the Army. Washington needed a victory, something to restore morale, something to demonstrate that the cause wasn't hopeless, something to give his soldiers a reason to stay beyond the end of the year and the end of their enlistments. The idea of attacking the Hessian garrison at Trenton, New Jersey, emerged from desperation as much as inspiration. The Hessians, German mercenaries hired by the British, had established a forward position at Trenton, just across the Delaware from the American camp. They were isolated, potentially vulnerable, and their defeat might shake British confidence while restoring American hope. But attacking Trenton meant crossing a frozen river in winter, marching 9 miles through the night, and assaulting a fortified position held by professional soldiers. If the attack failed, if the Army was destroyed or captured, the revolution would be finished. Everything depended on a single desperate gamble. Washington made the decision to attack. He would cross the Delaware on Christmas night, march 9 miles to Trenton, and assault the Hessian garrison at dawn. 2 other columns would cross at different points to support the main attack and cut off escape routes. The plan required precise coordination, favorable weather, and a great deal of luck. The planning was meticulous by the standards of the Continental Army. Washington had intelligence about the Hessian garrison, about 1,400 men commanded by Colonel Johann Rall. He knew their positions, their routines, their vulnerabilities. He timed the attack for the morning after Christmas, calculating that the Hessians would be sluggish from holiday celebrations. The execution was far messier than the planning. The supporting columns failed to cross the river. Ice and weather made their crossing points impossible. Washington's main column made it across, but the operation took far longer than expected. By the time the troops were assembled on the New Jersey side, it was clear they couldn't reach Trenton by dawn as planned. Washington pressed on anyway. There was no going back now. The army had committed itself, and retreat would have been almost as dangerous as advance. They marched through sleet and snow, exhausted men putting one foot in front of the other because their commander told them to. The password for the operation was victory or death, which was not merely dramatic, it was literally accurate. What happened at Trenton on the morning of December 26, 1776, would become one of the most celebrated episodes in American military history. But that story, the attack, the victory, and its consequences, deserves its own telling. For now, what matters is understanding how close the revolution came to ending in the winter of 1776. The crisis of that winter was military, political, and psychological all at once. The army had been beaten repeatedly. The leadership had been questioned. The cause had lost public support. The enemy controlled the major cities and seemed poised to control everything else. Every indicator suggested the revolution was dying. Yet it didn't die. The army, reduced to a ragged remnant, somehow held together. Washington, despite his mistakes, retained enough authority to attempt one more desperate act. The experiment begun that summer had been, in ways no one fully understood yet, just getting started. These are the times that try men's souls. A quiet line, 9 words, written by firelight in a camp where defeat had already become the smell of the air, where it had settled into the clothes and the frozen mud and the silences between men who were trying not to think too hard about tomorrow. Thomas Paine wrote The American Crisis in December of 1776. He was sitting in a military camp, somewhere in the middle of a retreat that had no obvious end. The pamphlet did not promise victory. It did not reassure anyone that everything would be fine. It simply looked at the disaster honestly, and then said something about what the disaster meant. That, in its way, was rarer than any battlefield victory. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot, Paine wrote, will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. The soldier who enlists in bright weather, when adventure seems possible and victory seems close, was set against a different kind of soldier entirely. The one who stays when the weather turns, the one who is still there in December. Paine finished writing on the 19th of December. The first installment appeared in the Pennsylvania Journal on the 23rd. Washington ordered it read aloud to his troops on Christmas Eve, as they made their preparations for the crossing of the Delaware that would either save the revolution or end it. You are standing in the cold. There is no light worth speaking of. Someone is reading aloud, and the words are not comfortable words. They are not reassuring words, but they are words that seem to know exactly where you are and what you are carrying. The ground is frozen beneath your feet. You have been retreating for weeks, and someone is telling you that standing here, in this cold, on this night, means something. Then the narrator's voice settles back in. Because what happened next was not one dramatic moment, but the accumulated weight of 100,000 smaller ones. Washington ordered the essay read to his men on Christmas Eve, 1776. They were men who had already survived Long Island, Kip's Bay, Harlem Heights, White Plains. They had crossed the Hudson in the dark. They had marched through New Jersey in November rain that turned to sleet, and then to something that was simply cold and wet and relentless. They had watched their army shrink around them as men deserted, or went home when their enlistments expired, or simply vanished one morning without explanation. What remained by December was something close to the minimum, a hard core, the ones who had decided, each separately for their own reasons, to stay. The physical conditions of that winter are worth sitting with for a moment. These men marched in shoes that had come apart at the seams, or in no shoes at all, leaving traces of blood in the snow. They ate hard bread when they were fortunate, and raw turnips pulled from frozen fields when they were not. They slept on the ground with blankets that were not sufficient for the temperature, and sometimes they woke to find that someone lying nearby had not woken at all. Illness was constant and various. Dysentery, typhus, smallpox. The medical care available to the Continental Army in 1776 consisted mainly of surgeons who could amputate damaged limbs and a collection of folk remedies that were approximately as likely to worsen a condition as to improve it. Men with minor wounds died of infection. Men with serious wounds died of blood loss and shock. The hospitals, such as they were places where the sick went to die in the company of other dying men. Washington himself endured the retreat alongside his soldiers, living rough, visible, present, whatever his troops thought of his judgment, and by December there was real reason to question it. They could see that he was not asking them to suffer anything he was not willing to suffer himself. That visibility mattered. It was not nothing. The junior officers carried burdens of their own particular weight. They were responsible for maintaining discipline among men who had every rational reason to give up. They led by example when the examples available to them were bleak. They wrote letters to the families of men who had died under their command, explaining losses that often seemed to have no adequate explanation. Many of these officers were barely out of their teens. They were learning what leadership required under conditions that would have tested anyone. Alexander Hamilton was among them. He was commanding an artillery company during the New York campaign, and he distinguished himself at Harlem Heights. Washington noticed. Hamilton would eventually become one of the general's aides, and his path from immigrant boy to what he would later become ran directly through the disasters of 1776. What he learned there, about resilience and about what institutions look like when they are barely holding together, would shape everything he did afterward. Aaron Burr was another young officer whose early trajectory passed through these same events. He served on the staff of several generals, including, briefly, Charles Lee. The men who would eventually define the early republic were being shaped in the same crucible that was close to destroying it. And I think about that sometimes, about how the same fire that nearly ended the revolution was also the thing that forged the people who would eventually sustain it. The political crisis matched the military one in severity. The Continental Congress, which had declared independence in July with a certain confident gravity, was by December a body of refugees. Its treasury was empty. Its army was dissolving. The words of the Declaration, fine words, true words in their way, had been spoken in a comfortable building in summer. What was being asked of people now was something else entirely. The state governments were in similar condition. New Jersey's patriot government had effectively collapsed. New York's was barely functioning. Pennsylvania's was under threat. The institutional structures of the Revolution were proving nearly as fragile as the military forces nominally protecting them. Washington's letters to Congress during this period are documents worth reading slowly. They are increasingly desperate in tone, warning that the army would dissolve entirely if reinforcements and supplies did not arrive. Congressional delegates wrote to one another about contingency plans, about what might be done if the worst happened. Private letters from soldiers and civilians described conditions that official communications softened considerably. The propaganda war continued through all of it. The British emphasized their victories and their offers of amnesty, presenting reconciliation as the reasonable choice for sensible people. The Patriots emphasized British atrocities, framing resistance as a moral obligation regardless of military setbacks. Both sides were fighting for how people understood what was happening, because in a conflict like this one, understanding mattered as much as territory. The atrocities were real enough. The Hessian and British soldiers who occupied New Jersey after the American retreat behaved in ways that had genuine political consequences. The looting was systematic. Families who had taken loyalty oaths to the crown found their homes stripped anyway. Women who believed themselves protected as loyal subjects were assaulted by soldiers who had no interest in the distinction. The British policy of conciliation was being undermined, day by day, by the behavior of British troops. People who had been willing to accept British rule became something else entirely when they experienced what British rule actually looked like in practice. Neutrals were pushed toward the patriot cause not by rhetoric, but by what they saw with their own eyes and felt in their own homes. The conquest of New Jersey was planting seeds that would complicate everything that came after. The Hessian soldiers doing much of this occupying had their own story, largely invisible in most accounts of the Revolution. These were not volunteers for imperial adventure. They were soldiers whose princes had rented them to the British crown for profit. Many had been conscripted, taken from their lives, and sent across an ocean to fight in a conflict that had nothing to do with them personally. They were professional soldiers trained in the methods of European warfare, which did not include much concern for civilian welfare. They were also human beings, far from home, serving masters who thought of them as commodities rather than men. When Washington's forces attacked the Hessian garrison at Trenton, they were attacking men who had not been drunk and comfortable on Christmas night. That detail, the celebrating Hessians, is largely a myth. What was true was that patriot harassment had kept the garrison on constant alert for weeks. They were exhausted. Their commander had ignored warnings about a possible attack. They were worn down, and on that particular morning, unlucky. The women who traveled with the Continental Army through this period existed in a space that military histories rarely enter. Camp followers, they were called, a term that obscured the actual nature of their contribution. These were wives, daughters, mothers. They cooked and washed and nursed the sick and wounded. They provided the domestic labor without which the army could not have functioned. They marched the same roads the soldiers marched, in the same inadequate clothing, eating the same inadequate food. They shared the cold. They shared the danger. They had no weapons, no rank, no formal place in any military structure. They were simply there, doing what needed to be done, invisible in the records. During the retreat through New Jersey, these women trudged through the same snow as the soldiers. Some died of exposure. Some were killed in fighting they had not chosen. They do not appear in the dispatches or the official accounts, but they were there. The African Americans who participated in the New York campaign did so from a variety of positions and with a variety of intentions. Some were free men who had enlisted in the Continental Army, holding to the possibility that the Revolution's language about liberty might eventually mean something for them too. Some were enslaved men brought along by their owners as laborers or personal servants. Some were people who had escaped bondage and saw the disorder of wartime as an opening. The British promise of freedom to enslaved people who joined the royal cause had not yet been officially announced during the New York campaign, but the possibility was already being discussed, already being calculated. Enslaved people throughout the region were watching both sides, weighing which offered a better chance at the thing the Revolution kept talking about but had not yet extended to them. The 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy watched the conflict from a position of increasing difficulty. They had maintained a policy of neutrality, trying to preserve their autonomy by not committing to either side. But the pressure to choose was growing. The divisions that pressure created would eventually tear the Confederacy apart. Some nations would ally with the British, others with the Americans. The unity that had made the Iroquois a significant regional power would not survive the war. Consider the Maryland soldiers at Long Island. About 400 of them attacked a fortified position held by 2,000 British troops on August the 27th, 1776. They were not attacking because they believed they could win. They were attacking because someone had to buy time for their comrades to escape, and they were the ones who had been asked. They charged. They were driven back. They charged again. They were driven back again. They kept charging until the unit was effectively destroyed. Only a handful made it back across Gowanus Creek. These were young men, most of them from Maryland, fighting in terrain they did not know against an enemy they had never faced. They had enlisted, perhaps, for the adventure of it, perhaps for the principle, perhaps because their neighbors were enlisting and they did not want to be the one who stayed behind. On that August morning, they learned what the thing they had enlisted for actually was. The chaos of it, the terror, the random and terrible arithmetic of who was in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Washington, watching the attack from a distance, is said to have said, "Good God, what brave fellows I must this day lose." Whether he said those exact words or whether the sentiment was shaped in the retelling, it carries something true in it. The revolution was sustained by men who were willing to be destroyed for a cause, even when the destruction seemed to serve no larger purpose. That is a thing worth pausing on, not because it is inspiring in the conventional sense, but because it is strange and human and real. The retreat that followed was not, in the end, fatal. The army survived, diminished, cold, hungry, and diminished again, but intact enough to be an army. A Massachusetts man and a Virginia man who had nothing else in common had by December survived the same sequence of disasters. Long Island, Kips Bay, Harlem Heights, the retreat through New Jersey in the November cold. That shared experience produced something that could not have been manufactured any other way. The structural factors that were working, quietly, in the Americans' favor, were not visible from inside the crisis. France was watching. Supplies were moving through indirect channels. The possibility of a formal alliance, which would eventually prove decisive, was becoming more realistic with every month that the revolution managed not to collapse. The British strategy of conciliation was reasonable in theory. The amnesty they offered was genuine, but it required submission, and many colonists who might have accepted British authority permanently were not quite ready to submit. And then there was the behavior of the occupying forces in New Jersey, which made submission look like something different from what the conciliation pamphlets had described. General Howe's decision to suspend operations for the winter made complete sense by conventional military standards. Winter campaigning was difficult. The army needed rest. The colonists would see reason over the cold months and accept the terms being offered. Time, by any conventional calculation, was on the British side. But time was not on the British side. Every day the Continental Army continued to exist was a small and accumulating victory for the revolution. The Americans did not need to win battles. They needed to survive long enough for something to change. They were, just barely, doing that. The revolution's greatest asset through this period was not tactical, and it was not institutional. It was distributed. It was located in thousands of separate individuals who had each, independently, made the decision to keep going. There was no single place the British could strike to destroy it. There was no single leader whose capture would end it. The will to continue was everywhere and therefore nowhere particular. The British kept expecting that one more decisive victory would break American resolve. They did not understand that the resolve they were trying to break was not organized in any way that a military victory could address. It was personal, individual, stubbornly particular. Washington was not a brilliant tactician. His battle plans frequently went wrong. He lost more engagements than he won. But he was dogged and patient and psychologically durable in ways that turned out to matter more than tactical brilliance. He could absorb defeats that would have ended other commanders. He could hold an army together through circumstances that should have dissolved it. He could maintain something that looked like hope in conditions where hope had no logical basis. He would keep the Continental Army in the field for 8 years, through Valley Forge and Morristown, through defeats and disappointments and betrayals, through winters that would make the Delaware crossing seem temperate by comparison, through moments when victory seemed genuinely impossible and surrender seemed like the only rational option. The revolution that nearly ended in December of 1776 would eventually win. But the winning was not inevitable. The path to it would be long and expensive in every currency available to human beings. The men who endured the New York campaign, who retreated through New Jersey, who crossed the Delaware on Christmas night and fought at Trenton, and then at Princeton, were laying something down that they could not name and did not know would matter. They were cold, they were hungry, they had been beaten repeatedly by an enemy that was, by most measures, better equipped and better organized. Their leaders had quarreled, their comrades had deserted. The cause they had signed on for looked, from inside December 1776, like something that was ending. They had stayed anyway. The men and the women who stayed had stayed because they believed in something, or because they were too stubborn to stop, or because stopping felt like a kind of surrender they were not prepared to make. The reasons varied. The decision was the same. The Declaration had proclaimed liberty. The soldiers of 1776 would have to win it. Winning it required surviving first. And surviving, in the winter of 1776 into 1777, was the whole of the task. The precedent set in those weeks, that the revolution could absorb catastrophic defeats and continue, that defeat was not the same as surrender. That persistence could substitute for advantages the Americans did not have, would prove essential to everything that followed. There would be more defeats. There would be Valley Forge and Morristown and military catastrophes that would test the survival of the cause again and again. But the character of the thing had been established. It was possible to keep going. They had already kept going, when keeping going had seemed impossible. The crisis of leadership and legitimacy that defined late 1776 was resolved not through the discovery of perfect leaders or the achievement of perfect unity. It was resolved by muddling through, with imperfect leaders and imperfect institutions and imperfect soldiers, each doing approximately what they could in the circumstances they actually faced. Washington made mistakes, and the army survived anyway. Charles Lee betrayed the cause, and the cause survived anyway. Public support wavered and thinned, and enough support remained to continue. This was not elegant. It was not the revolution of inspiring rhetoric and noble certainty. It was something more ordinary and more difficult than that. But it was enough, and sometimes enough is all that is required. The Trenton crossing waited ahead. With it, a turning point that no one still inside December could have predicted. The summer soldiers had gone home. The winter soldiers were still there, and they were about to demonstrate that endurance, simple, stubborn human endurance, could accomplish what brilliance alone never quite managed. There is something about the word crisis that has always seemed too small for what it actually describes. Not emergency, not danger, crisis. From the Greek, meaning the moment of decision, the turning point, the place where things go one way or the other and do not come back. Thomas Paine understood this. Sitting near a campfire in the retreating dark of December 1776, writing by whatever light he could find, he was not composing an essay. He was performing emergency surgery on the soul of a revolution. "These are the times that try men's souls," he wrote. "The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman." And these men were still here, still standing in the mud and the cold, still wearing boots that had long since worn through, still calling themselves an army despite every reason to stop. Paine was telling them that their suffering had meaning, that their persistence mattered, that history would honor what they were about to attempt. It was motivational speaking before motivational speaking existed, tailored perfectly to the psychological needs of men about to risk everything. The essay went beyond mere encouragement. Paine was articulating a strategic philosophy that would guide American operations for the rest of the war. "I call not upon a few, but upon all," he wrote. "Not on this state or that state, but on every state. The Revolution was not just New England's fight or Virginia's fight. It was everyone's fight, and everyone needed to contribute. The continental unity that the Declaration had proclaimed needed to become continental solidarity in action. Payne also turned his attention to the defeatism spreading through the population like cold water through a cracked hull. Those taking British amnesty, those abandoning the cause, those counseling surrender, they were making a mistake they would regret. He whose heart is firm and whose conscience approves his conduct will pursue his principles unto death, Payne declared. The choice was not between safety and danger. It was between honor and shame, between freedom and servitude. Those who submitted to British authority were gaining nothing except the contempt of history. The rhetorical strategy was sophisticated and quietly honest. Payne did not argue that victory was assured. That would have been obviously false, and these men had seen enough of the war to know it. Instead, he argued that victory was possible if people refused to give up, and that even if victory did not come, the struggle itself was worthy. Better to fight and lose than to surrender without fighting. Better to die free than to live as slaves. The worst outcome was not military defeat. It was moral defeat, the loss of the willingness to resist. This philosophy matched the strategic reality that Washington was slowly, painfully developing. The Continental Army could not defeat the British in conventional European-style warfare. That much was clear after Long Island, and the disasters that followed Long Island, and the retreat through New Jersey that had followed those. But it did not have to. The Army's purpose was not to conquer British territory. It was to survive, to remain a threat, to demonstrate that the Revolution could not be suppressed by military force alone. Washington was evolving as a commander. The mistakes of the New York campaign had taught him painful lessons about the limits of his army and the limits of his own judgment. He had tried to defend everywhere and had defended nowhere effectively. He had trusted positions that could not be held and had reinforced failures instead of cutting losses. The retreat through New Jersey, humiliating as it was, had given him something he had not had before, time to think about what actually worked. What worked, he was realizing, was not meeting the British on their terms but refusing to meet them at all, until circumstances favored American action. The British Army was superior in open battle. Fine. Do not fight open battles. Strike where the enemy is weak. Retreat before the enemy can concentrate. Preserve the army at all costs. Make the British chase shadows across a hostile landscape until they exhaust themselves pursuing an enemy that will not stand and fight. This was guerrilla warfare before the term existed, though Washington would never have used that language. He was too much a Virginia gentleman, too committed to the European military tradition, to embrace partisan tactics wholeheartedly. But necessity was teaching him that survival required flexibility, that the textbook solutions he had studied did not apply to the situation he faced. The attack on Trenton was an expression of this evolving strategy. Washington was not trying to win a decisive battle that would end the war. He was trying to win a small victory that would change the psychological momentum. That would restore confidence in the cause. That would give soldiers a reason to re-enlist when their terms expired in a week. The objective was morale as much as military advantage. The plan itself was audacious, bordering on reckless. Cross a river filled with ice floes on the coldest night of the year. March 9 miles through enemy territory. Attack a fortified position held by professional soldiers. Any number of things could go wrong, and if things went wrong badly enough, the Continental Army would cease to exist. Washington was betting everything on a single throw of the dice. But what choice did he have? The army was dissolving anyway. Most enlistments expired on December 31st. Without a victory to inspire re-enlistment, Washington would command nothing but officers come New Year's Day. The choice was not between risk and safety. It was between risk and certain defeat. At least risk offered a chance. The preparations for the crossing were meticulous within the limits of what a depleted army could achieve. Washington had intelligence about the Hessian garrison at Trenton, approximately 1,400 men, commanded by Colonel Johann Rall. He knew their positions, their routines, their vulnerabilities. He planned a three-pronged attack. His main force would cross at McConkey's Ferry and approach from the north. A second column under General James Ewing would cross at Trenton Ferry and block the southern escape route. A third column under Colonel John Cadwalader would cross further south, creating a diversion and preventing reinforcements from reaching the garrison. The complexity of the plan was both its strength and its weakness. If everything worked, the Hessians would be surrounded and destroyed. If parts of the plan failed, and in war, parts of plans always fail, the remaining elements might not be strong enough to succeed. Washington was counting on coordination that his army had never demonstrated before. Christmas Day, 1776, was cold. You are standing at the edge of the Delaware River. The air tastes of iron and sleet. The water in front of you is not frozen, not open, but something worse than either. Great dark chunks of ice grinding past each other in the current, scraping and shifting, the sound low and constant like something breathing. The men beside you are not soldiers from any painting. They are thin. Their feet are wrapped in rags. Some of them are shaking, and you cannot tell if it is cold or fear or both. Not the picturesque cold of holiday cards, but the brutal cold that kills exposed flesh and freezes rivers solid. The soldiers who assembled at McConkey's Ferry that afternoon were already miserable, hungry, exhausted, inadequately clothed. Many were sick. Many were shoeless, their feet wrapped in rags that offered minimal protection against the frozen ground. They looked less like an army than like a procession of scarecrows animated by some stubborn refusal to accept reality. The password for the operation was victory or death. This was not merely dramatic posturing. It was literally accurate. If the attack failed, if the army was destroyed or captured, the revolution was over. There would be no second chances. The men who crossed the Delaware that night understood they were gambling their lives on a single action. The crossing began around sunset, but almost immediately fell behind schedule. The river was choked with ice, not frozen solid, which would have been easier, but filled with floating chunks that made navigation treacherous. The flat-bottomed Durham boats that Washington had requisitioned were sturdy but slow, and each crossing took longer than planned. The men who manned those boats were fishermen from Marblehead, Massachusetts. Colonel John Glover's regiment experienced sailors who knew how to handle craft in difficult conditions. Without their expertise, the crossing might well have been impossible. They ferried load after load of soldiers, artillery, and horses across the dark river, working through the night while ice scraped against the hulls and the current fought their every stroke. Washington crossed early with the first wave and spent hours on the New Jersey shore watching the operation crawl forward. The original plan had called for the army to be across by midnight, allowing time to reach Trenton before dawn. By midnight, barely half the force had crossed. By 3 a.m, the last soldiers were finally on the Jersey side, but any hope of a dawn attack had vanished. The army would be marching in daylight, surrendering the element of surprise that the entire plan depended upon. Meanwhile, the supporting columns were having even worse luck. General Ewing, who was supposed to cross at Trenton Ferry and block the southern escape route, could not get his boats through the ice. He gave up and remained on the Pennsylvania side. Colonel Cadwalader managed to get some troops across further south, but could not get his artillery over, and decided his force was too weak to accomplish anything without the guns. He too withdrew. Washington did not know about these failures, communication being somewhat limited when you are crossing a frozen river in the middle of the night. He pressed on with his main column, the only force that had successfully crossed. The elaborate three-pronged plan had collapsed into a single thrust, without the blocking forces that were supposed to prevent Hessian escape. If anything went wrong now, there was no backup. The march from McConkey's Ferry to Trenton was 9 miles of frozen hell. A storm had blown in, not snow, but a mixture of sleet and freezing rain that cut exposed skin and made the road treacherous. The soldiers trudged forward in the darkness. Their muskets were probably useless, the powder too wet to fire, They would have to rely on bayonets if it came to hand fighting. The column divided at a crossroads. General John Sullivan led one group down the river road, while General Nathanael Greene led another along a parallel route inland. They would approach Trenton from two directions simultaneously, catching the Hessians between them. The timing had to be precise. Arrive too early and one column would fight alone. Arrive too late and the element of surprise would be lost entirely. As dawn approached, Washington received a message from Sullivan. The men's weapons were too wet to fire. Washington's response was characteristically direct. Tell General Sullivan to use the bayonet. I am resolved to take Trenton. There was no going back now. The army would attack with whatever weapons worked, and they would keep attacking until they won or were destroyed. The Hessian garrison at Trenton had spent a tense Christmas. Despite later mythology, they were not sleeping off a night of drunken celebration. American patrols had been harassing their outposts for days, keeping them on constant alert. The soldiers were exhausted from weeks of interrupted sleep, worn down by the guerrilla warfare that made every night anxious. Colonel Rahl had received warnings that an attack might be imminent, but he had dismissed them. The weather was too bad. The Americans were too weak. The attack was too improbable. Rahl was a brave soldier and a competent commander who made a fatal miscalculation. He underestimated an enemy that had been consistently losing. He assumed that an army in retreat would continue retreating. He did not account for desperation, for the willingness to attempt the impossible when all other options have been exhausted. He went to bed on Christmas night, confident that the morning would be quiet. The first shots came around 8 in the morning, as American advance parties encountered Hessian sentries on the outskirts of town. The alarm was raised, drums beating the call to arms, but by then it was too late. Greene's column was already pushing into Trenton from the north, while Sullivan's was entering from the west. The Hessians were waking up to find themselves under attack from multiple directions. The battle that followed lasted about 90 minutes, though battle may be too grand a word for what was essentially a rout. The Hessians tried to form up, tried to bring their artillery into action, tried to organize a coherent defense, but the Americans were already among them, firing from houses and streets, blocking every avenue of escape. Colonel Rahl attempted to lead a counterattack that might have broken through the American lines, but he was shot from his horse, mortally wounded. Without his leadership, resistance collapsed. The Hessian officers tried to surrender their regiments, but the battle had become chaotic, with small groups fighting in streets and alleys, and organized surrender took time to arrange. When it was finally over, the Americans had captured approximately 900 prisoners, killed or wounded over 100 more, and seized enormous quantities of supplies: muskets, ammunition, artillery, food, and the military stores that a professional army requires. American casualties were minimal. 2 men frozen to death during the march, a handful wounded in the fighting, none killed in action. Washington had achieved the tactical surprise that military textbooks said was impossible under such conditions. The Hessians had been caught unprepared despite their constant vigilance, overwhelmed by an attack from an enemy they had dismissed as defeated. The news of Trenton spread through the colonies with electric speed. After months of nothing but defeats and retreats, the Continental Army had won a clear victory. Not just a skirmish or a successful retreat, but a genuine battlefield triumph. Prisoners captured, colors taken, supplies seized. The army that everyone thought was finished had struck back in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. The psychological impact was enormous, far exceeding the military significance. Trenton did not change the strategic situation. The British still controlled New York and New Jersey, still had overwhelming force, still seemed likely to win the war eventually. But it changed how people felt about the war. It restored a hope that had nearly vanished. It made the impossible seem possible again. The soldiers who had crossed the Delaware discovered that they were capable of things they had not known they could do. They had marched through a storm, attacked a fortified position, and won. The weeks of defeat and humiliation were answered by this single morning of triumph. They were soldiers, real soldiers, who could beat professional European troops in battle. The Continental Army had earned its name. For Washington personally, Trenton was vindication. The criticism of his leadership, the whispers about his competence, the suggestions that someone else should command, all of this was silenced, at least temporarily, by the undeniable fact of victory. He had conceived the plan, he had led the execution, and he had succeeded where success seemed impossible. His authority was restored, his reputation rebuilt. But Washington understood that one victory was not enough. The enlistments were still expiring on December 31st. The prisoners and supplies would not help if there was no army left to use them. He needed the soldiers to re-enlist, to commit to continuing the fight, and for that he needed to give them more than a single victory. He needed to show them that Trenton was not a fluke, that the army could win again. On December 30th, Washington assembled the troops whose enlistments were about to expire and made a personal appeal. He asked them to stay for 6 more weeks, just 6 weeks, to see what the army might accomplish with its newfound confidence. He offered a bounty of $10 to anyone who would extend their service. And then, in a gesture that somehow captures the entire moment, he rode his horse to the front of the formation and addressed the men directly. The exact words are not recorded with certainty, but the substance is clear. Washington acknowledged what they had endured. He praised their courage at Trenton. He asked them to continue serving the cause that meant everything to him. He was not ordering them. Their legal obligation was ending. He was appealing to their honor, their patriotism, their sense of shared purpose. At first, no one moved. The men stood in their ragged ranks considering. They had suffered so much, and home was calling. Then, slowly, individuals began to step forward. Then groups. Then most of the formation. The majority of the soldiers whose terms were expiring agreed to stay for 6 more weeks. The army would continue to exist. This moment, largely forgotten in the celebration of the crossing itself, may have been as important as the battle. Washington could not have forced these men to stay. He could not have won the war without them staying. He persuaded them, through personal appeal and shared hardship, to make a sacrifice they had every right to refuse. The revolution survived because enough people, at the crucial moment, chose to keep fighting. Washington used his extended army immediately. On January 2nd, 1777, British forces under General Charles Cornwallis advanced toward Trenton, intending to trap the Americans against the Delaware and destroy them. Washington appeared to be in exactly the kind of disadvantageous position that had led to disaster at Long Island, outnumbered, with a river at his back and a professional army in front. But Washington had learned from Long Island. Instead of waiting to be attacked, he slipped away in the night, leaving campfires burning to deceive the British scouts. By morning, the Continental Army was miles away, marching toward Princeton, where a small British garrison lay exposed. Cornwallis woke to find his quarry gone, and his rear threatened. The Battle of Princeton on January 3rd was another American victory, smaller than Trenton but symbolically powerful. The Continental Army attacked British regulars and drove them from the field. General Hugh Mercer was killed, dying a few days later of bayonet wounds sustained in fierce fighting, but the battle was won. 2 victories in 9 days. The revolution was being reborn. The strategic effect of these victories was significant. The British abandoned most of New Jersey, withdrawing to defensive positions around New Brunswick and Perth Amboy. The population that had been accepting British amnesty began to waver, uncertain again about which side would ultimately prevail. The guerrilla activity that had plagued British occupation intensified as New Jersey militia, encouraged by Continental success, increased their attacks on British patrols and supply lines. The campaign that had seemed to be ending in total British victory had somehow turned into something much more ambiguous. The British still controlled New York, still had more soldiers, still held every material advantage, but they had not crushed the rebellion as planned. The Continental Army, instead of dissolving, had struck back. The war would continue with no end in sight. The symbolic dimension of the Christmas crossing would grow over time until it became one of the defining images of the American Revolution. Emanuel Lutzy's famous painting, created in 1851, depicts Washington standing heroically in the bow of his boat, American flag flying, as determined soldiers row through the ice. The painting is historically inaccurate in numerous details. The flag shown did not yet exist. The boats are the wrong type. Washington would not have been standing in a moving vessel. But it captures something true about the emotional significance of the event. The crossing has become a story Americans tell themselves about who they are and what they can accomplish. Against impossible odds, with everything on the line, a ragged army of determined men defeated professional soldiers on Christmas Day. The narrative emphasizes courage, persistence, the refusal to accept defeat. It is a founding myth in the deeper sense, a story that shapes national identity and defines national values. Whether the myth fully matches the reality is less important than what the myth does. It tells Americans that they are people who do not give up, who fight hardest when things look worst, who can accomplish the impossible through sheer determination. This is a useful story to tell yourself, a story that can inspire action even when action seems pointless. The soldiers who actually made the crossing would have had more complicated feelings. They were cold, exhausted, terrified, uncertain. They did not know they would win. They did not know they were creating a moment that would be painted and celebrated for centuries. They only knew that they had to try something. That inaction meant certain defeat, that their commander was asking them to follow him into the darkness. What they accomplished was real, even if the later mythology sometimes obscures the reality. They crossed a frozen river in a storm. They marched 9 miles through the night. They attacked and won. They saved the Continental Army from dissolution and the Revolution from collapse. Everything that followed, Saratoga, Valley Forge, Yorktown, the Constitution, the nation that exists today, was made possible by what they did on December 26, 1776. The winter of 1776 to 1777 continued after Princeton, with the Continental Army taking up winter quarters in Morristown, New Jersey. The campaigning season was over, but the Revolution had survived to fight another year. The crisis that had threatened to end everything had been weathered. The cause that had seemed hopeless was now merely desperate. A significant improvement, all things considered. Washington used the winter to rebuild and reorganize. The army that emerged in the spring of 1777 would be different from the one that had retreated through New Jersey. More professional, better organized, harder in ways that only shared hardship creates. The lessons of 1776 had been learned, paid for in blood and suffering, and they would inform American operations for the rest of the war. The strategic situation remained challenging. The British were planning a major campaign for 1777, a pincer movement from Canada and New York intended to split the colonies along the Hudson Valley. This campaign would produce the Battle of Saratoga, where American forces would win the decisive victory that brought France into the war as an ally. But that is a story that belongs to another night. What matters here is understanding what Trenton meant and why it mattered. It was a small battle by European standards. Fewer than 3,000 men engaged on both sides combined. The casualties were minimal. The strategic gains were modest. And yet it changed everything because it proved that the Continental Army could win, that the Revolution was not dead, that hope was still rational. Thomas Paine understood this better than anyone. In subsequent installments of the American crisis, he reflected on what Trenton had demonstrated about the American character. The willingness to attempt the impossible, to risk everything on a desperate gamble, to refuse surrender when surrender seemed sensible. These were the qualities that would ultimately win independence. Not superior numbers or superior weapons, but superior determination. Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigue of supporting it, Payne wrote. The soldiers who crossed the Delaware had undergone that fatigue. They had earned the blessings they were fighting for, not through rhetoric, but through action, not through philosophy, but through sacrifice. They had proven themselves worthy of the liberty they claimed. The revolution that nearly died in December 1776 would ultimately triumph. The war would continue for 7 more years, through Valley Forge and Monmouth, through Southern disasters and Northern victories, through the long, grinding attritional struggle that eventually exhausted British will to continue. The Continental Army would survive, would grow, would finally stand at Yorktown as Cornwallis surrendered his sword. All of that was made possible by what happened at Trenton. Not the battle itself, but what the battle represented. The refusal to accept defeat, the willingness to attempt the impossible, the stubborn insistence that the cause was worth fighting for regardless of the odds. These qualities, demonstrated at the lowest point of the revolution, would carry Americans through everything that followed. The men who crossed the Delaware did not know they were making history. They only knew they were cold and scared and determined to try one more time. That determination, multiplied across thousands of individuals who made the same choice, was the real foundation of American independence. Not the Declaration's elegant phrases, but the muddy, freezing, desperate action that gave those phrases meaning. The revolution that began at Lexington, that declared itself at Philadelphia, that nearly ended at Long Island, found its soul at Trenton. The summer soldiers had departed. The winter soldiers remained, and the winter soldiers proved that endurance more than brilliance would win the war. The soldiers who made the crossing came from every walk of colonial life. There were farmers who had left fields unplowed, craftsmen who had abandoned workshops, merchants who had closed their businesses. There were recent immigrants still learning English, and families who had been in America for generations. There were free black men serving alongside white soldiers, all of them freezing together in the same boats, all of them facing the same dangers. The Marblehead fishermen who manned the boats deserve particular recognition among them all. These were men who knew the water, who had spent their lives handling small craft in difficult conditions. Without their expertise, without Colonel John Glover's regiment, and their quiet, practiced knowledge of how to move a boat through ice and current and darkness, the crossing might never have been completed at all. There is something quietly worth sitting within that. The moment that saved the revolution depended not on generals or declarations or grand speeches, but on fishermen who knew how to row. The story would continue, as it always does. There would be more battles, more hardships, more moments when everything seemed lost again. But after Trenton, Americans knew something they had not known before. They could win. That knowledge, hard-earned and dearly bought, would carry them through the long years ahead until victory finally came. There is a river. It is night, and the air is sharp enough to cut. You can hear the ice before you see it, grinding against itself in the dark current below. Someone hands you an oar. Your hands are already raw. The sleet comes sideways, and you cannot see the far bank, only the black water ahead and the pale shapes of ice moving with the current. You push off anyway. And so did they. John Glover commanded what was known as the Marblehead Regiment, and before the war he had been a merchant and ship owner, a man who understood currents and cargo and the particular patience that the sea demands. He had converted those commercial skills to military purposes, and on this night, on this river, those skills were everything. His men were the closest thing the Continental Army possessed to a naval capability, and they proved what that was worth on the Delaware. There was no weather radar. There were no charts accurate enough to matter. These men navigated by instinct and experience, reading the currents and the ice patterns in near total darkness, making trip after trip across a river that wanted very much to stop them. The artillery came across with the army. 18 cannon, a significant concentration of firepower for an army that had been running short of everything. Each gun was manhandled across in the Durham boats by men who understood that those guns might make the difference between victory and something else entirely. Each cannon was an enormous investment of weight and effort and time. But Henry Knox had proven at Boston that artillery could be decisive, and Washington had not come this far to leave his guns behind. The crossing was only the beginning. The march from the river to Trenton was its own ordeal. The army moved in 2 columns, unable to see each other in the darkness and the storm, trusting that the other column was keeping pace, trusting that the rendezvous would hold. The roads were sheets of ice covered by fresh sleet, and every step was treacherous. Men fell. They picked themselves up and kept going, because stopping meant dying, and that was a calculation simple enough for anyone to make. There were guides. Local men, New Jersey men, who knew this terrain well enough to navigate it in darkness that would have blinded anyone else. They knew which roads were passable and which would swallow a column whole. They knew which turns to take and which to ignore. Without them, the army might have wandered through the storm, arriving too late or not arriving at all. Local knowledge has always proved invaluable in war. It is the kind of thing that doesn't appear in dispatches and rarely appears in histories, and it matters more than almost anything else. The Hessian soldiers who woke to find themselves under attack were not the cartoon villains that American propaganda sometimes made them. They were professional soldiers doing a job, far from their German homes, fighting in a war they had not chosen. Many of them had been effectively sold by their princes to the British crown, their service a kind of forced labor that they had no power to refuse. That is worth sitting with for a moment, the strangeness of it. Men fighting and dying for a cause they had no stake in a country they had never seen, because someone who owned their service had made an arrangement. Colonel Rahl, who died leading his men in a counterattack, was a brave officer. He had served with distinction in earlier campaigns. His failure at Trenton was not the result of cowardice or even incompetence. It was the result of a reasonable miscalculation. He did not believe the Americans were capable of what they accomplished. He paid for that miscalculation with his life, dying of his wounds within hours of the battle. The Hessian prisoners captured at Trenton were eventually marched through American towns, displayed as proof of Continental victory. Many of them were later offered the chance to settle in America rather than return to Hesse. Significant numbers accepted. They had seen something in this strange new country that appealed to them. Opportunity, perhaps, or simply an escape from the rigid hierarchies of the world they had left behind. The news of Trenton reached Philadelphia on December 27th. It transformed the mood of a city that had been quietly preparing for British occupation. The delegates who had fled to Baltimore heard it a few days later. Within a week, the entire country knew that the Continental Army had won a genuine victory. The psychological shift was immediate and profound. In New Jersey, people who had taken British amnesty began to reconsider. The British had seemed invincible. Now they seemed merely powerful. The Americans had seemed finished. Now they seemed dangerous. Families that had been making their peace with British rule started making different plans. The political landscape was shifting beneath everyone's feet, quietly, the way ground shifts before anyone notices the hillside has moved. The militia activity that had continued even through the darkest days of December intensified after Trenton. Small bands of armed men who had been conducting guerrilla operations against British patrols now felt emboldened to attempt larger actions. British supply lines, already vulnerable, became nearly impossible to maintain. The occupation of New Jersey was becoming more trouble than it was worth. General Howe was wintering comfortably in New York. He received the news of Trenton with irritation rather than alarm. An embarrassment, certainly, losing 1,000 soldiers to an enemy everyone thought was finished. But it didn't change the fundamental strategic situation as he saw it. The British would return in force in the spring. The rebellion would be crushed as planned. This confidence would prove misplaced, but it wasn't irrational. The British still had overwhelming advantages in numbers, training, equipment, and logistics. They still controlled the sea and could land troops wherever they chose. They still had the resources of the world's greatest empire at their disposal. One tactical defeat, however surprising, shouldn't have changed the ultimate outcome. What Howe and his fellow commanders failed to understand was that they were not fighting a conventional war. They were not trying to defeat a rival kingdom that would surrender when its capital fell or its army was destroyed. They were trying to suppress a popular uprising spread across 1,000 miles of hostile territory. And that required something more than military victory. It required breaking the will to resist. Trenton had shown that the will to resist was considerably stronger than anyone had expected. The strategic implications of that failure of understanding would become clear over the following years. The British would win more battles. They would occupy more territory. They would chase Washington's army across multiple states without ever quite catching it. They would control cities while the countryside remained hostile. They would win nearly every engagement and lose the war. Washington understood something his opponents did not. He didn't need to win battles. He needed to survive them. As long as the Continental Army existed, the Revolution existed. As long as the Revolution existed, the British could not claim victory. Time was on his side, not theirs. Every month that passed without a British conclusion was, in its way, an American victory. That strategic insight, combined with the tactical audacity demonstrated at Trenton, would guide American operations for the rest of the war. Washington would avoid major engagements when possible, strike at exposed positions when opportunity presented itself, and above all preserve his army as a force in being. The British could never be entirely sure where he would strike next, and so they had to defend everywhere, spreading their forces thin across a continent that had no intention of cooperating. The moral dimension of the war had shifted too. Before Trenton, the British could argue that resistance was futile, that submission was the only sensible course. After Trenton, that argument was harder to sustain. The Americans had proven they could win. They had proven they would not give up. They had proven that the war would be long and costly regardless of its ultimate outcome. This affected British public opinion in ways that would eventually prove decisive. The American war had been expensive and controversial from the start. British taxpayers were funding an army and navy on the other side of the world, fighting colonists who had been loyal subjects until recently. Every prolongation of the war increased the political pressure on the government to find a way out. The French were watching. They had been providing covert support to the Americans through fake trading companies and sympathetic merchants, but they were not prepared to commit openly to a losing cause. Trenton, followed by Princeton, suggested that the American cause might not be losing after all. The possibility of formal alliance, which would eventually prove decisive, became more realistic. The transformation of the Continental Army during the winter of 1776 to 1777 was partly a response to the lessons of the campaign just concluded. Washington and his officers had learned painfully what didn't work. They had learned that militia could not stand against regulars in open battle. They had learned that fortifications could not compensate for inferior numbers. They had learned that political considerations sometimes forced military decisions that made no military sense at all. They had also learned what did work: surprise, speed, concentration against exposed positions, the willingness to retreat rather than be destroyed. These were the tactics that had produced Trenton and Princeton. The army that emerged from the Morristown winter would apply those lessons, fighting a smarter war than the one they had been losing. The personal relationships forged during the crisis would shape the revolution and the nation that followed. Washington's young aides, Alexander Hamilton, John Laurens, Lafayette, would become central figures in the early republic. The generals who had proven themselves in adversity Greene, Knox, Sullivan, would carry the war through its remaining years. The bonds formed in desperation would prove durable, the way bonds formed under pressure tend to do. The story of the American Revolution is often told as a story of ideas. Liberty, equality, self-government. These ideas mattered, certainly. But they would have remained mere words without the men who crossed the Delaware, who fought at Trenton and Princeton, who endured what could not be endured and accomplished what could not be accomplished. Ideas require bodies to carry them, and the bodies that carried American independence through its darkest hour deserved to be remembered. The Revolution survived 1776. It would survive everything that followed: Valley Forge, the betrayal of Benedict Arnold, the Southern campaigns where American forces were nearly destroyed, the mutinies and desertions and despair. It survived because enough people, at each crucial moment, chose to continue rather than surrender. Trenton was the first and most dramatic of those moments, but it established a pattern that would be repeated again and again. The United States exists today because of those choices. Every institution, every law, every aspect of American life traces back ultimately to the decision of a few thousand men to cross a frozen river on Christmas night and attack an enemy they had no business defeating. History turns on such moments, on choices made by individuals who could not know what their choices would mean. The soldiers who crossed the Delaware did not know they were founding a nation. They only knew they were trying to save one. They knew that surrender was worse than fighting, that the cause was worth the risk, that whatever happened they would face it together. That was enough. That was everything. The principles declared in 1776 are still being debated, still being applied, still being contested. The nation that was born in that struggle is still growing, still changing, still working out what its founding ideals actually mean. The story that began at Lexington and was rescued at Trenton has no ending yet. Tomorrow the sun will rise as it rose on December 26, 1776, illuminating a world that had changed overnight. The revolution succeeded, but it succeeded narrowly at the last possible moment through a combination of courage and luck that could easily have broken the other way. We remember it as inevitable triumph, but the people who lived it knew better. They knew how close they came to failure, how many times they nearly gave up, how much depended on things they could not control. That knowledge, the knowledge that success is not guaranteed, that the future is not determined, that everything depends on what we choose to do, is perhaps the most important thing history can teach us. We are not passengers. We are drivers, making choices that matter, shaping a future that does not exist until we make it. The soldiers who crossed the Delaware made their future. They made ours too. Those are questions for daylight, for waking hours. For now, let the story settle. Let it carry you somewhere quiet, down to the river perhaps, where the ice grinds softly in the dark current and the far bank is invisible but there, absolutely there, waiting. Dream of boats on dark water, of soldiers in the snow, of a cause that survived because people believed in it enough to keep going when keeping going seemed impossible. The Continental Army is long gone, but the spirit that carried them across the Delaware remains. It lives in everyone who refuses to accept that defeat is final, in everyone who steps forward when stepping back would be easier, in everyone who speaks when silence would be safer. That spirit does not guarantee victory. The soldiers at Trenton could have failed. The weather could have been worse. The enemy could have been more alert. 100 things could have gone wrong, and on another night perhaps they would have. What the spirit guarantees is only that the fight continues, that the cause does not die, that however things turn out, they turn out with honor intact. We've traveled far together through these 12 parts, through the birth and the near death and the rebirth of a revolution. We've met remarkable people in extraordinary circumstances. We've seen what human beings can do when they refuse to accept that the story is over. Now it is time to rest. Sleep well, friends. The winter soldiers are still out there somewhere, still crossing their river, still reminding us what determined people can do in the dark. Good night. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.